Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Mordo's jaw was tight, eyes unfocused, caught between the teachings he'd sworn to and the messy world in front of him. In his memory, the stitched monster had known full well the devil wanted him, yet chose to save Leonor anyway, because two legs can't outrun a devil with wings. Gideon used Leonor, swapped in Frankenstein's notes, and ran. Now Stonewing, righteous to a fault, meant to kill Adam to stop Nabilis from learning the secret of resurrection. Who's right? Who's wrong? Before today, Mordo would have cut Adam down and called it justice. Now, Leong read him like a page, exasperated but faintly relieved. Ancient One hadn't asked him to fix Mordo, but shaking that rigidity felt like the right homework. Since heaven allows Adam to exist, Leong said, clapping a hand to Mordo's shoulder, maybe there's a plan for him. Stonewing won't snuff him that easily. If you're tangled up, untangle it on the battlefield. Mordo inhaled, then nodded. Perhaps. I do feel like killing a few demons to calm down. He strode out to gear up. Leong checked the long blade at his hip, slid the grimoire into his pocket, and twirled the key of Solomon. Sword practice on live targets it is. Adam returned to his shabby room and froze at the emptiness. No, wait. Danger. He snatched Frankenstein's notes from their hiding place and moved. Gideon ambushed him first. The fight was brief. Adam sent him screaming skyward and finally understood. Stonewing would hunt him next to ruin Nabilis' resurrection plan. He needed Wade first. Partners mattered. Tracking the devil's lair was easy. The stink of them bled into the alleys. But Adam wasn't suicidal. He needed allies. Enemy of my enemy, etc. Stonewing was technically hostile, but better they all die together than the devils win uncontested. Adam burned the notes, then made sure Stonewing would find him. He'd lead them straight to the nest. In the monastery hall, a Stonewing burst in. Your Majesty, I found the monster. Leonor's eyes flashed. She shed human guise in a ripple of stone and wings. Go. They launched into the night. On a rooftop facing the devil's lair, Leong squinted after them. They can fly. We can portal. Mordo arched a brow. Do you know where the lair is? Remember the castle-looking heap from day one? Leong snorted. Devils swarming like roaches. Where else would they nest? Sewers? They're devils, not rats. Mordo's mouth twitched. Right, he had said that. He traced a glowing circle. A portal bloomed. Ready? Carnival's open. I'll skip the main stage, Leong muttered, drawing his blade. Find me the weaklings. I'm here to grind tech skill. They stepped through, onto a roof across from the lair. You didn't open it at the door? Leong asked. Into unknown numbers? Mordo deadpanned. I'm not the Ancient One. They watched. Below, Adam arrived with a storm of stone-winged beasts. Leonor hovered high. Adam plowed through the first devil with brutal efficiency. Leong sighed. How do Stonewing not spot suits packed with demon scent? Devils embrace science, graphs, enhancers, the whole kit. Stonewing still lit candles and swung swords in a wired city. Install lights. Hire a scientist. Strap a Gatling to a wing. History would end differently. Then Leong saw it. Glowing sigils inked across Stonewing torsos. Familiar lines and circles from the Solomon Codex. Two winged priests hung in the sky, chanting from copies of the key. He glanced at Mordo. So by eliminate the devils, you actually mean my key of Solomon uplifts Stonewing. Adam just provides GPS. Portals snapped open among the devils, scattering them. Confusion rippled through the ranks. When did Stonewing learn circles of light? Weren't they sword and shield types? Leong leapt down, blade roaring with fire. He cut into the pack, then peeled off. Adam glanced roofward at Leonor and ran. You wanted to see how many bodies Nabilis stockpiled? Then let's go see. Leonor caught Adam's retreat and, seeing devils crumpling by the dozens, judged victory inevitable. Follow Adam, she called. He will lead us to the corpse awaiting resurrection. She banked and dove. Outside a nondescript building, black body bags lay piled. She landed, then stepped inside and blanched. The interior had been hollowed out into tiers upon tiers of human corpses, hung like inventory, waiting for Nabilis science to reboot them. Once revived, an army of devils from hell would wear those bodies like armor. Leong, bored by how quickly devils died under branded stonewing blades, slipped away and dogged Adam's trail, using Leonor's aerial shadow as a moving waypoint. When she vanished into the corpse house, he ghosted to a dark corner and unrolled a scroll etched with dense sigils. He hadn't come just to swing his sword. He wanted a live specimen. He'd nearly snared one earlier, but he wasn't sure how Stonewing, or Mordo, would react. Adam's direction stung with regret. My strength still isn't there. Nabilis would have been the perfect prize. Prince of Devils, great lab rat, but hubris kills. Li Feng's seal array might not hold a prince. If it failed, he'd be the experiment. Worse, Nabilis might notice the flavor of his space-time tricks and the tint of his mana, and say, "Nice vessel. Move aside. No thanks." For now, he'd take a smaller fish, a technologist devil, something cunning but containable. The array flared softly as he pressed his palm to it. Above, Stonewing sang the old names. Below, devil screamed. Leong exhaled, blade low, sigils bright. Time to go shopping. Adam burst into Wade's lab like a storm, blades in both hands. He already knew. Nabilis could only succeed if Wade read Frankenstein's complete notes. And if Wade was in devil hands, then the experiment was already underway. Nabilis himself turned, brows rising in mild surprise as Adam charged. He batted Adam's strike aside with casual strength, lips curling. Who gave you the courage, patchwork thing? Did Frankenstein forget to sew in your brain? Adam glared, teeth bared. I came back not to serve you, but to end you and burn your experiments. The Stonewing Monastery will stand. Humanity will never perish. The devil prince chuckled, spreading his arms as his form warped, horns and claws unfurling. Monasteries crumble. Humans rot. Only hell endures. You will vanish with them. Monster. Adam slashed again, fast, desperate, but his blows carved only 3 shallow gouges across the devil's abdomen, leaving a crude 3 mark. Nabilis swatted him back like an insect. Beside them, Wade tried to abort the experiment, fingers flying over keys. Nabilis caught him by the throat and sneered. Too late, Doctor. Your data is mine. He hurled Wade toward a sparking machine. Adam dove, intercepting, shoving Wade clear, even as arcs of electricity ripped across his own stitched flesh. Nabilis laughed. Still playing protector? How quaint. He seized Adam by the neck, dragging him upright, and traced bloody runes across his forehead. I know your loneliness, but you will not be alone. I will make hundreds of you. Thousands. With these corpses I've gathered for centuries, I'll summon an army from hell. You will march at my side. Adam snarled, choking against the grip as Nabilis began chanting the summoning rite. Outside, Leong had already set his scrolls, waiting in the shadows. An old man in a ragged biohazard suit hurried out, clutching a hard drive. Leong snapped his fingers. Mirror space walls shimmered into being, caging the man. Don't bother, Leong said, stepping out with his flaming knife. This is mirrored space. Without me, you'll never leave. Now, 2 choices. Walk into my seal, or crawl after I break your legs. The old man feigned confusion, voice quivering. I'm just a caretaker of the dead. Please. A flick of Li Feng's wrist sent razor-edged cards whistling past. The man twisted unnaturally fast to dodge. No ordinary human. Leong grinned. Not bad reflexes for a corpse wrangler. Got a secret to long life? Tell me, and I'll live a few more years. No? Then let's stop pretending. Your Nabilis lapdog, siphoning Wade's data. And that hard drive, full resurrection logs, right? The disguise dissolved. Gray hair melted into black horns, flesh rippling into its devil form. Arrogant worm, when you burn in hellfire, I'll let you scream forever. It lunged. Li Feng met it with steel, cards, and a quietly woven time spell. He didn't want a mindless hell soul. He wanted a demon he could talk to later. So he struck carefully, carving off limbs while sparing head and heart. The devil fought viciously, far tougher than cannon fodder imps. But Li Feng forced it into the angle he wanted, then triggered his slowing spell. The world around the demon crawled. 2 clean cuts, arms and legs gone. Before it could adapt, Li Feng slammed the seal scroll down. The vortex roared, sucking the crippled devil inside. Li Feng exhaled hard, wiping sweat from his brow, and pocketed both scroll and drive. 1 live catch. Good haul. The building across the square glowed red. Wraiths pouring through. Li Feng sat on the steps, gulping air. Great. Spirits again. Don't you idiots know Leonor's waving a key of Solomon copy upstairs? You'll get 3 seconds of fresh air before she boots you back to hell. But as chance rose, Li Feng frowned. Weak wraiths disintegrated, yet stronger ones kept clawing through. He cursed. Of course, the key Leonor wielded was just a copy. Weak sauce compared to his original. He bolted inside, raising the true tome high. Queen Leonor, use this, the real key. Recite from here. She caught it, eyes widening, and turned to the page of binding spells. As she chanted, radiance erupted. Li Feng blinked. She wasn't just purifying spirits. The Stonewing Queen herself was changing. Gray skin gleamed, wings sprouted feathers, features softened until she looked less like carved stone and more like a seraph. An angel in truth. Li Feng almost stumbled into kneeling. Damn it, why does she suddenly look like the most beautiful woman alive? This is temptation class magic. If I wasn't stubborn, I'd sign up for priesthood right now. Power cascaded, searing even Li Feng's dark-tinged mana. He backed out, muttering, I kindly hand you the real key, and you try to vaporize me too? Thanks a lot. Moments later, soul fires swelled into 5 massive orbs and plunged downward, detonating beneath the corpse vault. Li Feng slapped his chest, muttering, almost forgot Adam's little trick. Inside, Adam's body had briefly expelled its soul, rejecting the possession. Seizing a shard of metal, he carved deep into Nabilis, from abdomen to throat, turning the crude 3 wounds into a single sealing rune. The Devil Prince screamed, form bursting into 5 blazing soul fires before being dragged to hell. As for why a single rune killed a prince, Li Feng snorted from outside. World rules. Don't ask me. Even I can't explain this script-based nonsense. Nabilis deserves to be a distinguished prince among the demons, and the movement caused by going home is in line with his worth. The other demons have quietly turned into soul fireballs and found a hole to drill even if they went home. What about Nabilis? I saw huge amounts of soul fireball destroying its own lair when returning to hell. And by the way, the evil spirits that were weakened into waste residue and survived by chance were pulled back to hell. In this regard, Li Feng said that you have cow hides, and you will leave after you leave, and you will bring all your belongings back to hell, let alone leave your roots in the world. Even the land will be brought back to hell. How to drop it? You bought the land with money, and you're going to bring the land back to hell. You're still a noble prince. I think you're a poor man. Cursing his lips, Li Feng raised a middle finger at Nabilis in his heart. In other words, it is a nest that has been in business for many years. There should be a lot of good things in it. Originally, I was thinking about picking up something cheaper in your nest. Woolen cloth? How stingy. Although Nabilis was sent back to hell, Li Feng looked at Leonor, who was still holy and with crystal-clear skin. His eyes twitched. The war is over. Can your father or grandfather take back the energy? I looked shivering. Leonor vaguely understood that because of the energy given by God, he had evolved. Leonor curiously touched his feathered wings and looked at Li Feng, who was backing away in the distance. When he was about to return the Solomon's key in his hand to Li Feng, what suddenly he sensed. Li Feng saw Leonor flying towards him first, then instantly turned and flew towards the hole created by Nabilis when he returned to hell. He stubbornly opened the portal to the monastery and muttered, "This is to save. Come on, Adam. If you say this is considered a beauty rescue hero, I just don't know if Adam, the stitching monster, can resist Leonor's majestic energy. If it can't hold it, it will be fun." As soon as he walked to the monastery with his front feet, Leong saw Mordu spinning around a suspected female stone-winged beast. The stone-winged beast being looked at seemed unable to bear Mordu's affectionate gaze, and he backed away in terror. Scratching his head, Leong walked to Mordu's side, raised his right hand to pat Mordu's shoulder. After thinking about it, put down his right hand, swallowed saliva, and asked in a low voice, "Mordu magician, don't tell me you are with the devil in the battle that stone-winged beast blocked for you or something." Your interpretation of the word partner appeared distorted, and you fell in love with that stone-winged beast. Mutta, if Mordu falls in love with a stone-winged beast, how can I explain to Ancient One when I go back? In case Mordu stays in this world and does not return to the Marvel world, Ancient One hasn't peeled my skin yet. But cross-species love should be true love. As for reproductive isolation, this is a problem. If reproductive isolation is solved, what species are the children born to Stonewings and Mordu? Stone-winged beasts are stone in nature. Is it a stone man? Mordu rolled his eyes at Leong, pointed to the wound on the stone-winged beast, and said, "Look, that's your wife? It's not so good for me to see it for free." Leong smirked while looking at the stone-winged beast in the direction that Mordu pointed. There are some magic patterns on the stone-winged beast. Although Leong did not understand the effect of these magic patterns, he saw that the wounds on the stone-winged beast were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he had probably had a few magic patterns in his heart. Staring, Leong found that he seemed to have underestimated the effect of the Solomon's Key. How long had this book been in the hands of Stonewinged Beast? Stonewinged Beast played the magic pattern on the book. If Stonewinged Beast researched and cured thoroughly Mageweave, are all Stonewinged Beasts becoming a beast version of Wolverine? This is just a healing magic pattern if you engrave the destructive magic pattern all over your body. After Leong silently put wax on the devil in this world, he said, "I will go back to the room to restore mana, and you can slowly study the magic lines by yourself." For a long time, Leong, who was sitting on the bedside to recover his mana, took out the hip flask with holy water and took a careful sip. I don't know if the holy water of this world will turn into poisonous water after passing through the gate. After all, the rules of different worlds are different. Shaking the flask, Leong estimated that the holy water in the flask was enough to drink for a few days. Calculated by the consumption of 1 sip per day, it would take about 10 days to drink it all, so I'd better stay in this world for 10 days. Back to the Marvel world. It's just that Leong thinks that he has no money or friends in this world. If he doesn't want to be on the streets like a tramp, he can only stay in the Stonewinged Beast Monastery, and then face Leonor that exudes holy glory all day. Leong scratched his eyebrows, thinking, should I just wander on the street? Just as Leong was thinking about finding some gangsters to robbery, Ophir's voice came from outside the door. "Austin, the Queen asked me to return the Solomon's Key to you, and thank you for her." Leong pushed open the door and took the Solomon's Key from Ophir. Ophir explained with a trace of apology on his face. "Originally, the Queen wanted to thank you personally, but you also know that the Queen held the Solomon's Key. Key's inability to control his own skyrocketing energy after communicating with God resulted in amazing charm, and even us were somewhat affected. So now the Queen can only stay in the quiet room alone to get familiar with these energy as soon as possible." Leong nodded, thinking with joy in his heart, "I wish Leonor would not come out." Leong glanced at Mordu's room, saw the door open, and asked curiously, "Is Mordu still studying the magic lines on your body?" Ophir lowered his head and glanced at the magic pattern on his body, and said, "Mordu and Adam are only talking on the roof." After hesitation, Ophir asked curiously, "Do you really see that he should have a soul?" Although Leong didn't see Adam after the war, he knew the plot, so he nodded for sure. Ophir shrugged, saying that he couldn't understand how the suture monster came out of its soul, so he could only make up his mind that this was God's reward for Adam. By the way, The queen asked me to take you to our collection room before entering the quiet room. You can choose some props or materials as our thanks to you. After listening to Li Feng's eyes, he was about to run out of playing cards. It was just when there was a shortage of materials to reforge some. It was really time for Leonor's thank you to come. But Li Feng took out the hip flask from his pocket and said, "Can you give me some holy water?" Compared to props, Li Feng believes in his own strength more. And Li Feng can feel that his magician aptitude is slowly improving after using the holy water, and maybe he'll be able to create a good fireball after a while. Ofer knew how cumbersome the process of making the holy water drunk by Li Feng was, how precious the materials were, and there were not many stocks in the monastery. So he shook his head regretfully and said, "I need to tell the queen to get back to you." Pointing to Li Feng's flat flask, Ofer continued, "If you want to continue using the holy water, I advise you to forget it. I don't know if you have heard of drug resistance. These special holy waters will also let you use it. You have resistance. When the queen gave you holy water, she has already calculated the amount you can bear. Therefore, even more holy water can't help you purify your mind and improve your magician aptitude. If you want to use holy water to deal with evil creatures when I did not say." Li Feng was stunned. It was right to think about it. If the holy water can infinitely improve the magician aptitude, he still considers staying in this world and raises his aptitude to the point where the gods are drooling before leaving. Waved his hand, Li Feng signaled that he did not want holy water. After reporting some common magic materials to Ofer, he turned and went back to the room to study the spells on the Key of Solomon. As for the devil sealed in the scroll, Li Feng didn't have his brain drawn. Talk to the devil in the monastery and hide in the mirrored space. 10 days later, Li Feng sat cross-legged on the training ground where the stone-winged beast was practicing martial arts, and drank his last sip of holy water. After a long time, Li Feng, who was perceiving the change in power, stood up suddenly, and while slowly raising his right hand, a football file-size fireball suddenly appeared in his palm. With a grin, Li Feng waved his right hand, allowing the fireball in his palm to rotate around him a few times and then shoot at an arrow target 50 meters away, but the fireball flew away from the edge of the target and dissipated when it was about 100 meters away. In the air, Li Feng scratched his eyebrows and muttered to himself, "While the holy water purifies my mind, it also helps me strengthen my mental power. So now I can accurately control the fireball within 15 meters, so that it can automatically track the fireball at 15 meters. But over 15 meters, you can only aim in advance and let the fireball shoot at the enemy along a fixed trajectory. But the flight speed of the fireball is a bit slow, similar to a bow and arrow. In the Marvel world, there are too many people who can avoid the bow and arrow. Calculating the time, it's time to return to the Marvel world, but after I went back, I was a bit busy. First, I forged some mana-saving playing cards, and then practiced the accuracy of the fireball and the strength of the fireball's rate of fire. The speed of the bullet is even better. And finally, some spells must be pried from the devil's mouth. Leaving the training ground, Li Feng found Mordu, who was chatting with Adam and Wade, and said, "It looks like you have made new friends in this world." After speaking, Li Feng cast his eyes ambiguously at Wade, and said to Adam, "I haven't congratulated you on your soul and love." "Thank you." Adam turned his head and glanced at Wade, who blushed slightly, and said, "It feels good to be a human, at least not alone." Morda looked up and down at Li Feng, who had advanced in mana, and said, "Are you ready to go home?" Seeing Li Feng nodding, Morda got up and hugged Adam, and said, "The flight to take me home is about to take off. Take care, my friend." Adam, who hugged Mordor, patted Mordor on the back and said, "I will. You also take care." When Li Feng and Modu went back to their rooms to sort their luggage, Ofer hurriedly found Li Feng, handed Li Feng a scroll and a wooden box with weak energy fluctuations, and said, "The queen knows that you're going to leave. This is what she told me. Turn to you." The scroll records the queen's magic principle of analyzing the Solomon's key. As for the wooden box, it is a gift from her. After speaking, Ofer pointed to Mordor's room and said, "The queen also prepared a gift for Mordor. I will give him the gift now. Take care." Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Returning to the Marvel universe, Leong looked at the electronic clock on the bedside for the first time and quietly spit out the mobile disc wrapped in mana from his mouth, muttering to himself in confusion. There is no reason. We are slaughtering the devil. The world of warriors only stayed for half a month, and I was still descending into the garbage alleys of the world of Slayer warriors, opening the door with the same energy and returning. Why did the world of Marvel go through a month? Time has doubled. Modu on the side rubbed his uncomfortable stomach from being squeezed through the door and glanced at Leong in a daze at the clock. After thinking for a while, he understood what Leong was thinking and said with a little envy in his tone, Isn't it normal that the world time is not equal? Did you forget the changes after drinking the holy water? Although your own total mana has not changed, your mana purity has changed, and you still can't control the mana perfectly. Output, the time equivalence of the two worlds, is the weird thing. Forget about this. Leong took out the gift box from Iono and looked down and said awkwardly, What gift is Iono giving you? Show it to me. Holy water. Mordubian took out a kettle from his pocket and said, What do you want? My strength is much higher than yours, so this thing doesn't help me much. If it's dealing with the devil, I believe me more. The magic weapon in my hand. After all, no one knows that the holy water with super effective effects in Leonor's world can deal with the demons in our world. I don't want to use my life to test the effect of holy water in battle. Leong scratched his head, thinking that he might be able to use holy water to deal with the old devil who was sealed in the scroll in the future, took out the hip flask from his arms, and said, Give me some, in case one day I encounter a powerful devil. Mordor took the flat hip flask, poured holy water from the kettle into the flask, looked at the wooden box in Leong's hand, and curiously said, I just killed some demons with the stone-winged beast and gave me precious holy water. The Solomon's key you contributed will be more helpful to Stone-Winged Beast. See what kind of precious thanks Leonor has prepared for you. At this time, the movement of Leong opening the door to go home was noticed by Ancient One. When Leong was about to open the wooden box to see what the gift was, Ancient One suddenly knocked on the door and said, Leong, Mordu, welcome home. And Mordu hurriedly opened the door, folded his hands, and saluted, and said, Master Ancient One. Ancient One glanced at Mordu, then at Leong, frowning and saying, It looks like you have gained a lot in Otherworld, and the improvement in mana is beyond my imagination. Leong Shanshan scratched his head and said with a little embarrassment, I rely on foreign objects to improve my strength. By the way, we are going to see a gift from a queen of Otherworld together. Although I don't know what foreign objects you use to improve your strength, I can see that you digest well. At least there are no side effects. Ancient One glanced at the wooden box in Leong's hand, waved under the mirror space, and said, Different worlds are different. The rule, to be safe, let's check your gift in the mirror space. In the mirrored space, Leong carefully opened the wooden box, frowned, and looked at a white feather in the box. What's the situation? Leonor knew that I was a Huxia, so he came here with a gentle courtesy and gave me root hairs. When Leong was about to take out the feather to see what species it was, Ancient One quickly stopped and said, I can feel the huge energy in the feather, and its energy is dissipating when you open the wooden box. Close it. Wooden box. I think this wooden box can prevent the energy in the feathers from dissipating. While thinking about it, Ancient One asked, Tell me what world you are in. The feathers of ordinary creatures don't have such a holy and huge energy. Morda glanced at Leong and told Ancient One what he saw in the world of Demon Slayer. But Leong heard that there was some confusion between Morda's words and thought for a while, and understood that Morda wanted to ask some questions from Ancient One, such as what is justice, what is evil, and what behavior is disrupting the balance of nature. It is probably in front of me. Mordo is embarrassed to speak out the question in his heart. Thinking of this, Leong interrupted Morda's narration, folded his hands, and said to Ancient One, Master, I'm a little hungry. First go to the cafeteria to find something to eat. Morda heard what Leong meant and said with a smile, I prepared a gift for you before going to Otherworld. Don't leave Kamatage later. I will take you to see the gift. Li Feng subconsciously looked at Ancient One, but Ancient One helped Mordu paid for taking him through, and now Mordu opened his mouth to give gifts again, which made Li Feng a little embarrassed. The gift has nothing to do with traversal, Mordu said with some embarrassment. You agreed to let Master Ancient One try to teach me time spells, so this is a thank you gift for learning time spells? Li Feng shrugged and said, wait for you to learn the time spell to thank me. After speaking, Li Feng crossed the portal to return to reality and walked out of the room. On the way to the restaurant, Li Feng looked at the wooden box repeatedly. Holy energy. It is estimated that this is Leong pulling the feathers from his wings. That counts. Pseudo-angel feathers? I originally planned to use holy water to question the old man's devil spells, but now I can use feathers directly. Early the next morning, Mordu walked to the door of Li Feng's room with a few books and slapped the door hard. Li Feng was sleeping on the bed with a quilt wrapped in a quilt. He stood up to his side and shouted helplessly, I'm here, you can't lighten it. Knock on the door. Who will be the one if you knock it badly? I can't afford it anyway. Opening the door of the room, Li Feng breathed and looked at Mordu. Looking for me so early. What's the matter? Mordu handed the book in his hand to Li Feng and said, these are the notes I took when I practiced the spiritual spell. I hope it will be useful to you. After speaking, Mordu looked around and saw no one took out a book from his pocket and handed it to Li Feng. He whispered, this is the dark spell you asked Ancient One to modify for you. With a smirk, Li Feng quickly took the book and put it in his arms, turned back to the room to dress, and said, thank you, yes, I will start my trip again when I finish breakfast. Mordu leaned on the door frame, watching Li Feng packing his luggage, and said, is there a travel destination? Li Feng spread out his hands. You also know that I have no friends or family, or I have traveled to other worlds, so I'll count where I go. Maybe I will find a beautiful place to study. Speaking of this, Li Feng patted his chest, showing what he was going to do with a you-know-I. Mordu understood that it was Li Feng preparing to find a hidden place to study dark spells. Although it is dangerous to study dark spells, it is more dangerous to study dark spells in Camatage. After all, they're magicians who are sensitive to energy. Mordor nodded to express understanding and said, I'm sending you to New York just to give you a gift. Don't be too busy to refuse. Trust me, you'll like my gift. Li Feng turned his head to look at Mordu, pointed to books about spirits, and said, what gift is so mysterious? More precious than these books? It's not precious, Mordu said. You'll know then. Okay, then I'll know. Li Feng shrugged and said, I'm looking forward to it. After eating breakfast, Mordu brought Li Feng to New York through the Holy Place portal. As soon as the two walked out of the portal, Daniel, who guarded the Holy Place, walked in front of them and said, Mordu, long time no see. And you, Feng Li, is Otherworld fun? Li Feng was stunned. How do I feel that Kamatage's magician knows that I will cross? Li Feng didn't say anything. Mordu rubbed his eyebrows and explained to Li Feng, don't worry, the only thing you can go through is Ancient One, and I and Daniel know. Then, Mordu smiled bitterly at Daniel again. You'll know if you try it. I throw all my 3 views on the ground, and I can't fight back. I don't have much interest in traveling through anything. I have seen quite a few magical creatures in outer space during the period when I was guarding the Holy Place. Daniel didn't know what Mordor had gone through. He wanted to be curious to ask what happened that led to the change in the 3 views. He just watched Li Feng carrying his bulging luggage and guessed, are you leaving Camatage? Before Li Feng could explain, Mordu said, there's a saying in the heavens that it is better to travel thousands of miles to read thousands of books. Li Feng is going to practice magic while traveling. Daniel turned sideways to clear the road and smiled thoughtfully. I understand now why you bought a RV. Is it for Li Feng? RV. Li Feng turned his head to look at Mordu. The gift you said was a RV? Mordor rolled his eyes at Daniel and said, I originally wanted to give Li Feng a surprise, but now it's fine. You said it in advance, and there are no surprises. Daniel spread his hands and said, well, my fault, blinked at Li Feng again, and said, I hope you will like that caravan. After speaking, Daniel left after saluting. Leaving the holy place, Mordo took Li Feng to a parking lot not far from the holy place, took out the car key from his pocket, pointed to a new small luxury car, and said, "I heard you before. I want to have my own RV." Although the surprise was destroyed by Daniel, "I still hope you like this gift." Li Feng smiled and took the key, walked around the RV, opened the door, and walked into the car. The space of a small RV is not good, but it is enough for the single Li Feng, and Li Feng believes that sooner or later he will find the space spell. After changing the RV magic, don't look at my RV. The exterior is small and can't fit a few people, but the interior can raise whales. Seeing that the kitchen, bedroom, and bathroom in the RV should be complete, Li Feng sat in the driver's seat after checking one by one and said to Modu outside the window, "I like the present very much. Thank you, buddy." Seeing that Li Feng had started the RV, Mordo waved goodbye and cleared the road and said, "Comitage welcomes you back at any time." In the driving position, Li Feng stretched out the window with his left hand and waved to Modu, indicating that he heard it, stepped on the accelerator, and drove the RV towards the city. Before leaving New York, Li Feng has one important thing to do. New York, Chinatown. It was almost noon after Li Feng bought a large amount of dry food and mineral water from the supermarket. He parked the RV in the parking lot, carrying all the belongings for less than $10,000, carrying a shoulder bag with spell books and scrolls, and choosing one at random. A Huxia restaurant that seemed to taste good came in. I want to ask Li Feng how he can see that this Huxia restaurant tastes good. I've definitely guessed it by looking at the customer flow. After all, the restaurant tastes bad and can't attract business. Pushing open the door of the restaurant, Li Feng looked at the clean, tidy, and retro-decorated environment with satisfaction. Just as Li Feng was looking at the restaurant environment and looking for vacancies, a Huxia woman wearing a black leather jacket walked up to Li Feng and said in Huxia, "Sir, alone?" Hearing familiar Huxia makes Li Feng feel more cordial, and he has the urge to spend all his money in the restaurant. Li Feng wondered what it would be like for the waiter in the restaurant not to wear work clothes and black leather jackets, and nodded and said, "Definitely." The leather waiter glanced at the full hall and said with a smile, "The first floor is full. Please go to the second floor for dinner." Where to sit and eat, Li Feng said that it doesn't matter. During this period of time, he and Mordu escorted the devil in the plague-ridden world. We must know that the stone-winged beast is essentially a stone. What does the stone eat? Therefore, stone-winged beast can't cook at all. During the period when he lived in the monastery, Li Feng drank clean water every day and ate cheap bread bought in the supermarket. Now he just wants to have a good lunch to comfort his injured stomach. Led by the leather waiter, Li Feng walked to the second floor of the restaurant. When passing by the kitchen door, a Huxia chef who was in charge turned his eyes to the waiter and exclaimed in surprise, "May, why are you here?" May looked at the chef with a little helpless tone and said, "Mom is going to live in New York for a few days, but you know how bad my craftsmanship is, so I'm going to ask you to buy some semi-finished dishes and take them home to warm them up with my mom. Enjoy Huxia food together." The chef shook his head and smiled. You really should put aside your work and practice your cooking skills, girl's family." May looked helpless and said at the same time as the chef, "As long as you have a good cooking skill, you can hold a man's heart." After speaking, May drooped her head and said, "You have said this hundreds of times, and I can hear the cocoon in my ears. I won't tell you. I will take the diners to the second floor to order." Li Feng glanced at the counterfeit waiter a little speechlessly, and he heard that this lady named May is not a waiter at all, but a diner's like him. The difference is that Li Feng eats in the restaurant, while May is about to take home to eat. "Sister, you're not a waiter. How can you help me order? Later, I will order Peking duck. If you say yes, wait a moment," and then ran to the kitchen and asked, "There is no Peking duck. Didn't you delay my meal?" The chef also heard something wrong, frowned and said, "Where is that girl? Shall we? How can you let the guests be waiters? It's too shameful." May gestured for Li Feng to go upstairs and said to the chef, "Shall we has a stomachache." She goes to the bathroom and asked me to help her with work. While the chef whispered that lazy people have more poop and pee, Li Feng followed May and walked to the second floor of the restaurant, picked a window along the street and sat down, and said, broiled pork, mushrooms and vegetables, another egg soup, and another big bowl of rice. After thinking about it, Leong felt that he could have a little wine in the RV at night and said, "Are there fried peanuts, sweet and sour pork ribs, and white-cut chicken?" "These 3 dishes are packaged." Seeing May nodded cleanly, Leong said inwardly, "Yes, without asking. Does the restaurant buy from your farm?" Before May went downstairs, there was a female scream in the direction of the bathroom, and May rushed to the bathroom without thinking about it. She heard Xiaoyi's voice. Leong looked at the bathroom with a curious probe. Vaguely, Leong smelled a bloody smell, scratched his head, and Leong got up and walked toward the bathroom. When he walked to the bathroom, Leong raised his head and glanced at the bathroom with the word male written on it, and then at the female bathroom next to him. If only can be sure that the smell of blood and the screams of the women before came from the men's bathroom. So, this waiter named Xiaoyi ran into the men's bathroom. Or Xiaoyi is actually a man. Just the voice and name make me misunderstood. Ma Dan, the man is Xiaoyi? What do his parents think? Want your daughter to be crazy. Leong pushed open the men's bathroom and saw Xiaoyi sitting paralyzed on the ground, while Mei was holding a pistol in both hands, aiming at a metallic bone on his back and beating a man in a black suit. The burly strange man shouted, "Don't move." Leong looked at Xiaoyi in a skirt with suspicion and asked curiously, "Big brother? Big sister? Are you a man or a woman?" "Xiaoyi." Mei rolled his eyes at Leong with a look of caring for the mentally retarded and said, "Call an ambulance." After speaking, Mei put the pistol back into the gun bag, rubbed his fists, and gritted his teeth as he walked to the strange man and said, "I want you to stop in here." The strange man didn't seem to hear what Mei was yelling at all. He still had his eyes red and concentrated on beating the man in the suit who had been motionless on the ground. "This weird man is chewing shinmai. Can't stop it." Leong originally thought he could see a fight scene between a beauty and beast, and then his handsome hero saved the beauty. As a result, what did he see? I saw Mei squatted up and hit the strange man's cheek with a fierce punch, and then Leong looked at the strange man in a coma with contempt and couldn't help but spit out in his heart. "Seeing you ignoring the plum holding the gun and the bones on your back, I thought you had the blood and blood of the bones and the boundaries, and the art was high and bold. It's big. As a result, you are a weak scum, so easily knocked out by a woman. It's not right. I don't think that the burly man looks like a weak chicken. So, it should be said that Mei's fists are hard enough. By the way, Sister Mei, what kind of boxing do you practice? I want to learn." Leong quietly cast a spell to look at the spirit body of the strange man while slandering. He blamed such obvious features on the man. If Leong could not recognize this as a stranger, would it be true that all these years of Marvel movies were for nothing? After the meeting, Leong whispered and whispered. It is said that the alien's genes are defective, according to the principle that the body and the soul are closely related. So once the alien is activated, the soul will also be affected. Scratching his head, Leong curled his mouth and thought. So I saw that this strange person's spirit body was as colorful as a rainbow, but the color was a little dim, just like a color-weakened patient watching a rainbow. Mei took out the handcuffs from her back and cuffed the hands of the foreigner. While checking whether the man in the suit was dead, she shouted to Leong with bad words. "I asked you to call an ambulance. Didn't you hear it?" Leong glanced at the man in the suit. He had already seen that this guy's spiritual body was beginning to dissipate. This was the imagination of dead man. He slandered in his heart. "What kind of ambulance? Just hit the morgue." Spreading his hands, Leong said innocently with his eyes, "I don't have a phone. You can search me if you don't believe me." Mei had found that the man in the suit was out of help, gritted her teeth, and cast Leong in her eyes, and said, "Please leave the bathroom." Leong curled his lips and said disdainfully, "Leave as soon as you leave, but can you help me prepare the food first? Otherwise, there will be a corpse in the restaurant or starve to death." A dinner starved to death in the restaurant. How do you explain that the Daily News will report? Mei feels like she's going crazy. Who is this? Can she eat in a restaurant with peace of mind after seeing the dead body? Let's not talk about food or not. It's only strange that the restaurant can be open normally. Mei was too lazy to talk to Leong. After holding his gun to let Li Feng leave the bathroom, he took out his mobile phone to make a call and said, "Sir, you'd better come to Chinatown. I will send you the address." The man opened your eyes. May put down the phone, helped Xiao Wei, and said, "You go out for a glass of water first, but don't leave the restaurant. My colleague will be there soon." May helped Xiao Wei walk out of the restaurant, subconsciously trying to find Li Feng, but there was still Li Feng in the restaurant. Oops. May's eyes almost ignited in anger, and he muttered fiercely and silently, "This guy said in front of me that he was hungry and waiting to eat. It was all a lie to me. He just wanted me to subconsciously think he would stay in the restaurant. It turned out to be buggy long ago. Li Feng is not stupid. He is foolishly waiting in the restaurant knowing that there is a murder case of another person in the restaurant, but he knows that it is not the police who will be waiting, but S.H.I.E.L.D. Sure enough, when Li Feng drove an RV from the parking lot to pass by the restaurant was sealed off. There were several black SUVs parked at the door, and several soldiers in helmets and heavily armed, and several in biochemical suits got out of the car. Scientific research personnel holding instruments to scan everywhere. The sharp-eyed Li Feng also saw Fury with hair, but compared to the last time we met, Fury now wears a blindfold and becomes a one-eyed man. Li Feng sprinted towards the suburbs with a kick of the accelerator, while slandering, "Well, let's get your hair straightened. You are the non-chief in my mind." Fury felt that someone was looking at him when Li Feng passed by and looked around subconsciously. After a while, Fury frowned and walked into the second floor of the restaurant without notice. Seeing May was comforting the waiter, Fury patted her palms and instructed May to come over and report the specific situation. As for Xiao Wei, there is definitely a professional psychological staff to guide her, at least to ensure that Xiao Wei will not talk about what she saw today. In the corner of the dining room, after May told Fury in detail what happened in the bathroom, she didn't know whether to tell Fury about Li Feng. From a certain point of view, Li Feng is really suspicious. First of all, he was calm when he saw the corpse. In a short conversation between the two of them, May also found that Li Feng did not seem to be curious about the weird man, but gave her a kind of strangeness. No strange feeling. This is very abnormal. When ordinary people see such a weird human being, not to mention yelling like Xiao Wei, but at least giving a scared expression is normal operation. Fury saw May hesitation and asked, "Anything else?" After thinking about it, May told Fury about Li Feng's performance. When May finished describing Li Feng's dress and appearance, Fury squinted and said, "You said he is of Huxia origin and has a small belly?" Seeing May nodded and admitted, Fury took out a sticky note from his pocket, quickly drew a sketch of Li Feng, and asked, "Is this person?" He wears slippers, the most impressive thing. By the way, he wears slippers today. May nodded and said, "It's this person." She was a little curious. Listening to Fury's tone, the two not only knew each other, but were also very familiar with each other. But what impressed me the most was what it meant to wear slippers. Is it a personal quirk? May said with some doubts. He doesn't wear slippers, but a pair of boots. The corners of Fury's mouth curled up slightly. When we returned to the Kree cruise ship and didn't find your body, I knew you were still alive, but replaced your slippers with boots. Does this mean that your taste is evolving? Still know that I called you Roar in the file as a man in slippers. So I wear boots now, so that I can take time to change the name in the file to man in boots? May hesitation and asked, "Sir, do you need to call up his monitor to check his whereabouts?" "Definitely," Fury whispered, "but only you and I know this." May thought for a while, nodded and said, "I use the excuse of investigating how the man with crooked bones entered the restaurant and see if I can find it from the surveillance. Small belly?" "A good excuse," Fury smiled. "But how did Austin say you were Huxia like you? I don't know if you call Roar that way. He will be mad." "You are really familiar with it. Otherwise, how do you know that he hates how people call Roar him?" May squinted, pointed at the unconscious supernatural person, and whispered, "This Austin is just like him. A capable person? I want to find him as soon as possible before he loses control, so as not to injure innocent people." Fury raised his brows, thought for a while, shook his head, and said, "Maybe it's complicated to talk about. To be honest, I hope he is a stranger." In fact, Fury is not sure if Li Feng is a supernatural person, but more guesses that Li Feng is an alien with human skin. There are many reasons for this speculation. First, when Fury returned to the Kree cruise ship, he found that the elite Kree troops slaughtered by Carol had a lot less equipment. Scientists in the Bureau are still deciphering the Kree's technology and inspecting these weapons when they carry germs. And the scientists in the Bureau have proved that some weapons are not usable by humans at all, and Li Feng actually stole the alien equipment with the courage. Does this mean that Li Feng knows how to use these alien weapons? Also, although the green-skinned Taros said that there were no spaceships on the cruise ship, Fury felt that because he could not find Li Feng, he had reason to guess that Li Feng was driving the spacecraft back to the Earth or leaving the Earth. According to the data, people on Earth who can't even fly a plane will suddenly pilot an alien spacecraft. Doesn't this also mean that Li Feng is an alien? Finally, there is another reason why Li Feng is an alien. When it was placed on his desk and showed that Li Feng was just an ordinary human data, Fury suddenly thought about it. His Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Security Bureau claimed to be able to check it with only a mouse. An organization where the 18 generations of mouse ancestors have made holes. Now what? Is the ordinary Li Feng in the information really the Austin he met? This is completely two people. I am afraid that the Austin I saw was an alien pretending to be. Fury recalled that he spent a lot of energy mobilizing resources in the Bureau to find Li Feng's figure, but he couldn't even find the other person's shadow, which made him feel that Li Feng was actually flying in space when he was on the Kree cruise ship. The ship left the Earth. As a result, when he was about to give up searching for Li Feng suddenly appeared in New York. Fury felt that the opportunity was rare, because whether it is Li Feng himself using alien weapons or bringing these alien weapons into the black market, Fury needs to know the whereabouts of these alien weapons and ask which planet Li Feng belongs to and where he came to the Earth. This is he can't escape the duties. However, considering the kindness of Li Feng and the force of single-handedly rescued Talos, Fury felt that he could bring the same powerful May to meet the suspected alien, but wearing the Li Feng skin of Austin. After a while, May was holding a bunch of materials in her hand and hurried to Fury, who was sitting at the table drinking a drink, and said, "Sir, a good news and a bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" Fury held his forehead with one hand, curled the corner of his mouth, and said, "First come the bad news. At least there will be good news to treat my little heart later." May shrugged and said, "Although the profile of the guy with the long skeleton back was found, it disappeared strangely during the escort." "Weird." Fury rubbed his eyebrows and asked, "Weirder than his sudden exoskeleton?" May handed the information in her hand to Fury and said, "There are 3 vehicles in the convoy escorting the supernatural person. Among them, the sealed car holding the supernatural person is in the middle of the team. For soldiers who were in the carriage disappeared together. The people at the base found no signs of fighting after inspecting the sealed car, and during the escort, the monitoring of the rear car of the sealed car showed that the vehicle holding the supernatural person was silent, and even a bit of turbulence did not occur. The saddest thing is that we haven't even collected the DNA of the supernatural beings." Fury flipped over the data in front of him and said, "That is to say, we only collect data when the supernatural person is still in the normal range." "Yes, sir. This news is really bad enough." Fury took a deep breath, closed the information, and threw it on the desktop. What he wants to know is when and where the other party became a supernatural person. Obviously, the pile of information in front of him can't give him an answer. In addition, he can check the information at any time, so there is no need to waste it here. Time is up. After taking a sip of the drink, Fury said, "Now tell me the good news so that I can have a good mood to take home before work." May looked around and whispered, "I'm afraid you are still a long time away from work. I have tracked Austin's whereabouts. He is now driving a motorhome on the highway and looks like he is about to leave New York." Fury stood up and motioned for May to leave the restaurant with herself and said, "This is good news? It's good news that I'm going to work overtime? By the way, you said that my belly ordered fried peanuts for takeaway." Seeing May Tan nodded, Fury, who had not walked out of the restaurant, suddenly said to Phil Coulson, who was standing at the door as a doorman. "Help me buy some fried peanuts, sweet and sour pork ribs, and white-cut chicken." "May, I know the turkey black-bone chicken. But what kind of chicken is the white-cut chicken?" On the side, May, who had amazing cooking skills, said in a slightly uncertain tone, "Sir, white-cut chicken is chicken cooked in boiled water." After thinking about it, May added, "And these dishes are all wuxia dishes. Wine and food." Fury nodded, expressing that he couldn't understand the taste of chicken cooked in plain water, and turned to ask Phil Coulson, "Understood?" Phil Coulson smiled and nodded and said, "Buying some beer?" "Yes," Fury said to Phil Coulson as he opened the door to signal May to get into the car and check the pistol in the holster. "I want to talk to my old friend about his future life plans." May was a little puzzled. From Fury's words, she knew that she was going to intercept Austin, but Fury even said that she needed to keep the other party's whereabouts secret. What was the matter if she brought herself? Does Fury want to be a waiter, or will the ears stay at home and can only watch the pourer who Fury and Austin are drinking and chatting with beer bottles? May sat in the driver's seat to start the car and smiled faintly. "Sir, I'm not a traitor." Fury, who was sitting in the passenger seat, rolled his eyes at May. He definitely knew that May was joking. May was not a powerful but simple agent. He was a well-known player in the game, but for the sake of safety, Fury still reminded, "The bullet is best loaded. I don't want to receive any bad news." "Bad news? Does it mean that I will sacrifice?" May glanced at Fury and said solemnly, "Sir, are you sure it is necessary? The surveillance screen shows that there is only one person in Austin, or a man who is not strong and has a small belly. If I can, I would like to call an army to support." Fury pointed to his blindfold and sneered, "Although there are some things I can't tell you, but I remind you, you are a man with a small belly in your mouth. Well informed, it hasn't seen it with his own eyes before." May, who stepped on the gas pedal, tilted her head and muttered, "I thought he blinded your eyes. You want him to avenge me and ask me to do military support. I'm thinking about how much I will be paid." Fury took out a folded paper from his pocket and spread it out in his hand and said casually, "Tell me how much you want to pay. This task is a semi-public and semi-private thing. Maybe I can pay you." Although May held the steering wheel in both hands and almost stepped on the accelerator under her feet, her excellent driving skills allowed her to glance at the paper in Fury's hand. When she saw the picture of Austin on the paper, as well as Austin's wuxia name and some basic information, May was a little surprised and joked, "Sir, is this guy worthy of your information with you? Couldn't it be Austin who robbed your girlfriend?" "It would be easy if I grabbed my girlfriend." Fury finished reading the information, put the paper back in his jacket pocket, raised his right hand to simulate the shooting action, and said, "I paid for the bullets out of my pocket and gave Austin a free shot." May raised her brows. "I'm wondering whether to get out of the car. It's probably not easy." Fury changed to a comfortable sitting position and said, "Look at Luck. When we worked with Austin before, we got along pretty well." May squinted her eyes. Although Fury didn't say much, she still heard some basic information, such as Austin is a dangerous man. Fury carried Austin's information with him because Fury couldn't find the matching suspicious points in the information. This is very telling. Is the person who can deal with Fury and let Fury be deflated is the average person shown in the information? Who believes and who is a fool? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. On a highway in New York. Don't ask where it is or what kind of highway it is. Leong said he didn't know. He just drove along the road with the least traffic to the suburbs. As for where he was going, he hadn't decided yet. Perhaps it is to find a beautiful place to digest the gains of these several journeys, such as practicing the spells on the Key of Solomon, or practicing the dark spells modified by Ancient One, or finding a place where no one is inhabited by birds. Interrogate the devil in the lower scroll to see if you can blackmail the devil's spell. Leong hummed a song without a note in the tune, parked the RV in the gas station on the side of the road, picked up the shoulder bag in the passenger seat, and walked into the convenience store of the gas station. No way. Leong left the restaurant in Chinatown without having lunch, and now he feels panicked with hunger after running out of New York City. If there is no food in the convenience store here, He opens the portal to a place called Bei Ming, where there is a creature called Kuan, and Li Feng feels that he can eat one at a time without any seasoning. The raw swallow. Just when Li Feng entered the convenience store and ate like a hungry ghost, he drove the car out of the plane and looked like May, and finally saw the RV stopped at the gas station. May pointed to the RV and asked, "Sir, what do you do now?" Fury pushed the car door, pointed at the communicator in the cochlea while adjusting his collar, and said, "You are ready to respond in the car, and if something is wrong, you will immediately contact the Bureau and ask them to send fighter jets to support, and if necessary, from the air. Hit Austin." May was stunned, and when he pulled out the pistol, the corners of his mouth twitched and said, "Sir, what you said is a bit exaggerated, but also fighters. Why don't you say that you send tank troops to support?" Fury turned his head to look at May, curled his mouth, and said, "If necessary, you can contact the tank unit." "May, I didn't do it like that. It makes me feel like a world war is about to break out." Fury, no matter what May thinks, he only knows that if Austin is really an alien, or an alien with an intrusive mind, then there's a real possibility of a war, or a star-level war. Don't talk about tanks then. Nuclear weapons are thrown as hard as dumplings. Walking straight to the front of the RV, Fury skillfully opened the door with a pin, got into the car on his own, and quietly waited for Li Feng to return. At the moment, the dining table in front of Li Feng was in a mess. Before he left, Li Feng was still burping, carrying a box of canned beer and returning to the car, preparing to get a chicken or rabbit at night for a barbecue. Opening the car door, Li Feng dropped the beer and shoulder bag in the passenger seat. Before starting the car, Li Feng felt a pistol on the back of his head. Li Feng quietly mobilized his mana to do a good job of protection, and looked through the rearview mirror to see which one did not have eyes that dared to rob a magician. In the rearview mirror, Fury raised his pistol and said with a faint smile, "It's been a long time since I saw Austin. Mr. Greenskin asked me to greet you for him." When Li Feng knew that Fury was pointing the gun at him, he heaved a sigh of relief. He stretched out his right hand and raised his middle finger to Fury. He said, "You can keep your hand steady. Wouldn't I be wronged if I wiped the gun and misfire?" Li Feng understood that Fury was talking about greenskins to himself, but he was afraid that he was not the Austin he saw at the first time. He also said with a faint smile, "Which greenskin is in your mouth? I know a lot of greenskins." Speaking of the greenskin that impressed me the most was the one that used a hammer screwdriver to modify an airplane. I remember you said that he deserves to be engaged in scientific research. Hearing this, Fury knew that he had not found the wrong person, but he didn't want to put down the pistol easily. He took out the handcuffs from his back and motioned to Li Feng to put it on himself, and said, "When I asked about your identity, I said it's not the time. Now it should be. It's time to tell me who you are." Li Feng took the handcuffs, hung the handcuffs on the rearview mirror, and said, "You are so kind. Come on." He also gave the pair of silver bracelets. "I will accept them without any kind of courtesy." Seeing that Li Feng used the excuse that he was too lazy to complain, Fury pushed Li Feng's head with a pistol and said, "Please answer my question. As for the gift, I really prepared it for you, but he is still on the way." Li Feng turned his head to look at Fury in surprise. Just now, what he heard Li Feng, who suspected his auditory hallucinations, raise his ears and said in an uncertain tone, "You said you prepared a gift for me?" Seeing Fury nodded, Li Feng shook his head subconsciously and said, "I remember Fury was a guy who opened his mouth when he saw a good thing, so he couldn't give me a gift. Who are you? Why do you pretend to be a non-chief?" "Yes, sir." Fury's eyes twitched. Although he knew that Li Feng was joking, he didn't know why. He felt that his right hand holding the gun was not under his control, and his right hand seemed to have his own thoughts. It wanted to pull the trigger. Fury gritted his teeth and said, "I am Fury, and Talos asked me to greet him. I still can't believe it." While speaking, Li Feng looked up at the sun in the sky through the windshield, determined that the sun in the sky was hanging to the west in the afternoon, rubbed his eyes and said, "Or am I dreaming? Is it morning? Has the sun risen from the west?" Through Fury's communicator, May also heard what Li Feng said. She can now be sure that Fury and Austin are very familiar. After all, people who are unfamiliar really don't know the character of her chief Stingy, But at the same time, she is also very confused because he knows. I heard Fury asking what was Austin's identity when he arrived. What's happening here? Is Austin serving a secret force, and Fury wants to figure out Austin's identity? But Fury said that the expression when sending the fighter plane was not like a joke. May feels a bit headache. Although analyzing useful information from a few words is a basic operation of an agent, she said that she has a headache and can't analyze any information. Speaking of gifts, Leong ignored the pistol in the back of his head and pulled out a mobile USB flash drive that was suspected of being soaked in strong acid from his shoulder bag and said, "I have a gift for you two." Fury looked at the mobile USB flash drive with file size in Leong's hand, squinted his eyes, and asked, "I don't see that your sloppy ghost also has high-tech gadgets." "It won't be." Fury pointed to the sky and said, "Bring the stuff outside." Fury knows that mobile USB flash drives have not been popular in the market for long. Anyway, you would not believe what high-tech Lee Summit, who belongs to the Earthlings, is playing, so 80% of them were brought by the alien Austin from the aliens. Of private goods, Leong blinked inexplicably, then realized that outside refers to space, and said silently, "You don't think I'm an alien, do you?" Rolling his eyes at Fury, Leong pinched his cheek and said, "This is the original skin of the Earth. It is 100% pure and natural, with no additives and no modification." Fury was worried that Leong would say anything like the Kree, and quickly turned off the communicator in the cochlea and said, "Since you're a natural human being on Earth, please tell me how you returned to the ground from the orbit of the Earth. Don't tell me you jumped straight down." Leong shrugged and threw the mobile USB flash drive in his hand to Fury and said, "Then I will fall into a meatloaf, the one that is steamed directly on the pot." Turning his eyes to the communicator crushed by Fury, Leong looked at May sitting in the car and said, "You are bold enough. As the director, you don't let the agent come, but come to see me in person. I should feeling fortunate for Sansheng, or worried that a sniper is aiming at my forehead somewhere I can't see." Director? Although I want to take the seat of director, I am not yet. Fury took the USB flash drive and looked at it and asked, "Is it soaked in sulfuric acid, or is it corroded by your bad breath in your mouth?" Leong scratched his head. "This thing has really stayed in my mouth. In order to test whether the ordinary wrapped in mana can be carried through. Am I easy? This is the experimental data of a certain scientific madman resurrecting a corpse. There are instructions for foolish operations. As long as you can repair the USB flash drive, you can resurrect anyone's corpse, but he has some minor side effects. The resurrected corpse is similar. A patient with amnesia, the kind who forgets whether he is a man or a woman." Fury stared at Leong with a single eye, shook the USB flash drive in his hand, and sneered, "If the data in it is as you said, I'm sure you are an alien resurrecting the corpse. You might as well say the tattered inside. Data is the secret of becoming a god. It can't be repaired anyway if it is corroded like this. It's not as you say it. Don't believe it." Leong ignored the pistol in Fury's hand, got up and walked straight to the locker of the RV, blocking Fury's sight with his body, took out the Matchbox file-size magic book from his pocket, and placed it in the locker after zooming in. Out. Turning and walking in front of Fury, Leong turned the magic book to a page that recorded Frankenstein's experiment notes, pointed to the text, and said, "This is a written record. It depends on whether you can understand it." Also, Leong pointed to the pistol helplessly and said, "Can you stop pointing your gun at me all day? You don't know if you look upset." Fury glanced at Leong. He was also a senior agent at any rate. He thought he could tell that Leong was not afraid of pistols. After thinking about it, he looked at the magic book when he put the pistol away. Fury can still tell whether the experimental notes are nonsense or reliable. Just a quick glance, the caravan door was suddenly opened. May raised his pistol and aimed at Leong, cast his eyes to Fury, and asked after making sure that Fury had no appearance and was not injured. Said, "Sir, are you all right?" After all, the non-chief here just put the gun away, and another person who aimed at me with a gun appeared on the other side. I was so bullied. Before Leong spoke, Fury looked down at the magic book, stretched out his hand to signal May to put away the pistol and said in a serious tone, "Melinda, let Phil Coulson bring some medical experts. The sooner the better." May glanced suspiciously at Fury. Fury usually calls Roar himself May, and only calls himself Melinda during urgent or important tasks. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, May put away her pistol, took out her cell phone to make a call, and said, "Outside the RV." After May hung up the phone, Fury ordered no one to approach the RV without his permission. May is very curious about the relationship between Fury and Li Feng, saying that they are friends. Then Fury reminded that if something is wrong, it is called support. It is unreasonable to say that it is an enemy. Didn't you see Fury come to see Li Feng alone, or no Li Feng? In the case of a dangerous person, only bring a small pistol to meet. But curiosity belongs to curiosity. As an agent, May still has the basic qualities, standing firmly in her position, holding guns in both hands. Her eyes scan the surrounding environment like a lioness hunting. Definitely, if that has erected the ears that are always ready to eavesdrop are not so obvious, even better. Li Feng took a sip from time to time with a bottle of beer. After reading the notes of the resurrected corpse boredly, Fury, who was still competing with the magic book, said in his heart, "It's my magic book anyway. You can see it without my permission. Content that has nothing to do with the resurrected corpse is strange." Fury is also ranting in his heart now. "A book 10 centimeters thick, apart from the content you opened, I can't even turn the pages of the book. I dare to say you are with this unknown technology, produced by the original ecology of the Earth. You can simply say that the name of your home planet is the same as the name of the Earth." For a long time, I couldn't figure out that Fury, who opened the next page like this, closed a magic book and handed it to Li Feng, picked up a bottle of beer and said, "I'm very curious. How did you find this content? Or is it from you?" Fury glanced at May outside the car. He didn't want to say that May knew that there were aliens on the Earth. He lowered his voice and continued, "The souvenirs brought from your hometown?" Li Feng was a little speechless. He felt that Fury's brain had a pitfall or something. For what reason he was considered an alien? He didn't believe that Fury hadn't looked for his information since he separated from Fury last time. His information clearly told him. Everyone, he is a native of the Earth. You are a blue-skinned and green-skinned alien. No, you are a black-skinned alien, right? When I was wondering whether to tell Fury that he was actually a magician, Li Feng suddenly realized that Fury has repeatedly emphasized that he is an alien and seems to be trying to conceal his identity. As long as he feels bored, just say something. Fury can judge what. If he admits to be an alien, there is nothing to say. Fury has to consider nothing more than imprisonment or dissolution. If you don't admit it, then, as Fury asked, where did these techniques for resurrecting corpses come from? After all, in the information Fury investigated, there was no information on Li Feng's exposure to this type of technology. If Li Feng wants to explain clearly, either truthfully tell the secret that he can go through, or make up an excuse to convince Fury. It is not so easy to make up a lie that can fool an agent leader. Thinking of this, Li Feng put down the beer in his hand and sneered. "How do I feel that there is something in your words? So many questions are ambushes every time you ask." Fury knew that Li Feng had vigilance in his heart, and he was unlikely to ask any useful information. However, the resurrection technique that Li Feng has given him is enough for him to digest for a while, and it also proves that Li Feng is indeed not malicious. Thinking of this, Fury got up and got himself a bottle of beer. After sitting back opposite Li Feng, while looking at the scenery outside the car window, he asked in a low voice, "Tell me about the equipment of those Kree people. What have you researched?" Li Feng smiled and said, "Do you have an occupational disease? No matter if I answer yes or I haven't researched anything, you can be sure that I have Kree equipment in my hand. That is to say, you admitted that you took the Kree's equipment on the cruise ship before." Fury changed a comfortable position, cocked Erlang's legs, took a sip of beer, and asked curiously, "I was curious about how you would we will not sell alien weapons on the black market. But after my investigation, I found that there are no suspected alien weapons on the black market." Fury pointed to the magic book that could not be opened and said quietly, "I think you need to rely on fingerprints and passwords to open this book." I don't believe that you have this kind of technology in the ordinary information, so I was thinking, do you have a scientific research institution behind you? And you're a scientific researcher. Li Feng shook his head and smiled. Do you think I'm like a scientific researcher? Fury spread his hands. Then how do you explain that non-scientists can wander around with these materials? If you are combatants, you should be armed with weapons. Only scientific researchers will take the materials and prepare to go home to continue research. Fury leaned in front of Li Feng, and Li Feng subconsciously leaned back, trying to stay away from the black face who was less than 20 centimeters away from him. Fury grinned and said, "Or do you have the identity of a commercial spy? You stole this book from a certain laboratory, and you only unlocked the page about the resurrected corpse? Maybe we can cooperate. You can talk about this book. The source of the book, I sent my elite troops to get the password to open other book pages." Li Feng scratched his eyebrows. He felt tired. Fury hid mystery every time he asked questions. No matter what he answered, he could find some clues. Just like now, Li Feng said that the magic book is his own. No fingerprints or passwords are needed to turn the book. Fury will definitely not believe it unless he asks Li Feng to explain how to open the magic book and let him see the contents. If the magic book is not his own, how should Li Feng explain it? Are you really making yourself a commercial espionage? If you want to deceive someone, you must first deceive yourself, especially the agent leader. Li Feng doesn't think he has such an ability, so don't say that Fury will not believe it. Even Li Feng himself does not believe it. Simply, Li Feng ignored Fury's question, drank beer on his own, looked at the distant scenery, and used practical actions to show his attitude. Fury saw Li Feng's plan, but he was not in a hurry. After all, Li Feng was in front of him, and he believed that Li Feng could not escape. It's just that Li Feng's attitude made him a little uncomfortable. If it weren't for the kindness shown before Li Feng, he would be ready to subdue Li Feng now and return to the game to slowly unlock the secrets of the magic book. It doesn't matter if you can't subdue Li Feng, how much you can take out Li Feng's specific strength. But before that, Fury needs to determine whether the resurrection of the corpse is true. If it is true, he needs to contact an electronic expert to find a way to repair the broken mobile U-disc. If it is a fake, take it away after subduing Li Feng. It's that simple. As time passed, when Li Feng was lying on the table and about to fall asleep, he vaguely heard the roar of helicopters in the air. Fury, who had been pretending to take a nap with his eyes closed, also heard the noise of the helicopter in the air. He stood up and stretched while looking through the car window to Phil Coulson, who got off the helicopter. Seeing Phil Coulson holding a food bag and beer, Fury pushed Li Feng, who also pretended to take a nap, and said, "Your order has arrived. By the way, the helicopter is delivered to you. This is the first time I have seen you. You ordered this takeaway. It's worth it." Li Feng turned to look at the takeaway. Phil Coulson scratched his head and asked, "Takeaway? When did I order it?" Fury opened the car door and motioned to Phil Coulson to get into the car with a white man in a white coat who was suspected of being a doctor. He said to Li Feng, "May told me that you were going to enjoy a delicious lunch in the restaurant, but unfortunately the restaurant was out of order. Accidentally, your delicious lunchtime was soaked up, so I asked my capable man to help you repack a delicacy." After speaking, Fury motioned to Phil Coulson to pass the food bag to Li Feng. Li Feng took the food bag and opened his eyes, then looked at the faintly visible Mediterranean hairline on top of Phil Coulson's head and said, "Thank you, buddy. Working under this non-chief must be under a lot of pressure. Remember to take good care of your hair." "Non-chief?" Phil Coulson glanced at Fury. No one could call it non, except for Fury. However, Fury is also an officer. Phil Coulson dare not say anything. Smiling at Li Feng to express his kindness, Phil Coulson pointed to the doctor sideways and said, "Sir, this is Dr. Owen. He has a doctorate in biology, and..." Fury doesn't want to know what education level Owen is now. He just wants to know whether the resurrected corpse is Li Feng's nonsense or whether it's true. The living corpse was enough to keep him busy for a while. Fury interrupted Phil Coulson's introduction. "Hello, Dr. Owen. I need your insight to help me analyze some medical knowledge." While talking, Fury picked up the magic book on the table prepared to open it, and handed it to Owen. Unfortunately, the magic book was like a model book that couldn't be opened. No matter how much Fury increased his strength, he couldn't open it. Reluctantly, Fury could only look at Li Feng and use his eyes to signal Li Feng to open the magic book. At the same time, he was also delivering the message, "I'm curious how you open the book." Li Feng shrugged and said that he didn't want to talk about the shape of the book. He opened the book and handed it to Owen, indicating that Owen could sit down and read slowly. Fury doesn't want Phil Coulson to know too much for the time being. When Li Feng opened the magic book, he put his body in front of the book and faced Phil Coulson with his back to Li Feng. He blinked inexplicably and said, "You and May are on guard. Let May rest." Phil Coulson looked at Li Feng curiously, nodded and said, "Yes, sir." Stepping out of the RV, Phil Coulson, with his back to the RV, blinked at May and said, "Hi, May, the sir let you rest." May Seconds understood what Phil Coulson wanted to express and said blankly, "Okay, then I will work hard for you. If you need to call me anytime, I will rest in the car." After speaking, May walked towards her car from the rear of the RV and returned to the car. May took out a bottle of mineral water from the back box and looked at the RV while drinking. She made sure that Li Feng in the RV had not noticed herself. A locator slapped file size was taken out from the corner of the trunk. Carrying a bottle of mineral water, May walked towards Phil Coulson from the back of the RV, as if she was just about to pass the mineral water in her hand to Phil Coulson. It's just that when May walked to the RV exhaust pipe, she seemed to feel that the laces of her shoes were a little loose. She squatted down and tied the laces and looked around. Seeing that there were no people around, May quickly put the locator adsorbent on the chassis of the RV and got up and walked towards Phil. Coulson handed the mineral water in his hand to the other party. In the beginning, Owen didn't care about the content of the book when he took over the magic book. Doctors are high-income people in the United States, so he has enough money to satisfy his little hobbies, such as collecting old antiques. In addition, Owen also has a cooperative relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D. There are more sources of antiques. Therefore, when Owen took over the magic book, he judged that the pages contained the breadth of history. In addition, Phil Coulson apparently needed a medical expert when he picked up Irving. So Irving has reason to believe that the content Fury showed him was some ancient medical treatment. But needless to say how the ancient medical level was and what to see. Just say, due to the rapid development of science and technology in modern times, some medical concepts have been judged as ineffective treatments. Irving thinks that the most reliable guess is nothing more than some medical ideas limited by the technology of the times. Unless a local tyrant uses this antique book that can be placed in a museum to record the most advanced medical knowledge. So Owen is more interested in the magic book than the content in the book. Fury saw that Irving's attention was all on the material of the magic book and had to cough, reminding Irving to turn his attention to the text. Regarding Fury, who interrupted his appreciation of antiques, Irving said that because director Alexander Pierce is interested in this mission, let's take a look for you. As Owen looked at the content carefully, he began to mutter, "This is impossible. This is not right," and other words. In Li Feng's eyes, Owen at the moment is like a mentally ill person who needs his hands to locate the text to be read. Fury could see that Owen was yelling that it was impossible, but his incredible expression told him that the USB flash drive given by Li Feng needed to be repaired. Until night fell, Owen, who untied his tie and immersed himself in reading, wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead and raised his head to ask Fury for a bottle of water. After Irving drank the whole bottle of water, Fury couldn't wait to ask, "Mr. Irving, I think you can replicate the experiment of resurrecting the corpse?" Owen looked at the magic book and sighed. From the content of the book, the experiment of resurrecting the corpse has been completed, and I saw the content of the resurrection of the corpse with an electric eel, indicating that this experiment has some thought since then. So when I finish digesting my knowledge, I will not only be able to replicate this experiment, but also improve it in many places to make the resurrected body stronger. Strong. Fury squinted his eyes and asked curiously, "How can ability increase after being resurrected?" Owen nodded, raised his arm, motioned Fury to look at his biceps, and said, Human muscles are controlled by the brain. Even after professional training, the brain nerves stimulate the muscles to stimulate potential energy. To achieve greater speed, the strength is only 30% to 40%, but the resurrected corpses are not controlled by the brain. After training, they can exert 100% of their muscle power. Fury looked at Li Feng subconsciously. He wanted to ask Li Feng how many Supermans were resurrected in this way, where they were distributed, and whether they would have any impact on society. Li Feng saw Fury's concern and smiled. There are some things you like to think too much about. I tell you very clearly that no one has been resurrected so far. So you just put your heart in your stomach, and you remember what I said. Are there any side effects of this experiment? Fury and Owen sneered at the same time. What Fury thought was that since he knew the side effects of the resurrection of the corpse, was it interesting to say that no one was resurrected? And Owen knew that Li Feng was lying by reading the contents of the magic book. The contents of the book had clearly told him that the doctor named Frankenstein had resurrected a corpse from scraps of internal organs. At least one. Owen was thinking about how to report to peers, frowning and thinking about the side effects in Li Feng's mouth. At least he could not find a record of the side effects in the book. Maybe I should secretly experiment? Fury leaned a lot of Li Feng up and down and said, listening to what you mean, it seems that I don't want to spread the technology of resurrection. This is resurrection. Don't you know how crazy the world will be when you know that you have this technology? As long as you help them resurrect. Family, money, and status are your fingertips. Li Feng definitely knows how fragrant the resurrection technology is. Nothing else. As long as he resurrects all the American presidents lying in the cemetery as a backer, he will not only dare not care about file size anywhere in the White House, but he will also pee for Li Feng. The distance and applaud. As for these presidents who have no souls and no memories, do you think Li Summit said it? And if there is no soul, who would believe it? This is a world where science is popular, and the soul does not exist. In addition, people are always dying, and when they belch, they have to rely on Li Feng's technology to resurrect. Didn't you see all the presidents crawling out of the cemetery to take family portraits? They dare to offend Li Feng. Now that Fury has determined that the experiment of resurrecting the corpse is feasible, not wanting to let outsiders know that he has Li Feng too much, he raised his right hand with a complicated face and snapped his fingers lightly. Fury quickly drew his gun at Li Feng when Li Feng's expression changed. Until he saw that Li Feng was just snapping his fingers, Fury hesitation prepared to take the gun back into the holster, and said with no apology on his face, "Sorry, I don't know. Your specific identity, only knowing that you can deal with the elite Kree squad, makes me a little nervous." Li Feng, who had finished casting the spell, rolled his eyes and said, "Don't ask me questions about my identity at this time. Have you not felt my obvious kindness? You're still nervous. I think you should go to see a doctor. Do you have a nerve system in your body?" After speaking, Li Feng turned his head to look at Owen, who was hit by the seduction spell, and asked straightforwardly, "Mr. Owen, are you HYDRA?" Fury was stunned. Just when he wanted to raise his gun and ask Li Feng about HYDRA, he heard Owen say, "Yes." Mudun. Fury subconsciously rushed to Owen. At this time, Fury noticed that Owen's motionless eyes were confused and dull. Is this? Did you snap at hypnotic ability just now? Fury feels incredible. There is no foreplay and no tools, just a snapping finger, which gives an adult to hypnotic ability. So Austin is a supernatural person, and his ability is hypnotic ability. Was an elite fighter of the Kree killed only by hypnotic ability on the cruise ship? Li Feng heard Owen's answer and let out a long breath. Yes, hypnotic ability. I was thinking, if Owen is an ordinary person, what should I do with him to prevent the resurrection of the corpse from leaking? Now it's fine since Mr. Owen is from HYDRA. You want him to shut up obediently. Fury stared at Li Feng. He had thought that Li Feng was an alien with various high-tech equipment, or could easily defeat 7 or 8 brawny men with astonishing force. He also thought that Li Feng is a supernatural person who can breathe flames or something. But he never thought that Li Feng's ability was hypnotic ability. Hypnotic ability, it's more troublesome than spitting flames. If you are accidentally controlled by Austin, it is very difficult to determine who is controlled by him. What's more terrible is that Austin's ability has nothing to do with the resurrected corpse. It's just that this antique book can say that the resurrection of the corpse took place more than 200 years ago, but the USB flash drive is definitely a product of now, so the method of resurrecting the corpse can only be obtained from somewhere by Austin. While raising Li Feng's danger level, Fury also sorted out many questions in his mind, such as Austin's true identity, who he was working for, and so on. Fury, who has determined to subdue Li Feng and bring it back to S.H.I.E.L.D. for careful interrogation, even thinks about the question of who should be sent to monitor in the future, even if he evaluates that Li Feng's abilities will not get out of control and agrees to return to life in society. After all, a snap is hypnotic ability. The ability is a headache who knows that Li Summit will not give the inspectors to hypnotic ability. Seeing Fury handcuffed Owen expressionlessly, Li Feng curled his lips in disdain. He guessed Fury's plan. After all, this guy is a ruthless person who can stare at himself in the shower. 9. Fury opened the car door and prepared to ask Phil Coulson to bring Owen back to S.H.I.E.L.D., but he did not expect that Li Feng suddenly kicked himself off the RV. Before Fury took a gun, he heard Li Feng say, "I'm going to sleep. I hate people watching when I sleep, so please leave meticulously. If you have anything to say tomorrow, and also keep the little things in your pocket, but don't let me see the streets all day long." Patience with amnesia. The kicked Fury only wondered if Li Feng was about to escape, just like disappearing inexplicably while on a cruise ship. He took out his pistol and looked at Li Feng's palm firmly with one eye, in case Li Feng suddenly snapped his finger a hypnotic ability and said, "For the sake of saving me before you, and the good we get along with, as long as you and me, when you return to the game, record your ability on the list, and I promise you will not be harmed." Li Feng sneered, then closed the door of the car and said, "The sky is big. The sleep is the biggest. What will I say tomorrow?" After speaking, Li Feng opened the roof of the car, ignoring Fury, who was still knocking on the door, carrying 2 bottles of beer bought by Phil Coulson and chicken with peanuts, climbed onto the roof, enjoying a bite of peanuts and chicken. Phil Coulson glanced at Li Feng sitting on the roof of the car and whispered to Fury, "Sir, what do you do now? Mr. Austin is obviously not malicious, and we can't easily use lethal weapons." Fury yelled at Li Feng in an angry voice, "Eating the food I bought still breathes me, so I can only watch but not drink. What about your conscience?" Li Feng didn't even look at Fury at first, saying so much, "It's nothing more than afraid that I will run away and want to squat on the roof of the car to watch me closely. I blame you." Although Fury thinks he is climbing RV, this is a trivial matter to him who is agile. But in order to prevent Li Feng from being inexplicably hypnotic ability, Fury thought for a while and finally let May drive the car in front of the RV, blocking the RV to prevent Li Feng from leaving. After waiting for the support to come and forcibly take Li Feng away. Li Feng is not stupid. He will stay where he is waiting to be caught. So when Fury and Phil Coulson are a little away from the RV, they quietly open the portal. With the unbelievable gazes of the Fury trio, an orange-yellow aperture suddenly appeared under the RV, engulfing the RV in an instant. Fury looked at Li Feng, who had disappeared suddenly, patted his car door fiercely, and cursed, "Damn it." Fury walked around the place where the RV was previously parked and made sure that the RV was disappearing rather than invisible. He turned to May and asked, "Did you put the locator on the RV?" While holding the tracker in her hand, May said, "Definitely." After a while, Fury and Phil Coulson watched May tap the instrument suspiciously and muttered, "What's wrong? What's the matter?" Fury walked to May, glanced at the meridian dimension marked on the instrument, stared and said, "Afghanistan? You will not tell me that Austin, who was still in front of us just now, suddenly disappeared and appeared in Afghanistan." Bar. With a helpless look, May said, "Sir, I can only tell you. I'm pretty sure that the tracker is installed on the RV. Either the tracker is broken, or Austin is in Afghanistan." On the side, Phil Coulson hesitation, and said, "Sir, do you remember that we escorted the supernatural person with the long bones on the back during the day?" He also disappeared suddenly. Do you think Mr. Austin did it? Fury pondered for a while, then shook his head and said, I hope he didn't do it. Otherwise, the next time I meet, I will not give fried peanuts but metal peanuts. Looking at the disappearing RV, Fury touched the USB flash drive in his pocket with one hand and rubbed his eyebrows and asked, Contact the logistics and ask them to send someone to see how Austin disappeared. Phil Coulson called SHIELD and smiled and said, I look like a wormhole opened in time and space. Can you still laugh? Fury is in a terrible mood now. Leaving Austin aside, it is enough to worry about the fact that the resurrection of the corpse and Owen are HYDRA. Taking out the USB flash drive from his pocket, Fury handed the USB flash drive to Phil Coulson, while staring at Phil Coulson's eyes, and said, Fix this thing. Remember, no one can check the contents. This is level 10. Confidential information. Phil Coulson was stunned, then solemnly nodded after receiving the USB flash drive and said, Yes, sir. May glanced at the USB drive curiously, guessing if Austin gave Fury this stuff, and guessing where Austin is. Anyway, she didn't believe that anyone could suddenly run from the United States to Afghanistan in the blink of an eye. As for Leong, lying on the roof of a RV, surrounded by deserts with his brain buzzing and basking in the sun. As Leong, with a little knowledge of geography, it took him a long time to remember that he had forgotten the time difference between Afghanistan and the United States. New York was already dark, but Afghanistan is still morning. After taking a sip of the beer in his hand, Leong threw the bottle on the desert, turned over, and got into the RV, picked up the map, and prepared to find a beautiful place to organize his spells. For a long time, Leong pointed to the address on the map and silently recalled in his heart. Portland, which belongs to the western part of the United States, is near the mouth of the Willamette River into the Columbia River. Because it is close to the Pacific Ocean, it has an oceanic climate, and winter is more summer. More humid, because this climate is more suitable for growing roses. So there are many rose plantations in the city, and Portland is also known as the City of Roses. Finding a seaside with fewer people in Portland is the ideal place for me to practice spells. But before leaving Afghanistan, Leong beats around the RV while exhaling his energy. I have to check the RV. After all, where the agent leader has stayed, it is always uneasy to not check. Soon, Leong found a locator hidden under the rear of the car and threw it aside, whistling, boarding the RV, and opening the portal to Portland. After a kick of the gas, Leong had already arrived in Portland. With a portal, travel is so convenient. One day later, an armed helicopter appeared over the desert and circled the locator. Phil Coulson got off the helicopter with the tracker and walked straight to the locator. While picking up the locator, Phil Coulson also noticed the wine bottle on the ground in the distance. Phil Coulson squatted and looked at the bottle in doubt. Leong drank the wine he bought. Naturally, Phil Coulson recognized that it was the beer he bought. After thinking about it, Phil Coulson carefully filled the beer bottle into the exhibit bag. He wants to take it back for a laboratory test to see if the fingerprint on it is Leong's. Although the appearance of the locator has proved that Leong did suddenly go to Afghanistan from the United States, Phil Coulson still couldn't believe it. If Leong's fingerprints could be collected on the beer bottle, Phil Coulson said that they are in big trouble. A capable person who can hypnotic ability and can run around the world, let alone arrest, can't even monitor it. Portland, a rocky, deserted seashore. Leong parked the RV in the bush and simply disguised himself. First he stood on the roof and looked around to make sure that no one was around. Then, carrying Leonor's modified magical spell for the spell scroll, an ancient one, he walked straight into the dense forest. Open the mirror space to practice spells. Prying spells out of the devil's mouth is not an easy task. Even if Leong thinks he has angel feathers to restrain the devil, he needs to be always careful. Before unlocking the seal of the devil, Leong must first understand the magic of the devil and learn how to restrain the devil. Spells. And this study is more than half a year. In the mirror space, after half a year of understanding and practice, Leong, who believes he has mastered the magic of restraining the devil, carefully spread the scroll sealed with the devil on the ground, holding in one hand the wooden box containing the pseudo-angel feathers given by Leonor. While unlocking the seal on the scroll, the old man devil has just been freed from the seal and can't wait to perceive the existence of hell in order to restore some strength. It's a pity that the dimensions are different, let alone whether he can perceive hell. Even the perception of Duyu is different from his hometown and his impression. Moreover, based on his current strength, it is strange to perceive hell in the mirror space. Li Feng leaned on the wooden box, smiled and looked at the bewildered devil, and said, "Old man, don't be busy contacting hell. How about chatting with me to relieve boredom?" The devil glanced at the crystal walls of the space around him like uneven glass, and then at his broken hands and feet. He realized that he could not escape for the time being. And he also understands that since the opposite magician chose to seal himself instead of killing him on the spot like a demon hunter, it shows that this magician has something to ask for himself. No matter what the magician wants to get information from hell, this is all he is alive. The cost of escape. Thinking of this, the devil thought about what Li Feng wanted from him, and said, "The devil's name is very long. I won't say the full name. You can call me Dabi, my respected magician. What is your name?" Although in the warrior slaughter, the devil fights with his fists, it does not mean that the devil can't use spells. Li Feng is not sure if the devil in front of him will secretly use his birth date and name. Curse spells. Just in case, Li Feng decided to make up a name. "My name is Jerry." Dabi smiled and said, "Jerry Magician, I don't know what you have to order." While talking, Dabi wanted to sit up and secretly tune to the few mana in his body. He just had a broken hand and foot, and he couldn't sit down even though he was struggling. He could only say helplessly, "Can you help me? It is already a sin for you to give courtesy, and it is even more impolite to lie down and talk to you. I am also a demon with restraint." Li Feng can't play the mirror space like Ancient One, but he can still control every move in the mirror space. So, when the devil pretends to sit up but can't do it, Li Feng has already discovered the mana fluctuations in the devil. Putting his lips down, Li Feng opened the wooden box and sneered. "What? I still don't give up. Thinking about how to escape? You want me to get close to you and cast a spell on me?" At the moment when Li Feng opened the wooden box, Dabi already felt the energy to restrain himself. The energy emitted from the pseudo-angel feathers corroded his body quickly like strong acid. Bido rolled on the ground in pain, away from Li Feng, who was close to him, as if doing so could reduce the pain, while wailing, "Jerry, my friend, don't come over, please don't." Li Feng, holding the wooden box, glanced at the fake angel feathers and scratched his head. "Why do you look at Dabi as a little girl about to be violated? This is a bit exaggerated. I don't know why. I suddenly like to hear you wailing. It would be better if it was louder." Thinking of this, Li Feng walked into the rolling Dabi and said, "Now, are you still thinking about how to leave?" "No, I dare not," said Dabi, who had already rolled to the edge of the mirrored space, using a vocal cord that seemed to be cooked by boiling water, and said, "Master, I am willing to surrender to you and swear to be your servant." Remove the wooden box. Is there any loyalty to the devil's surrender? So Li Feng directly regarded Dabi's oath as an unsmelling ***, but Li Feng still closed the wooden box, condensing the energy emitted by the feathers. He wanted the magic of the devil. And how did Dabi introduce the spell when he died? Li Feng looked at Dabi, who was scalded all over, gasping heavily, and said, "What do you use to guarantee your loyalty?" "Prison spells." Dabi looked at the wooden box in Li Feng's hands in fear and said, "I know a kind of slave contract. After signing the contract, if you think about it, my soul will be burned clean by hellfire." Li Feng's eyes lit up. He hurriedly took out a blank scroll and pen, threw it to Dabi, and said, "Now, record the spells you know on the scroll. Remember, it's all the spells." Dabi looked at Li Feng with a dumb face, raised his disabled hands, and said with a trembling corner of his mouth, "Master, what do you want me to write? Would you give me energy and let me repair my broken limb? Or I said you record spells." Without Ancient One's teaching, Li Feng would have foolishly told Dabi to recite and record the spell himself. But now, write spells yourself? Li Feng only knows that the devil has a contract. I don't know how to operate it. If W is talking about a certain contract, and Li Feng writes stupidly, won't he complete the contract? Who is the master and who is the servant at that time? As for Li Feng learning spells from the plague devil before, in the words of Ancient One, it is fateful. If the plague devil is smarter and shifts the focus of his eyes from the key of Solomon to Li Feng, he only needs to engage in the spells he teaches. A little ghost, Li Feng may have been possessed by the opponent. Regarding Dabi's suggestion to repair his broken limbs, Li Feng said that after his biased dark mana was transmitted to Dabi, it would indeed allow him to repair the broken hand. But in this way, wouldn't his mana attributes and characteristics be exposed to Dabi? In case Duobi still had any whole cards hidden, Li Feng would be a bit more dangerous. After thinking about it, Li Feng pretended to open the wooden box and threatened, "What nonsense! Write with a pen in your mouth. Otherwise, don't blame me for being polite. Don't think that there is only you in the world, and I will change to a servant." Dabi is a little confused. Write spells with your mouth? What is this operation? Among humans facing the devil, he has seen someone who thinks he can control the devil by his own intelligence, and he has also seen someone who is cautious, but he has never even seen someone like Li Feng who dare not even copy spells. Faced with the human magician who is so careful about me, the success rate of my escape plan is declining. Seeing that Li Feng was about to open the wooden box, releasing energy that was like sulfuric acid to himself, Dabi was extremely depressed and could only use the most biting pen, strenuously writing slave contract spells. Seeing that Dabi wrote worse than himself, Li Feng was secretly happy, took out the compressed biscuits from his pocket, and ate them happily. He decided, as long as people later laughed at his writing as ugly as a worm crawled over. He took out the scroll written by Dabi and let the other person see what the real worm crawling text was. "I believe the other party will bow and apologize to me. Dabi has more spells than the plague devil." In this regard, Li Feng can only say that Dabi deserves to be a scientific researcher who can understand the resurrection experiment and is a trusted and favored subordinate of Nabilis. But they have as much thoughts as spells. Occasionally glanced at the magic scroll recorded by Dabi, Li Feng sneered and pointed out a few wrong ways of casting. He said to Dabi that he was proficient in devil spells, and at the same time, he opened the wooden box and used fake angel feathers to listen to more than one paragraph. How then? Until Dabi had only one last breath, Li Feng held up the shield to prevent the irritating smell of the devil from being injured by the fake angel feathers from entering his brain, stimulating his brain not to be unnecessary and to prevent too much. Then sudden attack. I saw Li Feng squatting halfway in front of Dabi and sneered, "Do you think I don't understand the magic of the devil at all?" While speaking, Li Feng Tuor raised his right hand, and a ball of green flame suddenly rose from his palm. At a glance, Dabi was sure that this cruel green flame was the peculiar flame of the plague devil, the plague flame. In addition to being able to burn, this flame can spread like a plague. It can truly be a spark and ignite the entire grassland. It is still indestructible by ordinary water. After 2 seconds, Li Feng took a deep breath to express his anger and said viciously, "Hurry up and write me the correct spell." In fact, Li Feng can only control the plague flame for 2 seconds. The deep roar suck is for excessive mental exhaustion after casting the spell. He needs to gasp for breath, but Dabi doesn't know all this. He only knows that Li Feng does know some devil spells. If every spell has a trap, Li Feng will definitely see it, and it will inevitably be another torture. If only a few spells are interspersed with traps, it is really difficult for Li Feng to find out, but the problem is that Dabi doesn't know which devil's spells Li Feng knows. Is it possible that every trap is removed, and he really teaches Li Feng the devil spells honestly? The only certainty is that Li Feng doesn't know the slave contract spell. Maybe this is the opportunity. Before coming up with a specific way to escape, Dabi reluctantly accepted his short fate as a servant, thinking that as long as he left the space covered by glass, he would immediately return to hell, ending the fate of the servant and waiting for the next time. Make a comeback. As for the constraints of the slave contract, do you think Dobby will truthfully explain it clearly? Most of the magic spells of the devil have similarities, so Dobby is not sure whether Li Feng can see the trap of the slave contract. In the end, after Dobby's thoughts, he taught Li Feng a spell with many loopholes. These loopholes do not affect Li Feng's control of Dobby, but in the same way, Dobby can rely on these loopholes to break free of Li Feng's control at any time. The only thing Dobby didn't expect was that Li Feng had no plans to let him leave the mirror space. For the next 3 days, Dobby felt that his whole person was abolished, especially his mouth with the pen in his mouth. He had completely lost consciousness. Fortunately, he had recorded all the spells he knew on several scrolls. This kind of hard time can be its a turnaround. Putting down the pen in his mouth, Dobby looked at Li Feng, who was squatting in the corner of the mirrored space, studying the slave contract, then vaguely glanced at the wooden box beside Li Feng with a hateful look and said, "My respected Master Jerry, I've already recorded all the spells. Look, is it possible to cast slave contract spells on me?" Li Feng looked up at Dobby, then looked at the scroll on the ground, grinned, and said, "Do you want to leave the mirror space?" Dobby said without hesitation, "My respected master, as long as you perform a slave contract on me, I will be your most loyal servant. How can a noble person like you be without a caring servant? Please, allow me to stay by your side and wait for you without leaving. This is also a humble wish of mine." Li Feng. To be honest, after listening to Dobby's words, Li Feng only thinks that this guy is a talent, and this horse shoots. Comfortably, Li Feng grabbed the wooden box, smiled, and got up and walked to Dobby's side, and drew out a long knife to flatten the scroll for inspection. Li Feng used a long knife to flip through the scroll. Dobby had seen it many times in the past 3 days. He understood that this was Li Feng to prevent himself from making hands and feet on the scroll, so he did not dare to touch the scroll directly. But, are you too careful like this? Before Dobby's defamation was finished, Li Feng cut off Dobby's head with a knife in his hand. From the beginning to the end, Li Feng had never thought of making Dobby his servant, let alone letting him go. Now that he has what he wants, what reason does Li Feng have for Dobby to survive in this world? Seeing a ball of fire escaping from Dobby's body, Li Feng grinned and sneered out a spell that would completely wipe out the devil, until the soul fireball representing Dobby gradually shrank and finally extinguished. Li Feng stooped to pack the scrolls on the ground and raised his hand to open the portal to leave the mirrored space. Back in the real world, Li Feng threw the scrolls and other items on the RV, immediately took off his clothes facing the sea, and stretched his waist to do the warm-up exercise before swimming. For the past 3 days, Li Feng has been gnawing various cans and compressed biscuits every day, and the birds are almost fading out of his mouth. Not to mention studying various spells and exercising in the mirror space, which has caused the body to be slimy, the most important thing. It was the devil's stench on Dobby's body that seriously polluted the air in the mirror space. If he stayed in the mirror space for a few more days, Li Feng said that he would almost be killed by the smell of sweat on his body. Rinse it with seawater. After returning to the RV, Li Feng washed the seawater again with fresh water, put on dry clothes, and arrived in a small town after a half-hour drive. Not long after Li Feng walked into the bar, Robert put Sumpkin biscuits and other dry food in the RV. Taking advantage of the timing of placing the dry food, Robert looked up and down everything in the RV with his patrolling eyes, and even hurriedly opened the locker to look for it. "What's going on?" After a while, Robert, who had found nothing, got out of the RV, and after looking away from the bar, he hurriedly ran into his convenience store warehouse while inferring whether Li Feng would leave the town in a short time. Inside the warehouse, Robert pushed a pile of messy cardboard boxes in the corner, opened the small secret door on the wall, and picked up the secret line phone in the secret door. After pressing a few numbers, he waited for a woman's voice in the microphone. Said, "I'm Robert. Austin went to the town to buy supplies as predicted in advance." On the other end of the phone, the woman said in an inaudible voice, "Okay, I will try to get to the scene within half a day. You can hold Austin as much as possible while ensuring your own safety. By the way, you found it in his car. Is there any special equipment?" Robert smiled bitterly and said, "Sir, are you sure that there is special equipment on the Austin car? Since ordering me to move to a small town to open a convenience store, I got at his car and checked it 3 times and nothing was found. Unless you give me a chance, let me disassemble the RV into parts for inspection. Otherwise, I can't find any special equipment. Also, I'm familiar with that guy, but I'm not familiar enough. Can hold him half a day." Unfortunately, there was a busy tone on the other end of the phone before Robert finished speaking. Robert slowly put down the phone and covered the secret door with a cardboard box again in the small town. Leong was familiar with the residents to call on Roar. In the past 6 months or so, Leong would go to the small town to relax every time he practiced spells. After going back and forth, he naturally got acquainted with the residents of the small town. Residents in the small town also know this weird man who drives an RV and likes to live on an uninhabited rocky beach. They say that Leong is strange because they are curious about what Leong does. They have to know that there is no work to do on the rocky beach, and Leong, who has no income from work, will buy everything that can be stored for a long time every time he goes to a convenience store. Canned and compressed biscuits. As usual, Leong parked his RV to live in a second-floor store. The first floor was transformed into a convenience store. He picked up a bulging shoulder bag with too many spell scrolls and walked into the convenience store. It was not in front of the cashier. "Man," Leong shouted. "Robert, here is business. 2 boxes of compressed biscuits, 2 bags of flour, and all kinds of canned fruits and luncheon meat." A burly but kind-looking middle-aged uncle poked his head out from behind the cargo rack, rolled his eyes, and said, "Count the time. You should have finished the last compressed biscuits." While talking, Robert let a slightly shy, about 10-year-old mixed-race girl out of the cargo rack. Robert pushed the little girl in front of him, rubbed her hair, and smiled. "This is the little girl I adopted last month. Isn't it pretty?" Leong raised his brows and said, "If you want to arouse my idea of having a daughter, then you have succeeded. But if you continue to sell your niece as my girlfriend, don't talk about it." It is not the first time that Robert has promoted his niece to Leong, which makes Leong a little speechless. It's not that the United States is a country that likes freedom, and the slogan of free love is shouted every day. When marriage introductions are popular, it's not at all. Introduce me to a girlfriend when I understand my situation, and I am bold enough. Although I have never seen your niece, who is so ugly that you need to rely on sales to find your boyfriend. But your niece is Natasha Romanoff is enough for me to tremble. Also, I never thought about starting a family in the Marvel world, so you should save your mouth water about dating your niece. Leong squatted in front of the girl with a smile that he considered to be the most kind, and said, "Little sister, what is your name?" The little girl glanced at Robert timidly. After receiving the encouraging look from Robert, she turned to look at Leong and whispered, "Sky." "Sky." Leong felt that the name was familiar, but he didn't think much about it. He smiled and picked up a car accessories from the cargo rack, a Hawaiian doll dancing in a green grass skirt, and said, "I'm here for you." Sky looked up at Robert hopefully. It wasn't until Robert nodded that Sky took the doll with a smile and said to Leong, "This is the first time I have received a gift. I like it very much." "Thank you, Uncle." Leong got up and rubbed Sky's hair, signaled Robert to move the items he needed to buy to the RV, pointed to the bar next door, and said, "I have been busy for so long, I have to relax." Rolling his eyes, Robert rolled up his sleeves and walked towards the warehouse to move out all the dry food that Leong wanted. He laughed and cursed. "Just staying at that deserted rocky beach all day long? Are you busy watching the sunrise or busy watching the sunset? I think you are idle all day long. It is important to quickly find a job and start a family." Leong ignored Robert's scolding and said goodbye to Sky and went straight to the bar. When he walked out of the warehouse, Robert rubbed a depressed face to restore his face to a kind face, thinking about what method should be used to hold Leong without making Leong suspicious. At the same time, Robert is also very curious about who Leong is. When he received an assignment from SHIELD to open a convenience store in a small town, he only knew that Leong was a dangerous person, and he was carrying a special device that SHIELD coveted. But because of SHIELD's hierarchical management system, he still doesn't know where Leong, who is kind at first glance, is dangerous, nor can he see any device on that slightly luxurious RV. I only know that every time I contact Li Feng, I have to write a bunch of evaluation reports on Li Feng's behavior, and S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately dispatched a bunch of logistics personnel to do various checks on himself, especially the psychological assessment and hypnotic ability treatment over and under the covers. I feel that I have experienced hypnotic ability questions so many times, my soul has been sublimated, and I can ignore any hypnotic ability means. This also made him guess whether Li Feng was a humanoid, self-propelled hypnotic ability machine. After contacting him, his brain would mutate, such as becoming stupid or becoming a dementia patient. When he walked to the door, Robert glanced at Sky, who was sitting in front of the convenience store. He couldn't help but think of an idea. It was just, Austin is really a dangerous man. Will Sky be in danger if he touches him? Here Robert is still wondering whether to use Sky as an excuse to hold Li Feng, while Li Feng sitting in front of the bar feels something is not right in the bar. It's not night, so Li Feng understands that there is no one in the bar and only one customer is here, but what does it mean to smell a little bleach on the tip of his nose? Is the bar undergoing general cleaning and disinfection? The question is, apart from the smell of bleach, how can a bloody smell be explained? Hank, the bar owner, is killing chickens and cooking. I haven't heard that Americans still kill chickens by themselves. Don't the supermarkets sell them well and clean them? Could it be that Hank bought chickens from a farm today and killed them for dinner? Li Feng knocked on the bar and shouted at the kitchen door behind the bar. Hank, come out to pick up the guests. At this moment, a man with messy hair, curled cuffs, and a little blood on his collar pushed open the kitchen door and walked to Li Feng, smiling and saying, My name is Calvin, Hank's friend. He has something to go out tonight. I just came back. Do you have anything to tell me? Li Feng noticed the bulging veins on the neck of this homeless Calvin, as if he had just used stimulants in the kitchen, with an excited expression on his face. And as Calvin opened the kitchen door, Li Feng could clearly feel the bloody smell coming. Frowning, Li Feng lightly cast his right hand and brushed his eyes. This is a kind of spell he improved after studying the notes sent to him by Mordor for half a year, and Li Feng called it the Eye of Magic. The only effect of this spell is to see the spiritual body of the creature. Originally, Li Feng's Dharma Eye was mainly to identify whether humans were possessed by the devil, but after completing the Dharma Eye, it was discovered that this spell could not only see the demons hidden in the crowd, but also, as it is now, to see the Calvin spirit in front of him. The body is somewhat defective, which infers that Calvin's brain is ill, that is, the neurotic patient who is said to be murdering and not breaking the law. Li Feng turned his head and looked at the kitchen. Through his Dharma Eye, he clearly saw a human spirit lying on the ground slowly dissipating into the air. Needless to say, the one lying on the ground was the bar owner Hank. Li Feng was a little entangled. He thought, I don't know or care about whether the American law should shoot a neuropathy after killing someone. I just want to know if I'll go to jail after killing a mentally ill murderer. Calvin looked down at the blood on his body and followed Li Feng's gaze to the kitchen. Calvin seemed to see Li Feng's curiosity about the kitchen. He smiled and gestured Li Feng into the kitchen, pointing to the blood on the collar, and said, I don't think I'm killing someone. Even though I look like a murderer, I have blood on my body. Before Hank left, I asked me to cut the beef leg that had just been thawed in the kitchen into small pieces, but I clumsily used the kitchen. It's a mess. Can you help me? I'll buy you a drink then. Niu Shui, your sister, I'm blind or stupid. Li Feng smiled and got up and was about to leave the bar. He had already decided not to kill the neurotic because he couldn't commit it. Li Feng's name has been registered in S.H.I.E.L.D. Once he kills, he will surely alarm the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. At that time, he can only leave Portland and find a place to practice spells again. Secondly, Hank has died a long time ago. His relationship with Hank is not good enough to avenge him despite the exposure of his identity. After leaving the bar, he called the police anonymously and asked the police to deal with the neurotic and help Hank avenge him. Calvin kept smiling and watched Li Feng walk out of the bar motionlessly and turned back to the kitchen to deal with Hank's body. Simply drag Hank into the freezer and hide it. Calvin stood at the window, squeezing the corners of his clothes with his hands because of tension, and looked at sky in the distance through the window with happiness. As soon as Leong walked out of the bar, he heard Robert say to Leong anxiously, "Austin, can you help me see the convenience store? I have to go out in a hurry. It will take half a day." Leong walked to the public telephone booth on the side of the road, waved his hand, and said, "If you close the convenience store, you won't be able to do it. Will you starve to death if the convenience store is closed for a long time?" Robert cast a glance at Sky and thought, since this can't keep Austin, it can only be this way. Gritting his teeth, Robert walked up to Leong and said, "The problem is that I can't take Sky, but I don't worry about leaving her alone in the convenience store." Leong turned his head to look at Sky, frowning, and said, "What's the matter? Leave in such a hurry." Robert pretended to be anxious and said, "My wife was in a car accident and was rescued in the hospital. As you know, the environment in the rescue room is not easy, so I took Sky with me. I am afraid she will be frightened out of the corpse when she arrives." Negative. Leong thought for a while and felt that he was fine. It would be better to help Robert watch the kids. Although Sky was a bit shy, he was quite cute. Thinking of this, Leong nodded and said, "Yes, but I won't help you. Looking at the convenience store, I will drive Sky around in the RV and let Sky get familiar with the environment of the town by the way." Hearing Leong's words, Robert sighed in secret and said, "Sky still doesn't know that I'm leaving for a long time. I'll go to discuss with her." After speaking, Robert walked over to Sky, whispering something. Judging from the fact that Robert dared to introduce himself to his girlfriend without knowing it well, Leong felt that Robert was the kind of courageous and greasy person. So he didn't care about the behavior of Robert's adopted daughter to take care of him for a period of time. After calling the police, Leong frowned and walked to Sky. For some reason, he always felt that someone nearby was secretly observing himself. Robert squatted down in front of Sky and said apologetically, "Little Sky, Uncle Austin will take you around the town. You have to be good, and I'll be back in half a day. Then I will treat you to delicious food." Sky nodded obediently, followed Leong with a gift from Leong, and got into the RV. The scene where Robert handed Sky to Leong was clearly seen by Calvin hiding by the bar window. The raised fist of the blue veins indicated that he was angry now. Until Leong drove the RV slowly away from the convenience store, Calvin, who could not see Sky, reluctantly retracted his gaze. After venting in the bar, he took the scalpel out of his pocket and went straight to the car that had just gotten into the car. Robert, who drove out of the convenience store, said with a smile, "Hello, I have something to ask you for help." Robert didn't think much about it. When he rolled down the car window and just wanted to ask what help is needed, Calvin reached out and grabbed Robert's hair and cut through Robert's trachea and arteries with the surgery in his hand. Robert clutched the gushing wound, stared at Calvin, and seemed to want to know why Calvin wanted to kill him. Calvin pushed Robert back into the car, grinning, and said, "I know who you are. You are the murderers who snatched my daughter, and you broke my originally happy home to pieces." After finishing speaking, Calvin looked in the direction where Sky disappeared with a ruined expression and muttered, "Daisy, my dear daughter, when I finish dealing with these people who are watching you, I will pick you up." Family. Just as Leong was taking Sky around the town, a technologically sensed flying plane was on its way to the town. Inside the plane, Natasha Romanoff, with short burgundy hair, was looking down at a piece of information about Leong. Originally, this mission had nothing to do with Natasha Romanoff, but Fury took into account that Leong had no record of hurting people, so he ordered Natasha Romanoff to come and arrest people. Natasha Romanoff was still very confused when he received the task. It's just a matter of catching an individual. Are so many agents in the Bureau eating dry? Why should she make time for the task? It wasn't until the intelligence that Austin's ability was hypnotic ability, and he possessed the equipment suspected of opening a wormhole, did Natasha Romanoff understand why Fury wanted her to take over the task. The task this time is mainly about arresting people. When a deadly weapon cannot be used, it is not bad that ordinary agents cannot be hypnotic ability when they access Leong. Using remote anesthesia guns and other equipment, Fury is not sure how much measurement can fascinate Leong. So this terrible measurement of anesthetics troubles Fury. After all, in Fury's eyes, Li Feng is a supernatural person, and the physical fitness of supernatural persons is generally higher than that of ordinary people, but how much higher it has to be verified. What if the metering of anesthetics is too small and Li Feng still has the strength to activate the wormhole equipment and run away? They are not sure when and where they will appear next time they find Li Feng's figure. If the anesthetic was too much and Li Feng was shot on the spot, this would not be in line with Fury's original intention. He still wanted to recruit Li Feng to S.H.I.E.L.D. In the end, Fury felt that if he wanted to catch Li Feng alive, he could only send an agent that could resist hypnotic ability, and because Wormhole's tall technology needed to be kept secret, the level of the agent sent could not be too low. After thinking about it, Fury can only put his idea on Natasha Romanoff. Whoever let her be born as a spy was originally highly resistant to hypnotic ability. In addition, after the body was strengthened, Fury had reason to believe that Li Feng could not hypnotic ability Natasha Romanoff. As for how Natasha Romanoff subdues Li Feng, this is not within Fury's consideration. What he should consider is if Li Feng resists, what means should be used to treat Li Feng's heart shadow after Natasha Romanoff escorts Li Feng. In addition, Natasha Romanoff's agent level is not low, and she can understand the technology of contact with Wormhole and believe that she can keep it secret. On the plane, Natasha Romanoff opened a report on Li Feng's assessment and immediately saw that Li Feng likes to stay in the RV, living on the unmanned rocky beach. Natasha Romanoff curled his lips and murmured, "Is it because I like to live in a no-man's land because of my isolation, or because Austin knows that he can't control the hypnotic ability and is afraid that the residents of hypnotic ability will inadvertently harm innocent people? Considering the RV home that can move any time, I prefer Li Feng to be withdrawn, not good at communicating with people, and likes to be a home from all over the world, but it is also this kind of personality that is detached from society and likes to live in his own world, which leads him to, for human society, the disadvantages outweigh the benefits, because as long as someone provokes Austin, this guy will probably take revenge regardless of his powers. The biggest headache is, where did he get the equipment to open the wormhole? Is there such a powerful laboratory on Earth? It's his ability to not open the wormhole, right? It's not right. At least I haven't heard that the ability person has two kind of more than ability. Putting down the information, Natasha Romanoff felt a little headache. Judging from all the signs, it was strange that this Austin didn't resist when he was hunted down by himself. After taking Sky slowly around the town for a few laps, Li Feng drove hatch and parked the RV on the side of the road, took out a pack of potato chips from the locker and threw it to Sky, reaching out to get over the RV car. The bed on the wall said, "Are you sleepy? Do you have a habit of taking a nap?" Sky glanced at the bed, with a little nervousness in his heart, for fear that Li Feng was a person with a beastly heart. While looking out the car window looking for passers-by, he shook his head and said, "Thank you, Uncle, I don't want to sleep." Li Feng thought for a while, took out the handle game console from the corner and handed it to Sky, saying, "I'm a little sleepy. Let me take a nap. If you are bored, you can play games. The snacks are in the locker. What do you want to eat? Take it yourself. You can treat my RV as your own home. As long as you don't demolish my home, you can toss it as you like." Li Feng didn't know how seductive the word home in his mouth was to Sky. Since Sky's record, she has been changing adoptive parents. Sometimes for a few days or a few months, she was forced to leave. The adoptive parents' home she had just gotten acquainted with made her feel like an unwanted child. Sky was absent-mindedly playing the game, and from time to time, he quietly looked at the sleeping Li Feng. After a while, Sky, who had no intention of playing games, got up and fumbled around in the RV, dreaming from time to time that if he had an RV that could shelter from the wind and rain, it would be so good, even if one day the whole world would not want her. She will also have a car of her own. Li Feng didn't know, because of his unintentional words. Vibe, who lived in a truck in the future and hacked into the S.H.I.E.L.D. database with a laptop, was traveling around in a second-hand RV when he was caught by Phil Coulson. I don't know what Sky's expression looks like when he is turning into a vibe woman in the future, driving Li Feng's current RV and calling Uncle Li Feng. On the other side, an airplane full of high-tech appearance landed on the outskirts of the town. After Natasha Romanoff checked the equipment he was carrying, he walked off the airplane wearing casual clothes with an expression of, "I'm here for vacation." Before reaching Robert's convenience store, as if full of curiosity about the town, Natasha Romanoff, who was looking around, frowned and looked at the police car in the distance. Feeling something was wrong, Natasha Romanoff sat in a cafe like walking tired. After ordering a cup of coffee, he deliberately lowered his collar a little and curiously asked the barman, "What happened in the town?" "Me? Seeing a lot of police cars. I came to travel to relax, but I don't want to ruin my travel plan because of something." The waiter looked at the police car in the distance, and then looked at Natasha Romanoff with a curious look. Perhaps it was the effect of the beauty halo. The waiter looked at Natasha Romanoff's collar vaguely and whispered, "It seems to be in a small town. There was a perverted murderer who killed the bar owner and convenience store owner in one day. If you feel scared, I can protect you." After speaking, the male waiter blinked his eyes and embroidered the muscles, indicating that he is caring and strong and can give Natasha Romanoff a sense of security. Does Natasha Romanoff need protection? It's not funny. Natasha Romanoff got up suddenly, pretending to remember something suddenly, smiled, and hurriedly left the cafe after saying goodbye to the waiter. Going to a corner, Natasha Romanoff took out his mobile phone and dialed the number. After Fury's voice came from the microphone, he said, "Sir, Robert is killed. Will the mission continue?" On the other side of the phone, Fury's voice be *******G on the computer, said in a slightly surprised tone. "The task is changed, and the safety of Robert's adopted daughter is the priority. Check who did it while ensuring the safety of the little girl, if necessary. Let Austin help. Just say you were mine. What did you find? Regardless of the supernatural person and the suspected wormhole, protect the little girl first?" With some uncertainty, Natasha Romanoff asked, "Sir, are you really talking about the adopted daughter and not Robert's family? Or is there something special about this adopted daughter?" Fury, sitting in front of the computer, stared at the sky profile he had just found, took a deep breath, and said quietly, "Natasha Romanoff, it's not good to know too much." In fact, Fury didn't know why Sky's information appeared in the SHIELD database. He asked Natasha Romanoff to change tasks out of intuition. Natasha Romanoff shrugged and said, "Well, I still understand hierarchical management. It seems that my level is not enough. You are the chief, and you are in charge. The task is changed to protect Robert's adopted daughter." After speaking, Natasha Romanoff put down the phone, took out Shield's ID, and walked to the policemen surrounding Robert's car. The prerequisite to protect Sky is to find Sky. Is there any way to find Sky faster than by asking the police woolen cloth? Walking to the police, Natasha Romanoff reported a list of unit names that made the police dizzy while looking at Robert lying in the car, and asked, "Did you see a little girl when you came?" The police returned the SHIELD ID to Natasha Romanoff and said, "Are you asking about the little girl Robert had just adopted? Someone saw her getting into the car of the RV weirdo." The RV weirdo? Natasha Romanoff was stunned, and then it occurred to him that the police was referring to Austin. Suddenly, Natasha Romanoff felt something was wrong and asked, "Can you be sure that Robert was not killed by the RV weir?" The policeman smiled and pointed to the camera at the entrance of the convenience store and said, "We are sure that Robert was not killed by the RV weirdo because it captured the murderer. As for Hank, it is still the same as Robert, who has a sharp neck. The knife cut off the artery and died. It is estimated that the same murderer did it, and some people saw the RV weirdo taking Sky around the town. He didn't have time to come back to kill, and there wouldn't be that guy who would stay in the town after killing someone. Austin didn't kill it, so it would be easier." Natasha Romanoff breathed a sigh of relief. At least from the information Fury gave, Austin knew that she could not control her abilities and chose to live alone on the rocky seashore, which gave her a good overall impression of Austin. It also shows that Fury has a good eye for people, and he can tell that Austin has kindness in his heart. In the name of SHIELD, Natasha Romanoff sent a video of Calvin killing Robert to Fury and soon received a message from Fury. "Don't worry about the murderer. Just hand Sky to the police, and the task of contacting Austin will continue." For this reason, Natasha Romanoff was a little puzzled. How did it feel that Fury actually knew the murderer? As for handing over the little girl to the police, what kind of operation is this? Isn't it protection? Since you don't have to worry about the murderer, Natasha Romanoff naturally chose to hide in the dark, waiting for Leong to send Sky back. But before Natasha Romanoff could hide, she felt that someone was observing herself with a telescope in the distance. Natasha Romanoff looked up in the direction of the telescope without thinking about it. In the distance, Calvin, who was hiding in the distance waiting for Sky to return, saw Natasha Romanoff looking at him, calmly put down the binoculars in his hand, and turned to leave the town. Calvin just has a brain hole and is easy to get emotional. It doesn't mean that IQ is dropped. He understands that the wine-red woman who can find him all the way cannot afford it. If he chooses to go head-to-head with her like a brain damage, he will only suffer. Carrying his luggage, Calvin looked down at the bloodstains on his body and thought silently, I found my daughter anyway. Just wait for a suitable opportunity to take Daisy with me. There's no need for my daughter to see the blood on my body. What to do if your baby girl is scared? There's a kind of traversal in the world. When the alarm clock rings, you're going to squint for a nap for 5 minutes. When you wake up, you find that you have traveled to the future 5 hours later. Leong encountered this situation now. When he woke up and looked out the window, he realized that he had squinted for half an hour and turned into the setting sun. At the same time, there was a strong smell of cake in the RV. Leong sighed and stretched, scratching his head and asking the little guy who was busy in front of the oven, Sky, can't you see that you still have cooking skills at a young age? Seeing Leong, who was sleeping like a dead pig, finally woke up, Sky said shyly, Uncle, I'm a little hungry, so I made some cake by myself. Sky felt speechless for Leong's behavior for half a day when she slept. If it weren't for the chaos of American law and order after dark, and she was not familiar with the small-town environment, she didn't know if it would be dangerous to appear alone on a strange street. Especially when she saw several police cars passing by the RV with the alarm "Ula Ula." She wanted to get out of the car and walk back to the convenience store to wait for Robert. Because Sky always changed his family, the young Sky believed that he had a wealth of experience in knowing people, and he judged that Leong was not bad. It just gave people an unreliable feeling. In addition, Sky was a little hungry and couldn't stand it. After all, snacks couldn't be eaten as a meal, so Sky decided to use Leong's flour to make some delicacies. As a result, Leong woke up as soon as the cake came out. Even if Leong said to treat this as her own home, it would be embarrassing to ask the owner of the RV to catch the current situation. After all, she didn't tell Leong to borrow tools to make some cakes. Leong licked his lips, walked to the oven with a scent tempted, and took the heat-proof gloves from Sky and said, Actually, you can wake me up, and I can take you to the restaurant for dinner. Leong, who took out the cake while talking, couldn't help taking a bite while smelling the scent of the cake, and said, It tastes good. I didn't see it. You still have the potential of a cake maker. Seeing Leong, who was completely lifeless, Sky sighed in relief and said, Uncle likes it. Can you take me home now? Mr. Robert should worry about me. Leong, who was chewing on the cake, handed the cake to Sky, and when he walked to the driver's seat, he said, My fault. I will take you home now. After a while, Leong returned to the Robert convenience store, and he understood that the bar next door was pulling the curtain. After all, he was still the policeman at the beginning. But the convenience store was still closed, which made Leong think maliciously. Robert went to the hospital to see his wife and has not returned. Is it because the wife has not been rescued yet? Sky also saw the convenience store where General Tai was still keeping the door, turned to look at Leong, and asked with his eyes, What should I do? Leong spread his hands and said, First of all, I don't have a phone number or Robert's number. I can't contact Robert if I want to. Through the windshield, Leong looked up to the second floor of the convenience store and said, Did Robert give you the key to your house? Just when Sky shook his head and denied that he had the key, Natasha Romanoff took 3 police officers with SHIELD identity, twisted his sexy waist, and walked to the driver's window, knocked on the window, and said, You must be Austin. Sir. Leong felt that Natasha Romanoff was familiar, but after thinking about it for a long time, he didn't know why he had seen this beauty. He asked in confusion, Yes, you are. Natasha Romanoff glanced at Sky in the car and said, I'm Robert's niece, Natasha Romanoff. I think he told you about me. Natasha Romanoff? Li Feng's pupils shrank, and he cursed in his heart. Ma Dan, widow's sister. No wonder you are familiar with you, Robert. I misunderstood you, and so are you. Shields. What about niece? Widow's age is enough for your grandmother. So she fooled me with her niece. Li Feng smiled and said, Yes, I know you. What's the matter? It can only be said that Li Feng's expression is not properly concealed. When Li Feng's pupils contracted subconsciously, the experienced Natasha Romanoff had already judged that Li Feng knew himself. She was a little curious about Li Feng's source of intelligence. First, she dug out the Hydra hidden in the bureau, and then she knew her own existence. You must know that the more tasks she performs are espionage activities that few people know about, although there are many people in the circle. Everyone knew her name, but she was certain that Li Feng was not in the spy circle. Natasha Romanoff pointed to Sky and said, I'm here to pick Sky. You were in the town this afternoon. Didn't you hear that Robert had an accident? Accident? Li Feng scratched his eyebrows, glanced at the three policemen, thinking about how to stay away from the widow's sister, said in a joking tone, Sorry, I overslept in the RV this afternoon and didn't hear any news. What's wrong with Robert? It's not like her wife didn't come back and scared him to have a heart attack. The husband and wife hiccuped and went to heaven. In addition to Sky's words, Li Feng also received a serious nod from Natasha Romanoff. Li Feng was stunned, staring and said, You mean their husband and wife are really? The policeman behind Natasha Romanoff coughed and signaled that there were minors at the scene, and some things should not be said in front of the children. Natasha Romanoff nodded clearly and said, Mr. Austin, please open the door and let Sky come down. While speaking, Natasha Romanoff broke the door of the driving position and signaled Li Feng and Sky to get out of the driving position. Li Feng vaguely glanced at Natasha Romanoff's cuffs. In his impression, the widow's sister seemed to like to hide some electric shock weapons in the cuffs. At the same time, he was not sure if Natasha Romanoff used Sky as an excuse to force him to get out of the car suddenly. Launch an attack. Considering that Fury was going to imprison him for interrogation 6 months ago, Li Feng has every reason to believe that Natasha Romanoff will attack him. Fortunately, Li Feng paid attention to driving safety. Because there was a famous child in the car, the door was locked from the beginning. Natasha Romanoff couldn't open the door of the driver's seat with the power of a normal person. Li Feng got up and motioned for Sky to get out of the side door of the RV, and turned to Natasha Romanoff and said, Has the non-chief evolved into a marinated egg? Natasha Romanoff. I know from Phil Coulson that you like to call Roar Fury as a non-chief, but what does the marinated egg mean? Or if you look at Fury with a black face, delicious. Opening the car door, Sky took the car accessories Li Feng gave her and walked out of the car. After looking at the policeman, he turned and said, Uncle, can you adopt me? I feel like I'm going to change parents again. Before Li Feng could refuse, Natasha Romanoff squatted in front of Sky, looked at Li Feng and said, Little Sky, Uncle Austin has no source of income and no fixed residence. Qualified to adopt you. The corner of Li Feng's eyes twitched slightly, and his belly slandered. I said how poor I am. By the way, Lao Tzu's collection has brought out an invaluable treasure that is a sensation in the world. Natasha Romanoff touched Sky's head and turned to the policeman and said, Thank you. Help her find a good family. The 3 police officers nodded and motioned for Sky to follow them. When Sky left, Li Feng quickly closed the car door and sat in the driving position, ready to start the RV to leave, because he saw that Natasha Romanoff did not follow Sky, but looked at himself with interest. Ma Dan, I know that Fury won't let me go so easily. This time, I will leave the United States directly to see how you find me. Just as Li Feng was about to step on the accelerator, he heard Natasha Romanoff stepping up and stepping on the car. Looking through the rearview mirror, Li Feng's mouth twitched and watched Natasha Romanoff clutching the top edge of the RV with both hands, and one fell onto the roof of the RV after turning over. Unless Natasha Romanoff rushes into the touring car, Li Feng is not going to make a move. After all, how can he mix in New York after he hurts Natasha Romanoff? How to get into Avengers? How to get infinite gems? Sighing, Li Feng slammed on the accelerator and shouted, "Widow's sister, take you for a ride. Do you want to go for a ride? Widow's sister? Do you mean Black Widow? You know how to call my sister, you know a lot." Natasha Romanoff drew the dagger from his calf and pierced it through the roof to fix himself and shouted, "Austin, I have no ill will. I need to talk to you." That bitten egg didn't take me to the fore. Li Feng, who drove the RV to and fro to throw Natasha Romanoff off the RV, used mental strength to lock Natasha Romanoff's every move while looking for few pedestrians suitable for opening. At the portal, he shouted, "How many years have you worked with him? I think you know more about the magnitude of his suspicion than I do, especially the kind that can't be cured by the world's top experts. It made me weak when I was young. Go back with you and save it." If a trained person runs away by car, he will subconsciously follow the G line. But has Li Feng trained? No. So the car he drove was often unexpected. For example, it was time to turn left on the road. Li Feng turned right and drove to the flower bed next to the road. Or when he saw that the road was relatively wide, Li Xingzheng stepped on the accelerator and circled on the spot 3 laps. When Natasha Romanoff thought that Li Feng was still going to make a circle on the spot, Li Feng just kicked the accelerator to move on. Coupled with a sudden stop from time to time, Natasha Romanoff, who has many years of experience in the car, said, "I can't take it. It's so uncomfortable. I want to vomit." Seeing that Natasha Romanoff seemed to be stuck to the RV, the helpless Li Feng decided to do something ruthless, such as opening the portal to midair and having a high-altitude bungee jumping without a safety rope. It must be very cool. Thinking of this, Li Feng stretched out his hand to open the portal and shouted, "Neo, brother, I will show you the sunrise," so excited. Natasha Romanoff, who noticed Li Feng's gesture, hadn't understood the meaning of Li Feng's words, and suddenly saw a swirling orange-yellow light door in the distance, and in the middle of the light door was a faintly bright sky. Natasha Romanoff didn't want to try to travel through space inexplicably, even if she can now determine that the suspected wormhole device in the intelligence is simply Li Feng's ability. Because he was going to enter the portal, the RV was not crooked but drove in a straight line. Natasha Romanoff jumped out of the RV decisively at this time and watched Li Feng drive through the light door and disappear in front of him. After a long time, Natasha Romanoff took out his phone and called Fury and said, "Sir, do you have good news?" Li Feng caught it. Natasha Romanoff sorted out his messy clothes and said, "This is bad news. The good news is that Li Feng doesn't have a wormhole device, but his power." Fury, "Well, at least you don't have to worry about wormholes." Passing through the portal, Li Feng in midair was excited to feel the free-rolling RV and quickly opened the portal. A portal suddenly appeared in the uninhabited desert area of Kuna Province, Afghanistan. Back on the ground, Li Feng pushed the car door and walked out of the RV. He licked the corners of his mouth with his hands on his knees and licked the corners of his mouth. Li Feng grinned and said, "Cool, exciting. This is called bungee jumping." Although the desert is uninhabited and not suitable for tourism, it is precisely this kind of environment that is suitable for Li Feng to practice his spells. Li Feng secretly determined to become stronger as soon as possible. Besides occasionally driving back to the metropolis to have a good meal and relax, he devoted himself to the study of various dark magics. After more than half a year of pondering and practicing, Li Feng finally mastered a lot of low-end dark magic. As for the high-end, Li Feng said that he only dared to study and dare not practice. After all, the spells in Dabi's mouth have not been sorted out by Ancient One. The low-end spells can be judged whether they're traps based on Li Feng's current reserves of knowledge, but those high-end spells can't tell what traps are hidden. Early in the morning, Li Feng pinched his fingers and calculated. Today's weather is clear and cloudless. It is a good day for crossing. By the way, I don't know if it was Li Feng's back or Afghanistan. Anyway, in half a year, Li Feng saw dark clouds in the sky, and there are only a handful of days, and now Li Feng is thirsty for playing the portal. After taking a bath, I opened a portal to connect the file size of the bowl to the river. Otherwise, I really couldn't stay in this desert area where water is more expensive than gold. Before crossing, Li Feng must first hide the RV. Otherwise, the two worlds will go back and forth for a few months, and Li Feng's most valuable item left in the Marvel world, that is the RV. What should I do if it is stolen? This is also Mordu's gift anyway. It symbolizes the passion of the two. After a long time, Li Feng, who was driving around in the desert, finally found a hidden cave in the hill. Parked the RV, and Li Feng placed a magic circle nearby to shield the mana fluctuations to prevent the holy place magician from being alarmed when the crossing door was opened, which would cause unnecessary trouble. When everything was ready, Li Feng took a deep breath and opened the crossing door. Li Feng, who was squeezed out of the rubber pipe like milk through the door, had his first impression of the world as cold, so cold that his whole body shivered subconsciously. Li Feng tightened his magician robe and observed the dim environment around him. With just a glance, Li Feng confessed to Mordor in his heart. I said before that you have a character problem. When I crossed with you, I didn't come to a plague-ridden world. It's the back alley where rats crawled all over the street, and now I solemnly apologize to you. It's not that you have a character problem, but I have a problem. At least you can guarantee freedom after crossing with you. What about me, especially crossing the cold and damp cell? What the hell is this? I have the face of a prisoner, or am I destined to be hunted down? There is a bittern in the Marvel world who wants to imprison me, so this world is imprisoned directly. A black-line Li Feng drew a magic long knife and slashed open the cell door. As soon as he walked out of the cell door, Li Feng saw a huge giant in the cell next door, squatting in a corner of the cell and shivering as if the sky was falling to death. Li Feng rolled his eyes around. Except for the dim and humid environment, this is a prison with no guards. He didn't understand what this amazingly tall buddy was afraid of. Isn't it afraid of the dark? Could this be that the legendary strong man has a girlish heart who is afraid of darkness? Out of curiosity about height, Li Feng silently thought of the scene where the two men drew their heights face to face. Probably I only reached the height of each other's chest, so in the eyes of the other party, I am just a little guy with a small bird and a person. Thinking of this, Li Feng shuddered suddenly because the bird in his mind nestled in the arms of the giant. It was him. Throwing the hellish fantasy picture out of his mind, Li Feng knocked on the door of the cell with a magic knife, motioned the giant man in the cell to look at him, and asked, "Dude, are you a giant or a dwarf?" Although Li Feng probably guessed that the other party was a giant, considering that the dwarf in the Marvel world was tall and big, he changed the country of dwarf to the country of giants abruptly. This had to make Li Feng have this question. The giant man shrank, looked at Li Feng with both fear and curiosity, and asked, "Are you from the Ministry of Magic?" The secret room was not open to me. I don't want to stay in Azkaban and let me go. Perhaps it was excitement or fear. The giant man spoke a little faster, which caused Li Feng, who could only speak American English, to be stunned for a long time before he realized what the other person was saying in English. Ministry of Magic? Is it the government on the mysterious side of this world? Didn't you open the secret room, or I opened it? Tell me these are useful. I am not a key member of the Ministry of Magic. Azkaban? This is a bit familiar. I seem to have heard it there. In this spoken language, why does it sound a little awkward? Li Feng scratched his head, pointed at his feet, looked at the bearded but somewhat familiar giant man, and asked, "Which country is this? Also, I think you're pretty stupid. What is your name? Speak it out and listen. Maybe I know you." It's not that Li Feng has never watched the Harry Potter series of movies, but it was all 800 years ago. It would be nice to have an impression of Azkaban. He wanted to hear the words of the giant and thought of it. Where? Li Feng hasn't had such a good memory yet. Until the giant urn said angrily, "My name is Ruber Hagrid. You can call me Hagrid, sir. This is Azkaban. What are you doing in prison?" Hagrid looked at Li Feng's eyes with a little puzzlement, saying that Li Feng was a prisoner who was imprisoned in Azkaban, but the other party was wandering around the jail with a long knife in good clothes. Don't hear about any prisoner who can still go to jail with a weapon. It's not like visiting the prisoner. At least the other party didn't find the right person to chat with. Instead, he was chatting with the stranger himself. After hesitation, Hagrid asked, "Are you from the Ministry of Magic?" Hagrid? Li Feng stared at the giant man in front of him. He already knew where it was. Azkaban? Isn't it the magic prison built by the Ministry of Magic in the cold North Sea region in the world of Harry Potter? No wonder it's so cold. Think about what Harry's world has. Countless magic, all kinds of magic potion alchemy items. The most important thing is the red-haired Ron's father. Changed to a flying car that can be invisible. If he learns to transform cars, Leong will change his RV magic when he returns to the Marvel world. By the way, he will expand the space in the car. For example, use the non-marking curse to change his locker to the size of 2 football fields. Leong roamed unscrupulously in the locker, and he was delighted to think about it. He chuckled. Leong touched his pocket with a little heart. "Ma Dan, the prerequisite for all of this is that I need to have Jean Jialong in my pocket." Leong asked with some trepidation, "Do you know Harry Potter? Does he go to school at Hogwarts?" Leong asked, just to figure out what time period it was in which one Harry's story had developed. If Harry was not born yet. He turned his head and left Azkaban. After all, Azkaban has nothing worthy of his nostalgia. Seeing Hagrid nodded and said that he knew Harry Potter, and Harry was still a student, Leong only felt that he was in the hot summer. Suddenly, a refreshing energy penetrated from the Tianling guy, and the whole body was cold. It was so refreshing. Suddenly, Leong seemed to think of something. When he probed for the fat sheep in his mind, he looked at Hagrid suspiciously. "Azkaban? Isn't it a prison guarded by a Dementor? I don't remember Hagrid being imprisoned in Azkaban. What's the situation? This is not a fake Harry Potter world, is it? Hagrid, tell me how you were locked up here." Hagrid's personality is a bit silly, but it doesn't mean he is stupid. He doesn't even know who Leong is, so how dare he say anything about whether Hogwarts can continue to operate? Seeing Hagrid covering his mouth and reluctant to say anything, Leong shrugged and continued to look for the fat sheep that could provide him with a lot of Jean Jialong. As for Hagrid, he didn't talk. He didn't if you want to get involved in Hogwarts to learn magic. It is estimated that Hagrid will not meet again in the future. And how did he get into school like an adult now? Aren't you afraid that Dumbledore would hang him at the school gate as a Death Eater? There are ways to learn magic, such as spending money to hire a private professor, which is more efficient than a professor teaching a group of children. After turning around in the cell for most of the time, Leong finally found the fat sheep in his mind. Leong stood in front of his cell, feeling a little uneasy, thinking that if he traveled through the wrong time and didn't meet the person he wanted to find, Jean Jialong could say goodbye to himself, and he would have to spend more at that time. Thinking of another way to make some money, wouldn't this waste his precious time? Looking at the thin man with dull eyes and dirty hair and clothes, Leong said, "Hello, are you Sirius Black? I know where Peter is. Do you want revenge? If you want to give 1/3 of it, I will hand over Dwarf Star to you." After thinking about it, Leong was not sure that he could catch Peter Pettigrew alive. After all, that guy was too able to escape. He could only say that the escape attribute of the mouse was filled by him. Leong added, "We're a quarter of the family property. I bring the dead little star Peter to you." Squatting in the corner of the prison, Black, who was suspected of Sirius, his dull eyes became bloodthirsty and energetic after hearing Leong's words, and a madness spread gradually on his face. Black rushed to the prison door, trying to grab Leong by the collar, but Leong had exercised somehow, so how could he be caught so easily? Seeing that Leong was caught, Black shouted, "Let me go out. I will kill Dwarf Star myself. He is mine. No one can kill him." Hearing Blake admitting that he is serious, Leong sighed with relief. He was worried that he had traveled too late in time, and his worries that the rich man Blake would escape from Azkaban also disappeared, because he knew that he had traveled to the right time at the right time. Location, as long as you take Blake out of Azkaban, I believe Blake will pay him a large sum of Jean Jialong. If you're telling the other party where the Pettigrew is, Diagon Alley, I'm here. As the prison of the wizarding world, Azkaban has no human rights for the prisoners here, not to mention having a newspaper for entertainment, and even the prison has no time for public release. The only space for activities is his prison. As for peace chat with inmates, Azkaban offers a single suite. You deserve it. Perhaps it was because of being detained for too long. Blake, who hadn't communicated with others for a long time, seemed to have a lot to say. He finally met Li Feng, who was willing to listen to his complaints. His mouth was like a faucet that couldn't be shut off. He said, "No, stop." I saw the scrawny Blake sitting on the ground and sneered. The mysterious human rights were overwhelming and upset the magical world. It was just because of a prophecy that he was about to kill Harry, who was still in swaddling clothes. Originally Harry's father, James Bow. I specially prepare a magic to hide the house, so as to avoid the mysterious man's pursuit, but this magical magic requires a secret person. As long as the secret person does not reveal Potter's home, the mysterious man will not find Harry in his life. It's a pity that we believed in the wrong person and made the traitor, Dwarf Star, a secret, which led to the mysterious man not only finding Harry's home, but also killing Harry's parents. If it wasn't for Harry's mother, Lily Potter, who used her life to protect Harry and kill him. Mysterious man, Harry now. I only learned after the Harry family was killed that all of this was caused by Pettigrew's betrayal of us to seek refuge with a mysterious person. So I went to find him for revenge alone, but I didn't expect him to blow up half a street with a magic to escape, and the Auror who was rushed here was arrested on the spot. In order to calm the time, the Ministry of Magic detained me in Azkaban without trial. I thought I would never hear the name of Little Dwarf in my life. I thought how good friends we were at the beginning and stayed inseparable all day long. I didn't expect that he would betray us. I was really blind at the beginning. Unexpectedly, after spending 12 years in Azkaban, I suddenly heard news about him. Black said with a twisted face and bloodthirsty eyes. "It's great. I let him escape last time. This time, I will definitely do it myself. Kill him." When Li Feng, who was quietly standing his ears in the audience, knew that Blake, who was backing the Dwarf Star, had been in Azkaban for 12 years, he thought silently. In other words, Harry is 12 years old and is 2 years old from Hogwarts. Student. Scratching his head, Li Feng recalled Harry's plot. I won't say the first is the Philosopher's Stone. Time has passed. I was talking about the Broken Stone, and it's no match for me, whether it's Dumbledore or Nicole LeMay. Can easily slap me. Now is the time for the second basilisk, as if I am not good for it, nor can I fight it, unless the blind basilisk, after all, the eyes are too disgusting, stare at everyone die. Mr. Black, it's the same sentence. As long as you pay me, I will help you open the prison door and let you out, and take you back to London safely. Definitely. If you pay more, I will tell you, Little Dwarf. It's not impossible to negotiate anywhere. How? I definitely want to leave here, but Blake looked out the window with interest to estimate the time, then pointed to the direction of the prison entrance and said, "It's time for dinner. If you can resist the Dementors, we are talking about compensation." Dementor? Li Feng smiled. The Dementor is the best guardian for Azkaban, but for me, it's just a guinea pig lying on the test bench. Turning his head to think about it, Li Feng added, "It should be said that all creatures with distorted minds will behave like pets in front of me." As soon as Li Feng's words fell, Black seemed to feel something, curled up on the ground and shivered. As for Li Feng, he felt the chill that accompanied the Dementor before he saw the Dementor appear. I have to say that if the Dementor can control his own desires, he must rely on his own coldness in the hot summer. We'll be popular. At the same time, Li Feng also heard someone talking. No, to be precise, there was an undead speaking, because the language Li Feng heard was the undead language he only used when talking to a corpse. Li Feng, who had just taken out a wooden box, followed the voice of the undead words and looked towards the prison entrance. He saw 2 Dementors with ragged cloaks floating in the air, all of them rotting in water, and Li Feng listened. The undead words that arrived were from one of the Dementors. Although the Dementors can't see Li Feng without eyes, they can rely on smell and emotion to make sure that they are standing in front of a prisoner. Although the 2 Dementors are a little curious about why a prisoner they don't know came to the prison, they are good children who are not picky eaters. As long as the people staying in Azkaban are their food, thinking of this, a Dementor who was starving in Li Feng's eyes rushed towards him while still muttering, "Food." Li Feng, who opened his Dharma eye, looked at the Dementor curiously and said to Black with his lips, "Dementors are talking about the undead. Are they a kind of undead creatures? Dude, do you have the encyclopedia of undead encyclopedias? Help me find out what species this is." After finishing speaking, Li Feng murmured silently in his heart, "In your spirit body, I don't know how to describe it well, saying that the spirit body is broken into pieces, and it is not accurate to put it back with glue. It's so messy, no wonder you guys. The brain is sick." Seeing a Dementor rushing towards him, Li Feng mobilized his mana and asked Blake with a smile, "I heard that you can only prevent the Dementors from attacking, but cannot kill them?" While talking, a Dementor stretched out its crusted palm and floated to Li Feng's side, preparing to have a full meal, but before the Dementor touched Li Feng's spell-containing palm slapped on the Dementor. In Blake's incredible eyes, the Dementor who was photographed by Li Feng suddenly stayed there motionless. Li Feng's eyes were full of disdain. He rubbed his cold palm because he was too close to the Dementor and muttered silently, "I can't shoot the spirit body of a living person for the time being, but you are such a piecemeal, can't I make a spirit body like that?" The other Dementor seemed to be surprised that someone could kill his companions tenderly, but he had only a little brain capacity to think about what to do and was driven away by the desire to smoke and rushed towards Li Feng. Now that the spirit spell has been experimented, Li Feng definitely plans to use another method to kill the Dementor, not only experimenting with the spell on the Solomon's Key, but also letting Black know that he is not a fuel-efficient lamp. Before the Dementor approached, Li Feng stretched out his finger to the opponent, spit out, gently, "Purification." Blake stared blankly at Li Feng's fingertips shooting a white light, lasing precisely on the Dementor, and the Dementor who had tortured him for 12 years was like a snowman put into a boiling oil pan and was instantly corroded by the white light into slag. Li Feng retracted his finger and put it to his mouth, blowing lightly towards his fingertips as if a cowboy was shooting a prey. He turned his head and said to the dumbfounded Black, "I have always had a question. The Dementors can feel the other party, the inner pain and sorrow, etc. The more pain they like, the more they like it. But the problem is that they clearly smell pain, and smoking is indeed happiness and courage. What's wrong with this? Isn't it supposed to feel pain and sorrow, sucking pain and sadness? Or feel happy, sucking happiness? In case someone feels that he has a tragic life, there is only pain in his heart, and the Dementor also feels his pain, but can't breathe after smoking for a long time. What should I do if I am happy? Will the Dementor be autistic?" Black only felt that his brain hurts. His attention was focused on the Dementor who was slapped by Li Feng's palm. He didn't pay attention to what Li Feng was saying. He only knew the Dementor who was still staying in place. And like those who have been sucked by the Dementor's kiss with the Dementor's kiss, their souls are lost. Only the brain and heart are still working, but they no longer have self-awareness, no memories, and there is no hope of recovery, just an empty body. This is more terrifying than killing the Dementor. Black realized that if Li Feng wanted, he could make hundreds of people who had been kissed by the Dementor's kiss. If this magic was spreading going out, especially after being known by a mysterious person, can cause even greater disasters. Li Feng saw something in Blake's horrified eyes and said with a smile, "It's not as horrible as you think, and this spell is also effective for Dementors with defective spirits. It's like I shot your spirits out of the flesh, but wouldn't you return to the flesh by yourself?" Pointing to the stupefied Dementor, Li Feng continued, "Simply put, the Dementor's spirit body is like a road idiot. Once he leaves the body, he doesn't know the way back to the body. Maybe he only has it. The brain capacity doesn't understand that he actually has no physical body anymore." "Spirit body? What is that?" Black pointed to the prison entrance and said, "Does your spell kill Dementors one by one, or do they come in pieces?" Azkaban is regarded as a lair by Dementors. The number of ghosts is staggering. Li Feng overturned the wooden box in his hand and walked around the dazed Dementor and said, "Spirit body, I can't explain it for a while, or wait for us to leave. I will teach you, as long as you pay me a sum as for the reward for learning spiritual spells. As for the large number of Dementors, you will know later." Li Feng touched his chin, turned his head to look at Blake, and said, "What do you think of me raising a Dementor as a pet? It's very popular when shopping." Seeing that there's hope of being released from prison, and there is also a chance to stab the little dwarf, Blake's mood is obviously better, and he can cast his eyes to Li Feng and say, "It's pretty cool." I guess the entire magical world would dare to think so. Aren't you afraid they will bite the Lord someday? How easy it is to not give them a chance to eat the master. Feeling the air keep cooling down, Leong glanced at the frost that quickly formed on the ground. He understood that it was a large number of Dementors who had noticed the death of their companions and were ready to come to check, or to avenge their companions. Leong licked his lips and quickly opened the mirror space when several Dementors appeared in front of him, wrapped the several Dementors in the mirror space, then opened the wooden box with a grin and spoke to the Dementors with undead words. Gwai said, "Surrender or die." Mudun, I wanted to say this to magical creatures, but my strength was too low before. In addition to being hanged or beaten, I finally met the magical creatures that I restrained. I feel so sorry to not say this. By myself. In the mirrored space, several Dementors opened the wooden box in Li Feng's hand, and they were forced to one corner by the deadly energy emitted by the pseudo-angel's feathers, shivering and wailing in pain that only Li Feng could hear. It wasn't until Li Feng felt that these Dementors might actually belch after being exposed to the false angel feathers for a while. Li Feng closed the wooden box and said, "Now, the one who chooses to surrender kneels on the ground and sign a slave contract with me. Thinking if you die, just say, I will perfect you. Eating the weak is the basic law of nature. To survive or die. The Dementor definitely chooses to survive, just like the Dementor will take refuge in mysterious people in the future." Li Feng didn't know how the mysterious man subdued the Dementors, but it was nothing more than a threat of force or temptation. Now, Li Feng just demonstrated his ability to kill the Dementors, and the Dementors bowed their heads and waited for Li Feng. Carve out the contract. Conquering the Dementors in the mirror space, Li Feng couldn't wait to open the portal and commanded in undead words, "Now, catch me all those Dementors who have not signed the slave contract." The Dementor who became a slave nodded slightly and said in undead language, "Yes, master." After that, these Dementors returned to the real world through the portal, and what Li Feng had to do was to wait in the mirror space for his new servants to capture the Dementors into the mirror space. At the beginning, Li Feng was afraid that his servants were too few. The Dementors who were caught would resist after understanding what fate was about to face. For safety reasons, Li Feng still maintained a mirror space, waiting for a few wild Dementors to be thrown away. After entering the mirror space, close the portal to prevent escaping, take out the wooden box, and threaten it before conquering. However, as Azkaban's Dementors continued to become Li Feng's servants, the number of Dementors traveling between reality and the mirror space is rapidly increasing like a snowball. In the end, the wild Dementors were caught too much and too quickly, and Li Feng simply walked out of the mirror space and stood in front of Black, letting him see how he conquered the Dementors. It wasn't until the sky started to lighten that Li Feng completely conquered the last Dementor. Black, who was squatting in the cell, looked at a slightly larger Dementor standing behind Li Feng like a baby, and said, "Originally I wanted to leave Azkaban. The Ministry of Magic, well, why do you want me? Now it's all right. I guess I walked blatantly on the street and no one paid attention to me because the Ministry of Magic's attention is all on you. I just want to say, buddy, you are very capable of making trouble." Blake stretched out a dry, skinny hand, motioned to shake hands with Li Feng, and said, "Although you know my name, I don't know yet. Your name is not fair." After shaking hands, Li Feng signaled Blake to retreat, opening the cell door and saying, "Austin, just call me Austin." Walking out of the cell, Blake took a deep breath of freedom and said, "How are you going to arrange these Dementors? I have to remind you that Dementors are in the darkest and dirtiest places. They like corruption and despair. The peace, hope, and happiness in the air around them are all sucked up. Too close to a Dementor, any good feelings and any happy memories of you will be sucked away by it." Blake looked up and down at Li Feng and continued, "Although I don't know how you can ignore the Dementor by your side, but I think your family may not be able to bear a Dementor by your side." "Ignore? You look up to me, I'm not ignoring it, but I am desperately trying to stabilize the spirit body. As long as the spirit body is stable enough, the Dementor can't find my emotions. What else can I talk about sucking my happiness? Try one. I will kill him in minutes. But it's really uncomfortable to be with the Dementors around me. Mocked Dan. I just wanted to subdue the Dementors before, but didn't think about how to arrange them. Li Feng scratched his head awkwardly, turned around, and ordered the leader of the Dementor, that is, the guy behind Li Feng who was slightly larger than the normal Dementor, and said, "You stay here and continue to be your guards. Before my order, you still follow the instructions of the Ministry of Magic. For the Dementors to stay away from Azkaban. This is their home and restaurant. After all, they will be hungry after leaving Azkaban." The Dementor leader nodded slightly, said, "Yes, master. Azkaban is now Li Feng's sphere of influence, coupled with the cold and humid environment. The most important thing is that Big Sheep has gotten his hands, and Li Feng can't think of a reason for staying in Azkaban." Under the guidance of the Dementor, Li Feng and Blake walked out of Azkaban and stood on a rock. For a long time, Li Feng complained about Azkaban's built bunker, and at the same time said to Black, who was constantly yelling towards the sea, "Are you finished with venting? We will leave after we vent." Black took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, turned his head, and said, "The taste of freedom." After speaking, Blake looked around for something and said, "How do we leave? Swim? Or the door key? By the way, I have always wondered how you appeared in Azkaban. Also, I noticed that you were casting a spell. I didn't use a magic wand, but I can feel that your physical magic is actually not much." Li Feng thinks that Black may not have been chatting with him for many years, and he has been suffocated. Now he has finally found himself to chat, and he is ready to say all the words he has held in Azkaban for 12 years. Pulling out his ears, Li Feng motioned to Black to shut up and asked, "Which way is London?" Blake was stunned. After pointing the direction, he asked curiously, "Why are you asking the direction?" As soon as Blake's voice fell, Li Feng had already opened a portal. Although Harry Potter's world is also on the Earth, Li Feng said that he has never been to the UK, let alone where London is. In addition, Li Feng doesn't even know what London's iconic buildings look like, and the portal can open to London. That's strange. So now, Li Feng chose the most exciting method of transmission and opened the portal to the sky along his gaze. When the two of them became free fall in the air, Li Feng looked into the distance and opened the portal again, which was like falling into a bottomless pit. The North Sea is some distance away from London. Li Feng's mana cannot guarantee that they can feel London in one day, so Li Feng had to open the portal to a nearby island before he was about to run out of mana, ready to take a rest. At night, the two of them sat around a campfire, heating and grilling sea fish. I don't know how Azkaban's food was. Anyway, Li Feng felt that Blake was starving. He not only robbed him of his half-baked fish, but also ate all the fish scales clean. As a last resort, Li Feng could only go back to the beach to catch some marine fish again. When Li Feng cleaned the marine fish and inserted it by the campfire, he inadvertently saw Blake with green eyes staring at the fish in his hand, frightening Li Feng, almost throwing the fish on Black's face. Rolling his eyes at Blake, Li Feng said with a look of fascination, "Man, this is my fish if you want to eat it, a golden jialong." The corner of Blake's eyes twitched slightly, and he said angrily, "Don't think that I have been in Azkaban for 12 years, and I don't know the current prices. A golden jialong can buy a basket of marine fish. How much money do you need? Tell me about money? Tell me about money whenever you want." Li Feng spread his hands and said bitterly, "I am poor. People like you who were born in a rich family will not understand the suffering of poor people like us. Let me tell you this, except for the air roar sucks. Bye. You need money to buy the rest." Blake looked at Li Feng speechlessly. Shan Shan said, "No, I understand. I don't know where you know my past, but you probably don't know that I was penniless during the time I was removed from the Black family. When he was a minor, he could still live in his friend James's house. When he was an adult, he could only remodel the locomotive to eat. Oh, it's the kind of locomotive that can fly. After all, not everyone likes to fly all over the sky on a broom. The rich necromancer pursues his own personality. So, in general, I can still support myself by craftsmanship." Hearing Blake's words, Li Feng only felt that his eyes lit up. It was really a dream to find her thousands of times, but the person was living opposite. Isn't what he lacks is the technology to transform the RV? Since Blake has this skill, Why does he bother to find her on his father? This is not going to be near and far. Leong let himself show the most kind smile and said, "You want to eat fish? It's simple. As long as you teach me how to modify the locomotive, let alone eat such a small fish, I will catch a whale and honor you." Blake cast his eyes at Leong and then turned his eyes to the cooked sea fish. Leong said that he understood in seconds and respectfully offered the sea fish with both hands. After receiving the grilled fish, Blake blew the grilled fish so as not to burn his mouth and said, "There are a lot of things involved in it. You can't learn it in a short while, and it's hard to learn if you don't just say it." Blake looked at Leong up and down and said quietly, "Do you have a certificate? If I guess you're not wrong, you don't have a certificate. After all, you don't even have a wand to represent your identity. So we'd better find a way to get a legal certificate when we get back to London, so that you could buy parts in Diagon Alley. Documents? What department should my certificate be issued by? Traversers Association?" Leong shrugged and said that he was a shady household and he didn't have any documents. In addition, I don't know when the Ministry of Magic will find out that I have escaped from Azkaban, so we'd better get the ID before the Ministry of Magic issues a wanted. Otherwise, the fake ID will inform the Ministry of Magic when they help us. I got both the commission for false certification and the bounty from the Ministry of Magic. Leong nodded, indicating that he understood. That he immediately sat cross-legged by the campfire and started meditating to restore mana. Black was stunned by Leong's behavior. After all, in his impression, in addition to the use of potions to speed up the recovery of magic power, it can only be recovered naturally by time. Black, with a big question mark on his forehead, thought depressed. What have I missed during my 12 years in Azkaban? The next morning, when the sun was shining on the Thames, Leong stood by the river with a messy haircut, and with a ruined look, he slumped his arm on the tattered Black's shoulder, panting and saying, "It's finally over. No, it's easy." Blake, who was shivering by the high-altitude wind, rolled his eyes on his shoulders with a deeply emotional expression, raised his hands and said, "It's not easy. I swear that I will never cross your weird teleportation in my life. Dor, look at my hands. I feel that my hands have been dried by the high winds. By the way, your portal can only be opened where you can see." Thoughtfully, Leong shrugged his shoulders, believing that Black had said to the portal and said, "Isn't this exciting? It's much more fun than modifying a flying locomotive." Blake rolled his eyes, looked at the few passers-by on the street, and said, "I guess you don't have any Muggle used coins on your poor ghost. I think I'd better walk home and get warm by the way." Leong turned out his pockets and muttered, "It seems that you are rich now, and you are not as clean as I am. I am saying that with our current dress, we just need to squat to the side of the road. Someone will give us some change for the subway." It's a pity that Leong responded with a pair of sharp eyes. Black lowered his voice, bit the corner of his mouth, and said sharply, "I would rather wash the dishes to earn the fare than you squat on the side of the road and beg like you." After that, Blake was not paying attention to Leong and walked in the direction of his own home. Cut. Leong, who followed Blake, whispered contemptuously, "Are you the pride of aristocrats?" Blake's home was at number 12 Mogley Square, some distance away from where Leong were seated. When Leong felt that his lower body was about to break and he needed to call an ambulance, the two went to Blake's door. Standing in the middle of number 11 and number 13 in Mogley Square, Black stomped slightly. Leong curiously watched the houses side by side in front of him suddenly move to both sides, like a huge amounts of sliding stone door, until the hidden Mog was revealed. House number 12 in the square. In all of this, the people living in the isolated house have no feeling the few streets on the street. The pedestrians are also unaware of all this. Blake looked back at Leong and motioned for Leong to follow. I don't know how long Blake hasn't returned home. Leong, who just walked into the door, covered his mouth and said, "Man, is this a house or a garbage dump? Is there a place for the fish?" Black also covered his mouth and nose, enduring the musty smell that could smoke dead man, frowning and said, "This is my parents' house. I haven't come back since I was driven out of the family, but now there is only one member of my family. Naturally, it belongs to me, but I remember that there is still a house elf cleaning in the house." Blake hadn't finished speaking. a 1 meter tall, with big bad ears and a weird pointy nose that was about to drop to his upper lip. A shabby house elf suddenly appeared in front of them and said, "The greedy thief is here again. The Black family. There are no more valuables here." Halfway through the conversation, the house elf seemed to see Black and said with some excitement, "Sirius, who betrayed the bloodline, is back." Li Feng stabbed Black quietly and said, "What's wrong with this guy? I'm very excited when I see you on the surface, but what makes me think I dislike you?" Ignoring Li Feng's words, Black frowned and lowered his head and asked, "Creature, you said there were many thieves here? Where is the secret basement of the family? Has it been visited by thieves?" "Little master?" Creature lowered his head humbly and replied, "The basement is protected by magic, and outsiders cannot enter." Then Creature said, as if talking to himself, "Sirius came back with mudblood. I want to tell the mistress." After speaking, Creature turned and left on his own. Li Feng scratched his head and asked in a low voice, "Your elf is really a personality, a proper neurotic elf." Creature was like this when I was a kid. He always made me feel bad instantly. Black, with a little helpless face, motioned to Li Feng to follow behind him and said, "Under normal circumstances, no family would take all the property. Put it at Gringotts Bank. Even if the goblins who manage Gringotts blow the bank's security to the dragon's collective siege, they will not be able to enter the bank's treasury. You must know that the group of goblins is more greedy than you think. So each family will secretly build the secret room where Jin Jialong or treasures are stored. Now come with me to get your reward." As soon as they walked into a dilapidated room, Black and Li Feng suddenly heard the voice of a woman cursing frantically outside the door. Before Li Feng asked, Black suddenly remembered something, grabbed a tablecloth, and turned to leave. After a while, the woman's voice was heard. Disappeared instantly. In the room, Li Feng looked at the Black family genealogy hanging on the surrounding walls with great interest. Li Feng remembers that Hogwarts can recruit so few new students every year. If the number of new students exceeds 100 in any given year, Dumbledore can do more. Firework celebrated last day. This also shows from the side that the number of necromancers in the entire United Kingdom is pitiful, and there are many necromancers like Black's parents who firmly support the theory of descent. In order to ensure the purity of the necromancer bloodline, these people are basically married, which leads to most necromancers. Families are actually relatives. Anyway, Li Feng looked at the genealogy on the wall and felt very messy and interesting. He secretly thought that one day Blake would meet a baby who had not been weaned, and when he chatted with the baby's parents, everyone opened the genealogy and took a look. This baby is Black's second uncle. So funny. Definitely, Li Feng also noticed the subtle magical fluctuations in the genealogy. After a while, Black, who returned to the room with an oil lamp, stood in front of the genealogy list, bit his fingertips, and gently smeared the names of the ancestors of the Black family. On the wall, the letters that dazzled Li Feng quickly formed an arch. As Blake pushed open the arch, a downward staircase appeared in front of Li Feng. Blake handed the oil lamp to Li Feng and said, "Don't worry, there are no traps on the stairs leading to the basement. The Jin Jialong you want is in it. You can take it out depending on whether your pocket is big enough." Li Feng took the oil lamp. The corner of his mouth was slightly tilted and said, "What if I take it all out?" Blake shrugged and said, "Take it all. I don't care about the money. I hope you won't regret saying this." Li Feng said as he walked into the arch and stood on the steps, "Can you give me the food? I'm exhausted in a hurry these days." Blake, who had no excuse to leave, grinned and said, "Definitely, but I have to close the arch first to prevent sudden intrusions, such as the thief in Creature's mouth." After speaking, Blake gently brushed the arches, and Li Feng, who was standing on the steps smiling, looked at the arches that disappeared behind him. His expression gradually solidified and converged. Touching his chin, Li Feng showed a disdainful expression and said to himself, "If I remember correctly, you staying in Azkaban in the original book when you saw Pettigrew appearing as a Hogwarts student pet in order to protect Harry, but desperate to escape from Azkaban, you can see how much you hate Pettigrew and how worried you are for Harry. And in the past few days with me, You seem to have forgotten to ask about the whereabouts of the little dwarf, and you're only curious about the strange spells I cast, but don't ask. Do you not believe that I know the whereabouts of the little dwarf? Or do you not trust me? Do I have another plan to take you away from Azkaban? It's a pity. I'm really only interested in your Jean Jalom. I'm talking. Do you really think that the portal can only be opened as far as you can see? Stupid. When you called for support, I found that I disappeared in the basement. My expression must be wonderful. After a while, Li Feng walked to the basement along the dusty wooden stairs. Said it is the basement, but the area is almost the same as the small square, enough for hundreds of ants to line up in neat lines to dance the square here. Moreover, there are not only various compartments around the square, but also targets for practicing spells. Li Feng casually pushed open a compartment door and saw a few shelves erected in the compartment with various magical items on them. With Li Feng's current knowledge, he couldn't determine whether there was any danger in picking up these items. He glanced at it. Then he pushed the door of the compartment next door straight. Compared with magic items, the books on the shelves in this compartment caused Li Feng to drool with a serious lack of magic knowledge. In the end, Li Feng, who could not stand the temptation, drew out a long knife and stabbed the books. For a long time, Li Feng, who did not expect the various traps to appear, simply picked up a book with a long knife, took out the compartment, and placed it on the ground. After thinking about it, Li Feng opened the mirror space and opened the page with the long knife. At a glance, Li Feng felt that his brain was buzzing, not because this book has magic traps, but this is the United Kingdom. Although American language and text are born out of English, they can communicate between spoken languages, but many of them describe the text. In fact, it is different. If it is an ordinary book, Li Feng can still bite the bullet and read it, but this is a book that records magic knowledge. A misunderstanding of a word can kill people. Thinking of this, Li Feng felt so heartbroken. This made his original plan to buy a large number of magic books in Diagon Alley aborted. He couldn't even understand the text. How could he learn and find reaction software? This is the magical world, and the understanding of the same object in the Dooney world is completely different. It is like the life and death water of the magic world, and the effect is the same as the Dooney sleep medicine. But the question is which translation software translates the sleep medicine into the life and death water? Li Feng twitched his mouth and picked the books back to the shelf with a long knife. Now, he only asked for a special prop in Diagon Alley that could translate these words into American words that he was familiar with. Definitely, it would be better to translate them into Wuxia characters. After all, Li Feng more familiar with the understanding of Wuxia characters. Pushing open the compartment doors one by one, Li Feng finally found piles of Jean Jialong, grabbed a handful of casual pockets. Until he could no longer fit them in his pockets, Li Feng reluctantly opened the last compartment door. In the last compartment, a solitary experiment table is placed with various screwdrivers and drills of different file sizes. The difference from other compartments is that this experiment table is relatively clean. Obviously, this is a room that people use all year round. Walking into the compartment, Li Feng looked curiously at a locket fixed on the experimental table. With the dim light of the oil lamp, Li Feng saw a large snake in the shape of ants carved on the shell of the locket. With the deepening of spiritual magic skills, Li Feng had a strange feeling for the locket, and he felt that the thing seemed to have life. After thinking about it, Li Feng opened his Dharma eye and looked down at the locket, only to see the spirit body present in the locket that surprised Li Feng. From the perspective of the spirit body, there is indeed a distorted and chaotic soul in the locket, but this spirit body has no color but black and white. This shows that the soul in the locket is undead, but the soul of the undead is not when death god drags into the underworld. It will slowly dissipate in the air. Moreover, Li Feng also saw that there's a kind of magic on the locket to protect the soul in it, so that he can safely hide in the locket. The most important thing is that Li Feng also sees that this soul is alive, indicating that the soul is alive. People are not real dead souls. Based on his understanding of the spirit body and the plot of Harry's world, Li Feng immediately thought that the locket was one of the mysterious people's Horcruxes, the locket of the Salazar Slytherin family. To be honest, when Li Feng first watched the movie, he felt that the mysterious person transformed himself into a snake face that is not like a human or a ghost. He felt that the other party's brain was definitely sick. Is it worth it if power is right? Does that thing bring something to death when it comes to life? Is it useful? The magician must either achieve immortality by his strength, or he must hang his portrait on the wall for people to remember within 1,000 years after his death. With a grin, Li Feng picked up the locket with a long knife. Even if you look at the movie, everyone dared to hold the locket in hand. It seems that there is no harm except wearing the locket for a long time and being bewitched by the remnant soul of the mysterious person in the box. But that is a movie. This is the real world. Besides, the ghost knows what magic the mysterious person is still carving on the locket to protect it. What if Li Feng doesn't hold it still and takes it off? He wants to live a few more years. Taking out a scroll and the wooden box with fake angel feathers, Li Feng was a little tangled. If you wrap the locket with a scroll, Li Feng doesn't worry about being tempted by the locket. After all, he is a magician who has learned seduction spells from the devil. If it weren't for Li Feng's mana that is inferior to a mysterious person in terms of purity and quantity, he could not decide who is seduced. Li Feng's only concern was whether he would accidentally trigger the unknown magic on the locket with him. It is interesting to put the locket in the wooden box. The most basic function of the wooden box is to protect the energy of the fake angel feathers from leaking. Therefore, the wooden box is still trustworthy from the perspective of airtightness. Put the box in the wooden box, and the temptation is naturally isolated. This is like a mysterious person being locked into a small black room by Li Feng. As for the magic on the locket, definitely will also be locked into the small black room. The only trouble is that the fake angel feather cannot be put together with the locket. This thing is a big killer for all soul-distorting creatures. Once the two are put together, the soul in the locket must be faked angel feather kill. But when the fake angel feather leaves the wooden box, the energy on the feathers will continue to dissipate, eventually turning the fake angel feather into an ordinary goose feather. This is something Li Feng does not want to see. He also wants to use this feather to restrain the devil, kind of creatures, in order to blackmail spells from the devil's mouth. Although Li Feng did not intend to participate in Harry's plot, this does not prevent Li Feng from imagining a deal with Dumbledore. At the cost of surrendering the locket, Dumbledore can teach himself magic or a magic that he covets. Prop time converter. After thinking about it for a long time, Li Feng was still reluctant to consume the energy of the pseudo-angel feathers at the expense of saving a locket that was not used much except for trading. Wrap the locket carefully with a scroll and put it in his pocket. Li Feng stretched out his hand to open the portal. At this time, Li Feng was very thankful that Black chose to use his feet to measure the distance from the Thames to Grimmauld Place. This gave Li Feng enough time to remember the environment along the way, so that he could open the portal and leave the secret basement of the Black family. Li Feng, wearing a windbreaker and a long knife, suddenly stepped from the portal to the street, scared the pedestrians around him, and immediately, Li Feng said to the bewildered pedestrian, "I am a street magician. I hope I will become alive." The magic didn't scare you. After speaking, Li Feng bowed to the surroundings and apologized and left the crowd with a depressed look. The reason why Li Feng is depressed is because he forgot to ask Black where Diagon Alley is. When he first arrived, he only knew that the Broken Axe Bar can lead to Diagon Alley, but he didn't know where the Broken Axe Bar was. What happened to him? Go to Diagon Alley? Li Feng, who only had necromancer coins in his pocket, squatted on the side of the road hungry, opened his Dharma eyes to check the spirit bodies of passing pedestrians from time to time, and prayed in his heart that a necromancer specific to the spirit body would pass in front of him, so that he could inquire about Diagon Alley. How'd it go? Until the sky was completely dark, Li Feng, still dreaming of finding necromancer, suddenly saw an afterimage galloping past his eyes. Grip the grass. What was the thing that went by just now? The startled Li Feng got up and looked at the afterimage, and when the afterimage was about to disappear from his sight, he realized that it was a 3-story bus. A night bus that can only be seen by a person with magical power in his body. Knowing what he saw, Li Feng stretched out his hand and opened the portal to the front of the bus with joy. He couldn't help but vomit. This is the speed that the bus should have. This is simply the plane flying at a low altitude. Crossing the portal, Leong beckoned to stop at the speeding bus. Unfortunately, the rule of the night bus is that he will only come when Necromancer points his wand to the side of the road. What about Leong? Where can I find a magic wand? Therefore, the Cavalier's bus just didn't see Leong and roar past by Leong's side. On the Cavalier's bus, the driver seemed to glance at Leong, turned his head and said to the conductor, "I seem to see someone beckoning to us just now." The conductor said indifferently, "Did you see his wand in his hand?" The driver, who saw Leong again appearing on the side of the road, shook his head and said, "I didn't see clearly. I can see clearly. He doesn't have a magic wand in his hand. Hell, he was just behind him. Why suddenly ran in front of us?" When Leong opened the portal to the front of the night bus for the fourth time and waved his hand, the night bus finally stopped. With a sigh of relief, Leong watched the car door open. The conductor with the hat diagonally leaned against the car door and curiously said, "Sir, can you see the night bus? I can't see chasing you, and F asterisk 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 G." While slandering, Leong boarded the Cavalier's bus and said, "Broken Axe Bar in London." Seeing Leong directly board the bus, the conductor knew that the other party was a necromancer, but he was very curious. It is important to know that the purpose of the bus is for those who are uncomfortable with flu fans or those who are unreliable in phantom shifting ability. Yes, where's Leong? Since you can suddenly appear in front of the bus, it means that the opponent has a way to move instantaneously. Why do you still need to take a night bus? After getting on the bus, Leong sat on a free bed as fast as he could. He knew that the seat where the conductor stood and the bed were protected by magic to prevent passengers from being thrown out of their seats by inertia when the high-speed bus brakes suddenly. There is no magic protection in the corridors and other places. If Leong doesn't want to experience being thrown around by inertia and spit out the overnight meal, the best way is to sit in his seat honestly. Taking advantage of the timing when the bus did not start, the conductor walked to Leong to ask for the fare. Leong took out a gold jialong from his pocket and handed it to the conductor. The conductor frowned and said, "Sir, do you have any change?" Leong shook his head. The jean jialong on his body was taken from the small vault of the Black family, whose gold inventory does not store jean jialong, but instead stores small denominations such as silver CK or copper nat. Having said that, in order to make sure that he has enough money to buy various magic materials, Leong only has large denominations of jean jialong in his eyes. With such a small amount of capacity, it takes what's of brains to install change. The conductor shrugged, took out the change from his pocket and paid Leong, then turned back to his seat, and after reporting to the driver where Leong wanted to go, the conductor asked curiously, "Sir, where's your magic wand?" Lost, Leong looked out the window and said casually, "Isn't this going to Diagon Alley to buy a new one?" "Sir, I have to remind you that the shops in Diagon Alley are all closed now," said the conductor, who obviously didn't believe Leong was talking nonsense. "I'm afraid you want to go to the Broken Axe Bar for a drink. As for the wand, it is probably confiscated by your wife to prevent you from using magic indiscriminately after drinking." Obviously, the conductor is a talkative person, but when the conductor asked Leong how suddenly he ran to the front of the bus, the night bus had already stopped at the entrance of the Broken Axe Bar. It can be seen that the night bus should indeed be renamed, and it was almost the same. Leong picked up his belongings and smiled, and said to the conductor, who was still waiting for an explanation, "I will tell you next time when I take the Cavalier bus." After speaking, Leong got out of the car and pushed open the door of Poke's bar. The bar door seems to be a simple wooden door, but the sound insulation effect is surprisingly good. As soon as he opened the door, Leong knew what is noisy and what is hot business. Inside the bar, the owner Tom glanced at the unfamiliar Leong and said, "Sir, what do I need?" "Food," Leong said without thinking. "There is still a vacant room." Soon Tom put the food in front of Leong and asked, "Sir, what is your name? I seem to have never seen you." Already hungry, Leong grabbed the food and took a bite and said, "Austin, I'm here for a trip to London. Unfortunately, my luggage was stolen by the Muggles. I hope they won't use my wand as a deal." I was stunned by his baton. I have used it for many years. Putting down the food, Leong looked at Tom with innocent eyes and said, I can also buy a magic wand in London, right? Tom nodded, pointed to a door in the distance of the bar, and said, there is a passage leading to Diagon Alley. When a store in Diagon Alley opens tomorrow, I will show you to open that door. You can go to Garrick. Mr. Ollivander bought a pleasing wand. Li Sheng smiled heartily. It's done. Just wait for the Jean Jiaolong in his pocket to be spent tomorrow. Just as Li Feng had fallen asleep in the soft bed roar, Blake, who was staying at home, anxiously waiting for the guests to come, finally heard someone ring his doorbell. Blake opened the door excitedly and saw that besides the principal of Hogwarts who was waiting, Albert Dumbledore, there was also an old friend he unexpectedly stood outside, Remus John Luflat. Blake corrected the sharp haircut that hadn't come in a hurry and respectfully said to the old man with the gray beard, Principal Dumbledore, it's nice to meet you. After that, Blake wanted to hug his old friend forward. I didn't expect to see you here, Moonface. Lupin took a step back with a sneer on his face to show that he didn't want to hug Black. After all, in Lupin's impression, Black was still the murderer of the Harry family and the dwarf Peter. If it hadn't been for Dumbledore to come to my residence and invite me to become a professor of black magic defense for the next semester at Hogwarts, I really didn't know that you have such a great skill. Caban flees, or this is what he taught you after you take refuge in a mysterious person. Black's mouth twitched, and he shouted frantically, I didn't betray. I'm not the principal now. Dumbledore saw that Lupin and Blake were full of gunpowder in their speech, and quickly interrupted each other's words, and signaled that Lupin didn't need to be nervous, and said in confusion, when I received a letter from you under your signature. Very surprised. Aren't you in Azkaban? How did you escape? Not the principal. Black was stunned, and while motioning for the two to enter the room, he frowned and asked, Is it a conspiracy set up by the Death Eaters? I knew Austin had other plans, and I guess he would save me. Coming out is also part of the plan. Entering Black's old house, Dumbledore shook his head slightly and said, It's nothing to do with the Death Eaters. It's a major event in the school. Some students opened the Slytherin's secret room and released monsters to clean up the Muggle-born students. There are already several people. When I was hurt, the school board decided to expel me to quell the incident. On the side, he hid the wand in his hands, and Lupin, who was always on alert, said, Let's talk about how you escaped from Azkaban. If you can't convince me, I think the Auror will be happy to put you in Azkaban again. Caban. And I will also apply for permission from the Ministry of Magic to allow the Dementors to perform the Dementor's kiss on you. He couldn't feel the warm hug of his old friend and only heard the mouthful of irony and murderous intent. Blake looked a little helpless. He understood that before he found Peter the little dwarf, he said that he could not wash away his murderous stains. Hearing Lupin talking about the Dementor, Blake remembered why he was looking for Dumbledore and hurriedly said, I saw a Huxiao man named Austin subdue the Dementor in Azkaban. Now, the Dementor still obeys the instructions of the Ministry of Magic on the surface, but has actually become Austin's servant. Under the guidance of Blake, the three people walked into the room with the genealogy of Blake, pointed to the genealogy, and said, I am worried that Austin is a Death Eater, and when he saw that he wanted to take me out of Azkaban, he pretended to be agreed to all his requirements. When he and I return to the old house, I will take the opportunity to detain him in a secret basement and notify you to come. Dumbledore nodded slightly, signaled that he knew it, and looked at the genealogy on the wall with interest, and said, There is a magical magic on it. If it weren't for your reminder, I might not have noticed these hidden on the wall. Was the magic of Harry a variant of the Red Loyalty curse that Harry's parents used to protect the location of his home? Dumbledore could see the secrets of the genealogy at a glance, and Blake was not surprised. After all, Dumbledore was the most powerful necromancer in the magic world in a century. Blake smiled and said, Only those who write their names on the genealogy are qualified to use their own blood to open the door to the secret room hidden behind the wall, but the shortcomings are also obvious. It only recognizes blood, but not people, as long as someone gets it. With my blood, he can still open the secret basement of the Black family. In addition, the house elves and descendants who built the basement can also enter. Dumbledore shifted his gaze from the genealogy to Black and said, "Tell us about Austin." Blake lowered his head for a moment and thought. After finishing the sentence, he said, "Austin suddenly appeared in Azkaban. At the beginning, he looked for me like a wealthy fan in Azkaban, telling me to hide from the little dwarf. The news of where was the reason for me to spend money to buy. But when I found me, it happened to be the time when the Dementors were eating, and there was confusion in my mind at the time, so I didn't ask much where the little dwarf was. Originally, when the Dementor came in, I thought he would escape alone. After all, no one wants to get close to the Dementor, but," Black continued, with some confusion and horror in his eyes. "In the beginning, I just seeing him cast 2 spells, one to kill the Dementor on the spot, and the other to give the Dementor's kiss. Finally, he was in front of me, forcibly cast spells on all Dementors, turning the Dementors into his pets. At the end," Blake said with some confusion and horror, "I found that his magic power is very small compared to adults, but he never used a magic wand when casting spells. Some spells only have a few simple gestures. To silently cast spells. In the magic world, being able to perform silent spell casting is already great, and achieving magical wandless spellcasting is even more of a leader in the magical world." For this, Blake was puzzled and confused. Lupin only thinks that Black must have been sucked away by the Dementor's too much happiness. He is crazy. Even making up a story is full of holes. When will people with less magic power dare to face the Dementors, let alone kill them? It's a Dementor. There's no record of a Dementor being killed in the magic world. But Dumbledore thought more and said, "Are you sure he told you about Peter Pettigrew?" Seeing Black nodded affirmatively, Dumbledore smiled and said, "Except for Austin's subduing of the Dementors, the news of Pettigrew appears. Is this the reason you are asking me for help? If all of this is true, then it means that we have wronged you. After I find Dwarf, I will apologize to you. Now I will open the basement entrance, and let me have a good chat with this Austin." Opening the basement entrance, Dumbledore just wanted to walk into the arch, and Lupin on the side said, "Professor Dumbledore, let Black go first." Blake looked at Lupin in a daze, and said with a face of self-deprecation, "You still don't believe me? Don't I even have a wand now? What is the difference between a necromancer without a wand and a muggle? With Dumbledore's strength, should I be afraid of my trap? Do you look down on Dumbledore, or look me up?" Lupin wouldn't let his guard down, just because Blake didn't have a magic wand. He sneered and said, "Did you get the trust of James and Lily in the same way? It's a pity that you sold them to mysterious people in a blink of an eye. Can you sleep peacefully at night? Or your conscience was eaten by a dog? Oh, sorry, your Animagus is a dog. You might have become a wolf-hearted villain long ago." Blake panted quickly, and finally, after a few deep roar inhalations, he looked at Lupin calmly, shook his head and expressed disappointment with his old friend, and turned and walked into the archway, saying, "It should have been early, just the little dwarf of death. I'm explaining it to you." Dumbledore walked to Lupin's side, put his right hand on Lupin's shoulder, and said, "Just because Blake escaped from Azkaban, he didn't hide. Instead, he immediately contacted me and told me about the Dementor. I believe Blake was on his body. The charge was framed." After speaking, Dumbledore walked into the basement behind Black. At the moment, there is no trace of Li Feng in the basement. In addition to the obvious messy footprints on the ground, only the same messy small vault proves that someone has actually come to the basement. In addition, the 3 people didn't even find a cockroach in the basement. Lupin glanced around, looked at Black with a sarcasm, and motioned to the other party to explain what is meant by Austin being held in the basement. "Are you holding a mass of air named Austin?" Just as Lupin was about to make fun of Blake's lie, so quickly discovered, Dumbledore walked to the cubicle where the experiment table was placed, looked at the dust mark left by Li Feng's locket, and said, "The footprints on the ground do not match Blake's, so someone here has just been here. And Austin not only took Jean Jialong, but he also took something on the experimental table." As if thinking of something, Dumbledore squinted his eyes, pointed to the old house of Black, and said, "Mr. Black, you said you think Austin took you away from Azkaban because of another plan. So can he guess? Will you return here after you leave Azkaban?" Blake walked to the experiment table, touched the experiment table, and said, "This is the only hiding place I can think of to escape the hunt of the Ministry of Magic." "Professor, are you saying that Austin's goal is something on the experiment table?" Dumbledore nodded slightly and said, "If he really has another picture, do you know what he took?" Blake shook his head and said, "I have forgotten how many years I haven't returned to the old house. I don't know what is left in the old house, but I think someone knows." After speaking, Blake shouted, "Creature, come out." As soon as he finished speaking, Creature appeared in front of Black in an instant and said respectfully, "What's the command of the little master? I live to serve the Black family." After speaking, Creature lowered his head as if no one was around. One side said to himself, "The dirty British stepped on the dirty carpet again." Blair was no stranger to Creature's neuroticism, pointing to the experimental table and saying, "Tell me what was originally on the experimental table." Originally? Creature realized what, and hurriedly jumped to the test table to take a look and said with a weeping voice, "Damn thief, Creature hasn't destroyed it yet. Let down the master." Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Blake, who just came out of Azkaban, obviously hasn't learned to restrain his temper. After all, he has been tortured by Dementors for 12 years. It is normal to have his temper to vent. So Black saw Creature crying and talking to himself constantly on the experimental table, but he never said what Leong took away. The backlog of resentment in his heart couldn't help but want to vent by beating Creature. Fortunately, Dumbledore put some chocolate in his pocket when he went to Black's old house. Just eating a piece of chocolate can heal the Dementor's happy attack. This is also an effective way to recover after contact with the Dementor. Handing the chocolate to Blake, Dumbledore said, "Blake, order Creature to tell what Leong took." Gobbled down the chocolate, feeling a lot of Black looking at Creature, and commanded, "Now, immediately tell me what was taken away." Creature stopped crying under Black's order and whispered, "It's a locket. It's the most evil item in this house." Before his death, Master Regulus ordered Creature to destroy the box, but Creature didn't use it. Neither a drill nor an axe can destroy the box. Creature disappointed Master Regulus. "Dumbledore, what kind of locket is it?" Creature looked at Dumbledore as if he had just found him, and bowed respectfully and said, "The greatest white necromancer in the wizarding world, Sir Albin Dumbledore. Good evening." It is a large snake with a shell depicting Anne's shape. S. locket was stolen by Master Regulus from the Dark Lord, and the box contained the Dark Lord's secret. Dumbledore was stunned, and seemed to be asking Creature as if he was talking to himself. "Snake? The locket is related to the Dark Lord. Is it Salazar, Slytherin's relic?" Creature said that he was just a house elf, and didn't know what the Slytherin relic was. He only knew that he had not fulfilled the last wish of Regulus Master. On the side, Black seemed to be aware of something, and said annoyedly, "Austin just pretended to show me the appearance of a wealthy fan. He knew from the beginning to the end that there were things mysterious people needed in the secret basement of the Black family. But he was forced till I came to Azkaban to rescue me after being unable to enter the basement. It seemed that I agreed to allow him to enter the basement to get paid, but in fact he wanted to get the broken locket." Dumbledore frowned and said, "No matter what the mysterious man wants, we can't let him get it. The most important thing at the moment is to find Austin Blake. Please remember what Austin said and think about him. Where will it hang out?" "For a long time," Blake said with a wry smile. "Maybe I'm not suitable for inquiring about intelligence by nature, and I cannot tell where Austin will appear. The only thing I know is that he was penniless when we first met and was unfamiliar with London." Now, Blake glanced at the compartment where Jean Jalong was stored and said, "Yes, he is very interested in refitting locomotives. Maybe he will buy parts to refit locomotives." Lupin, who was silently guarding Blake, said suddenly, "If Austin hasn't left London, we can find it in hotels and other places, but we don't know whether he will stay in the Muggle World Hotel or the Wizarding World. It's simple. After all, there are only so few." "Good idea." Dumbledore motioned to everyone to leave the basement and said, "I went to Azkaban to investigate how the Dementors were controlled. As for Sirius, magic, although the Ministry does not know that you escaped, you'd better hide at home. While talking, Dumbledore glanced at Black, not waiting for Dumbledore to disbelieve what Black said about the Dementors. But in this world, most magic has a corresponding resolving spell. Since now Li Feng is the enemy friends don't know, Dumbledore definitely wants to know more about Li Feng so that he can take precautions when fighting in the future. The three returned to the gate of the old house. Dumbledore said to Lupin and Kreacher, who were looking for Li Feng's presence, "Considering that the other party can cast spells silently and without a wand, after you find Austin, don't disturb each other. Focus on surveillance." Lupin and Kreacher went to find Austin's whereabouts. "Wait, I am making plans when I come back." Lupin nodded, walked to the side of the road, raised his wand, and summoned the night bus. Soon, a 3-story night bus stopped in front of Lu Pingping. The conductor looked at the magic wand in Lupin's hand and whispered, "Oh, another one with a magic wand. I thought I could see the one who could catch up. What about the Huxiao of the bus?" Lupin, who got on the bus, looked at the conductor subconsciously and asked, "Have you seen a Huxiao necromancer?" At the door of the old house, Dumbledore, who was asking Black to describe the details of Li Feng's spell, turned his head to look at the returning night bus, raised his brows, and looked at Lupin, who was on the bus, and asked, "Have you forgotten something?" Lupin thanked the conductor, turned and walked to Dumbledore, with a slightly surprised expression on his face, and said, "Professor, I know where Austin is." He boarded the Cavalier's bus not far from the Black House. The car that got off at the Broken Axe Bar is probably sleeping in the Broken Axe Bar now. Dumbledore said with a little surprise. Broken Axe Bar? Didn't he rush to hand the locket to the mysterious man? Lupin shrugged and said, "I don't know this. Maybe the locket has been handed over to the mysterious man. Maybe..." After that, Lupin looked at Black and continued, "Maybe Austria's Sting was not a subordinate of a mysterious person, but simply saw a magic item on the experimental table, thought it was a precious item, and took it away." Dumbledore thought for a while and felt that what Lupin said was possible. After all, normal people would always be a little curious after seeing it. Say, let alone the locket is destroyed, it can't even be opened. This is still the house elves who can cast spells without a wand. Black realized what Dumbledore was thinking and turned to Kreacher and said, "You go to the Broken Axe Bar. If Austin is in the bar, you will record his every move and wait for Dumbledore to get from Azkaban. Tell him everything when the class comes back." Kreacher nodded slightly and said to himself, "I am very happy to serve the Black family. I have work to do again." As soon as the voice fell, Kreacher disappeared in front of the three people in an instant and appeared in the Broken Axe Bar again. He crept looking for Austin in the barroom. After a while, Kreacher stood outside a room with a grin and listened. When Li Feng Roar was asleep, he was beating Roar. "This is Austin's voice. I heard him talking to the Little Master before. I remember this voice." After Kreacher talked to himself, he thought about Black's instructions. Stare at Austin. It shouldn't be considered staring outside the door, but staring at Austin from the bedside. When Kreacher appeared in the room, Li Feng's roar grunt disappeared instantly. After traveling through several worlds, Li Feng has long been accustomed to staying on guard at Otherworld at all times. Even if he is lying on a soft bed, he still has the vigilance he should have. So when Kreacher suddenly appeared on the head of his bed, Li Feng, before opening his eyes, he stretched his hand to the long knife aside. When Li Feng raised his knife to see that he was a familiar house elf, he asked in an uncertain tone, "Kreacher, did Black ask you to come to me?" Kreacher, who didn't care when he heard the glass breaking sound around him, nodded slightly and muttered in a low voice, "Damn mudblood. Damn thief, you stole Master Regulus' locket." Before Kreacher finished muttering, Li Feng pointed a long knife to the scroll that wrapped the locket, rolled his eyes, and said, "I know how to destroy it." Destroy it? As a loyal house elf, always thinking about how to complete Regulus' orders, he was about to drive Kreacher crazy. Coupled with prolonged contact with the locket, his heart was a little distorted. I heard Li Feng could help destroy the locket, but Kreacher became clear-headed. The so-called old people, some old Kreacher obviously understand that Li Feng will not help him in vain. In exchange, Creature said that he is only elves loyal to the Black family, and only Li Feng said what conditions he needed. A reply can only be given after considering the interests of the Black family. Creature blinked his big eyes to look at Li Feng and said in a humble tone, "Dear Mr. Austin, what are your conditions?" Inwardly, Creature thought that as soon as Li Feng opened his mouth, he had the right to refuse the other party's request. After all, Dumbledore was also interested in this locket belonging to the mysterious person. The mysterious man is also interested in destroying the locket when he is doing Dumbledore. Conditions? Li Feng scratched his eyebrows. For a while, he really didn't think of any conditions. After the meeting, Li Feng thought of the props he needed most and said, "Do you know how to translate?" English translated into Muggles Huxia or American English. On the contrary, Li Feng's conditions made Creature so clear-headed a little vague. It wasn't that the conditions were too difficult, but it was too simple, so simple that he didn't need to operate it personally. Blinking, Creature said cautiously, "Dear Mr. Austin, if you have fewer books to translate, Creature is happy to help you. If you have more books to translate, Creature reminds, Mr. You can buy Quill Pen for translation." Li Feng was stunned. In his impression, the necromancer in this world likes to isolate himself from the sight of the world. Even if he communicates with the outside world, he is with the necromancer from abroad, not with Muggles. After Creature's explanation, Li Feng remembered that although the necromancer in this world likes to be isolated, there is still a group of people who like the Muggle world and make a living from it. For example, Hogwarts has a subject called Muggle Studies. Study. And this group of people studying Muggles will inevitably use books, newspapers, etc. to gather information. So Quill Pens for translation are also born. Since the Quill Pen can translate Muggle books into the books of the Wizarding world, and vice versa, the Quill Pen can also translate the books of the magical world into the books of the Muggle world, but this kind of Quill Pen is a bit expensive. After all, too few people are needed. But who is Li Feng? He regards Black's basement's small vault as his own home. Is he the one who lacks that Jean Jialong? There are more than two ways to destroy the locket. Li Feng knows more than two methods, such as his own pseudo-angel feather or the spell on the Solomon's Key. This book is full of spells to restrain the devil, and most of the time the devil chooses to possess human beings. In order to save the mankind and eliminate the devil at the same time, Li Feng learned a lot of exorcism. The behavior of hiding the soul in the locket like the mysterious person is barely considered possession. So Li Feng has a way to expel the soul of the mysterious person from the locket. The only uncertainty is that the soul of the mysterious man is currently considered to be human. Li Feng does not know whether the magic used to destroy the devil can be effective. Trade? Is the locket empty? In consideration of the above, after listening to Creature's introduction to the special Quill Pen for translation, Li Feng pinched his nose while admitting that he was unlucky and said, "Method 1. Find Gryffindor's sword. That thing can break the locket." The corner of Creature's mouth twitched. He definitely knew about Gryffindor's sword, but he also knew that it had been missing for hundreds of years. He was found by other people who were looking for the sword, and in order to swallow the sword alone, he would be dried into dried meat. With his eyes wide open, Creature said quietly, "How about Method 2? Li Feng, who is sure that Harry is in the second grade, definitely knows that the basilisk has appeared, but he doesn't know where the plot has progressed. Scratching his head, Li Feng asked, "Do you know who is staring at the basilisk?" Creature thought about it for a while, and then said uncertainly, "The basilisk you're talking about is a dangerous snake with extraordinary abilities hatched from a male egg under the body of Toad." Li Feng nodded with a grin. To tell the truth, even if Li Feng thought he had magician status and had seen enough strange species, he still couldn't help but want to laugh when he heard a male egg. How busy do you say this egg-laying rooster is? Let's not talk about which organ the egg of this rooster conceived from, but that the rooster will crowed and lay eggs. Is this preparing to take the hen's job and make yourself a workaholic? What does this make to the hen in the same bed? And how idle is the toad that hatched eggs? This is really hatching play. Seeing Li Feng nodded and confessed, Creature clearly felt a surging blood flow in his body to his brain, and the cerebral thrombosis was washed away at once. And he was refreshed. Or was he angry? If it weren't for the Ministry of Magic's strict order that the house elves could not harm humans, Creature really wanted to split Li Feng's brain while he was sober. Where can the legendary basilisks be found in reality? Can the basilisk destroy the locket? Why don't you open up Merlin's coffin and let Merlin drag the mysterious man into the underworld? Seeing Creature's eyes full of contempt, Li Feng couldn't guess what Creature was thinking and said indifferently, I really know where there are basilisks. The problem is that I can't beat that stuff unless you find a way to blind it otherwise. Li Feng lay down on the bed and covered it with a quilt and said, otherwise, let's wash and sleep. Anyway, I won't face the basilisk alone. That's not called destroying the locket. That's called killing. Creature lowered his head by the bed. After a serious thought, gritted his teeth and said, if the basilisk loses those eyes, will you help me destroy the locket? Li Feng, resting with his hands and eyes closed, heard Creature's words and sat up and looked up at Creature and said, listen to your tone. Are you going to blind the basilisk even at the cost of your own life? Creature stared at Li Feng with bloodshot eyes and looked at Li Feng with a haughty appearance and answered the question. My biggest ideal is to cut off my head like a mother and stick it on a piece of the black family veneer. Is this an answer to my question from the side, but also a last word? Although he knew that the house elves were very loyal after acknowledging the Lord, Li Feng was still surprised by Creature's behavior. In order to not know how many years the former owner had died, he knew that he would sacrifice and fulfill his last wish. What does the current owner Sirius think? But I seem to want such a faithful house elf. In fact, Li Feng really wants to destroy the locket, and there's a simple way, as simple as just waiting patiently. Even if Li Feng doesn't know where Harry's plot has progressed, the basilisk will definitely appear on the stage and coax the protagonist of this world under the impetus of the plot. Under the aura of Harry, the beautiful monster around him is called a pet. Ugly monsters are called delicious and juicy food, so the smelly and ugly basilisk is destined to be just a pile of delicious snake soup. Definitely, this requires you to have enough guts to try the taste of snake meat. People like Li Feng dare not try the taste of basilisk. Even if the basilisk is hatched from eggs, it is naturally crunchy with the taste of chicken. The meat quality is far more than the nutrition of beef, n times the protein. If you dare not dare, Li Feng said that he would not eat the meat of the basilisk. The ghost knows if there is anything strange in this basilisk that has lived for hundreds of years. Parasites. Thinking of parasites wriggling in his body, Li Feng, who cherishes life, shuddered slightly and said, you tell me the quill pen for translation, and I will tell you 2 methods. This is very reasonable, but you want me risking my life to destroy the locket. Please forgive me for not being able to do it. Creature shook his head slightly and said unconvinced, but you can buy the quill pen I mentioned at the magical item store, but where can I buy the sword and basilisk you mentioned? That's something you want to investigate. Li Feng spread his hands and said, or we can change the deal. For example, we have agreed that as long as the locket is destroyed during the Hogwarts summer vacation this year, then you will have to wait. My orders. Sorry, Creature said without thinking. I am the elf of the Black family, and I only serve the Black family. Although he knew that Creature could not be solicited in this way, Li Feng felt that it would be no problem to try it. Anyway, he would not get pregnant if he tried it. It was just that Creature's clean refusal made Li Feng somewhat unhappy. Don't ask what Sirius thinks. Some unwilling Li Feng still tried to seduce Creature and said, perhaps Sirius is fed up with your neuroticism and agrees to transfer you to me? Creature was stunned. He knew how disgusting Sirius was for him. Now that Sirius knew that the locket belonged to a mysterious person, as soon as Li Feng started trading with the locket, Creature felt that he should change the owner 80% of the time. Creature was a little entangled. He originally planned to dedicate his life to the Black family, but now he destroys the locket according to Regulus's last wish and completes his last loyalty. On the other hand, he ignores Regulus's last wish and continues to spend the rest of his life dedicated to the Black family. After a long time, Creature, feeling confused again, chose to fulfill Regulus's last wish and said, I will go back to ask Sirius and give you an answer. I hope you can abide by it. After that, Creature, who was about to teleport back to Black's old house, started his magic and stared at Li Feng in a daze. What's the situation? Even Hogwarts, who prohibits apparitions, cannot prohibit teleportation of elf. Will there be a higher level of teleportation prohibition circle in the Broken Axe Bar? Li Feng grinned. The mirrored space is an independent space. If you can go out, there will be ghosts. Li Feng, who reached out to open the portal, signaled that Creature was trying to teleport. This time, Creature looked at Li Feng and muttered something while disappearing in front of Li Feng. After a while, the smiling Creature appeared in front of Li Feng again, murmured directly in his mouth, "Damn mud-blood thief, delusional to be my master, damn." When he saw Li Feng staring at him, Creature smiled silently. "Sirius asked me to tell you, get out." As for the reason for rejection, Creature imitated Sirius's words and said, "The house elf is a symbol of nobility. You just don't know where the poor ghost came from, since you dare to use one that was stolen from my house. The broken locket is exchanged for the glory of the nobility. This is not a broken locket, but one of the Horcruxes of the mysterious man." Before Creature finished speaking, Li Feng looked at Creature and interrupted, "If you don't know what a Horcrux is, you can ask Sirius. I think the Black family, who have passed on for so many years, will know something about Horcruxes." Creature was stunned. He just knew that the locket was an item of the Dark Lord. He really didn't know what exactly it did. When Creature recalled what a Horcrux was, Li Feng continued, "Also, Sirius and I are the same. It was agreed that the things in the basement belonged to me when I took them. So, strictly speaking, the locket is my reward for saving Sirius from Azkaban. It belongs to me, and I cannot be described as a thief. Also, Creature, we agreed that I will destroy the locket for you during Hogwarts summer vacation, instead of handing it to Sirius as a condition of exchange for you. If you want to lock it, then wait. Let me add conditions. After all, you're not the only ones who want the locket, so I am not in the mood to bargain with you." Creature seemed to understand something and said unbelievably, "Do you still want to trade with the Dark Lord? Isn't it okay to simply watch Sirius upset and frighten you?" "I thought so in my heart, but Li Feng said, can it?" Having had the experience of banning teleportation before, Creature understood that Li Feng was not someone who had no strength to fight back, especially when he thought of his former owner's life before stealing the locket. But Li Feng was going to trade with the mysterious person? This made Creature feel that his brain hurts. It hurts. With his head drooping, Creature disappeared in front of Li Feng again, ready to convey to Sirius Li Feng's intention to trade with the mysterious man and tell him the secret that the locket is a Horcrux. Not long after leaving Li Feng's room, Creature appeared again in Li Feng's room with the two in the shape of pin. Creature, who had just appeared, hid behind the two with a grieved expression. He clearly understood that he would leave the Black family with a high probability and followed behind Li Feng, who did not know him. The old acquaintance Sirius stood in front of Li Feng with a grim expression. Needless to say, looking at Sirius' expression, he knew that the other party understood Horcrux. "That's fine. It saves me the trouble of explaining." Seeing that Sirius still did not take out his wand, Li Feng's mouth twitched slightly. If Sirius took out his wand and pointed at him, although Li Feng felt that he had the capital to fight against each other, there were still troubles. After all, what Sirius said, too. Dumbledore's people, but do you dare to show up in front of me empty-handed? Do you think it's overwhelming, or is it because the one beside you, pointing at me with a magic wand from start to finish, can give you courage? But it's really uncomfortable to be pointed at with a magic wand. For safety's sake, Li Feng snapped his fingers to wrap the room into the mirror space. Once a fight broke out, the mirror space could be regarded as Li Feng's home court. Anyway, he could also give play to his home court advantage. Just as Li Feng was about to speak, he saw a Creature standing in front of Sirius with a loyal expression and said, "Master, this magic imprisoned us in a different dimension. Before I could not teleport away because of being he is trapped in this space." Sirius pushed Creature away in front of him and said with a nonchalant expression, "What do you want?" Li Feng shrugged and said, "Time converter and related information." Sirius was taken aback for a moment and then sneered, "I really didn't see that you still want to involve time magic." Save it. Although there are many time converters in the Ministry of Magic, they only know the production, but they don't know the working principle of time magic. Li Feng didn't refute Sirius' ridicule, but still smiled and said, "And teach me magic." After thinking about it, Li Feng felt that he didn't know the magic of this world, and added, "Teach from the basics." Base. Did this one never go to a magic school? No wonder there is so little magic power. Lu Ping squinted his eyes, and while looking up and down Li Feng, he asked curiously, "I can teach you basic magic, but you have to explain your origins." Li Feng looked at Lu Ping and asked, "Who are you?" "Remus John Lupin," Lupin said calmly. "You can call me Lupin, Werewolf Lupin. By the way, the teaching level of this person is indeed good, but it seems that I have better conditions to deal with Lupin. Should I change the conditions?" After thinking for a while, Li Feng grinned and said, "It's nice to meet you, Professor Lu Ping, but I want to change the conditions about what you taught me about magic. I will use the condition of expelling or suppressing the chemotoxin from your body, and you will teach me magic." In order to increase the persuasive power, Li Feng took out his wooden box and opened it while talking, and motioned Lu Ping to look at the fake angel feather in the box. Lupin, holding his wand, cast his eyes at the white feathers. He was a little confused as to why Li Feng called Roar himself a professor. At the same time, he didn't know why. When he saw the feathers, he felt that his soul was purified. Even if he became a werewolf, he would have reason. At the same time, there was some fear in his heart, as if he had an instinct to tell him to stay away from feather. Definitely, becoming a werewolf and having reason is just Lupin's illusion. The role of the pseudo-angel feather is indeed to purify a creature with a twisted mind. As to whether the creature can withstand the purification energy, this is not within the scope of feathers. Werewolves in this world do not recognize the 6 relatives at the full moon. It can be seen that the mind is distorted. So for normal Lupin, feathers are not very useful, but at the full moon, they will still kill Lupin accidentally. Frowning, Lu Ping looked at Li Feng and asked, "What is this?" After closing the wooden box, Li Feng took out the Matchbox file-size magic book from his pocket, enlarged the magic book to normal size in front of everyone, and opened the pages of the book and said, "That's a pseudo-angel feather, a kind of a prop that specifically restrains mind-twisting creatures. When in Azkaban, the Dementor was locked into the mirror space and relied on this feather to subdue the opponent. If you want to expel the wolf poison, the feather can help you." While talking, Li Feng had found a spell to restrain the werewolves, handed the magic book to Lupin and pointed at the spell and said, "The effect of feathers is too strong. You may die if you don't, so I also have some spells to suppress wolf poison. As long as you find a way to portray it on your body, it will be difficult for you to become a werewolf at the full moon. Definitely, there are still weaknesses and other things. After all, this is to suppress, but not to eliminate wolf poison." Lu Ping looked at the magic book and at Li Feng, shaking his head with a little regret on his face, and said, "I don't know where you know I'm a werewolf, but I insist on using the locket to exchange it. Otherwise, I would rather endure wolf poison. Pain will not teach you magic." "Remus." Sirius looked at Lupin incredulously and said, "You are not." "The locket," Lupin interrupted Sirius with a smile, and said, "Compared to the locket, I want to kill the mysterious person to calm my soul, and after so many years, I have become accustomed to wolf poisoning. The pain it caused me." After that, Lu Ping looked towards Li Feng without a wave of gaze, and while looking at the mirrored space, he said, "Using the sealed space to make the Dementor nowhere to escape, plus restraining the Dementor's feathers, is a good strategy, but you should tell your origins and hand over the locket. Maybe we won't be able to leave this different space even if we defeat you, but how can I be reconciled if I don't try it? Is there anyone who is really not afraid of death? I just want to learn some magic, or it's so difficult." Li Feng looked at Lu Ping with a slight eyelid, trying to see the softness from the opponent's eyes, but he couldn't see anything except life and death. For a long time, Li Feng shrugged and said, "Use the locket to change the time converter and teach magic. And creature, there's no doubt about this, right?" Sirius and Lupin looked at each other. They nodded and glanced at Creature, who silently bowed their heads. Regarding creatures' change of ownership, they had no objection from the beginning. Human Horcrux is important. As for my origin, it is not impossible to tell you, but it is not that I despise your closed magical world. You must first understand the parallel universe to understand my origin. Seeing the two of them looking confused, Leong was thinking about it really is so, while enduring the urge to roll his eyes to explain to them what a parallel universe is. When watching Harry's movie, Leong only knew that necromancers either looked down on muggles or were afraid of muggles. But for this reason, it was a bit speechless to not even pay attention to some scientific theories. In this regard, Leong couldn't help but imagine that in the past hundreds of years in this world, humans have begun to move to space. This group of necromancers went out and took a look. Hey, what about muggles? Why are there necromancers left on the whole earth? For a long time, Lu Ping took the lead in digesting Li Feng's words and said in a contemptuous tone, "If you just say that you're not a person in this world, you can't stop it. Why are you talking about the universe?" At this time, Sirius also understood Li Feng's origins and suddenly realized, "No wonder I don't know any of your magic. It turns out that you are an alien. You don't use magic wands to cast spells." Leong, alien? Forget it. Aliens are aliens. But you actually know aliens? This is incredible. Sirius seemed to see Li Feng's surprise and glanced at his mouth and said, "I was a master of refitting locomotives, and the necromancer, a locomotive, can't be manufactured. I can only steal it from muggles. It's indispensable to deal with muggles, so I'm not an old-school necromancer who eats the past." With some doubts, Sirius continued to ask, "Since you have never been to Earth, how did you know that I was locked up in Azkaban?" On the side, Lu Ping, who analyzed in his mind whether Li Feng's origins were true, replied to Leong with a little uncertainty. "Time?" Sirius still didn't understand. He blinked at Lu Ping inexplicably and asked, "What time?" Lu Ping glanced at Sirius angrily and said, "The first thing Austin mentioned when he proposed to exchange the locket was the time converter. I think." Lu Ping looked at Leong and said, "I think Mr. Austin knows time spells, right?" Seeing Leong nodding and acknowledging that he knows time spells, Lupin said with a little envy in his eyes, "I guess you can see our past and future from the timeline, right? Why didn't I expect to explain this way? It just so happens that I don't want to explain that you live in the movie plot." Leong grinned, nodded slightly, and said, "I can only see part of it. After all, my magic power is only so small. If I am strong enough, I might be able to see farther. Blow. Anyway, bragging is not tax. Leong can't brag." Having said that, such an explanation is also good. At least they won't be asked inexplicably about things that have not been shown in the movie, such as when Harry's parents got married, and Leong will not be able to use much magic. Did not see it to explain. Aside, Sirius, who was muttering timeline, seeing words, seemed to recall something. His eyes were bloodshot, and he asked, "You said that you knew the whereabouts of Peter Pettigrew. You didn't lie to me." Leong spread his hands and said, "Definitely." "Where is he?" Although Sirius sucked, roar hard to calm himself down. The hands that clenched his fist could still tell how manic he was at the moment. Even Lu Ping, who was usually calmer, looked at Leong with a look of eagerness. "Leong, I want." Sirius, who had a preliminary understanding of Leong, knew that the other party was going to make a deal again when he heard Li Feng's tone, but now he only wanted to kill the dwarf Peter and didn't want to grind with Leong at all. So he interrupted Li Feng's words directly and said, "Make a deal." "Leong, did I say anything just now? Why did you make the deal?" Lu Ping silently looked at Sirius, who was dazzled by hatred, and pulled the opponent behind him to calm down, then turned his head and said, "What do you want to exchange information with?" "Knowledge," Leong said with a smile. "A lot of knowledge. You also know that I am not from the magic world, and I am curious about the magic of your world, so I want a lot of magic knowledge. Some simple or basic magic Leong can still be bought in bookstores, but some precious magic Leong has no place to buy, so what he wants is the magic book collected by the Black family." Sirius hesitation slightly, and said, "Books can be loaned to you for transcripts, but I want to keep the originals. These books are my gift to Harry." "Leong, deal." When the agreement was reached, Li Feng said readily. Little dwarf Peter is at Hogwarts. Impossible, Lupin retorted without thinking. If Peter was at Hogwarts, Dumbledore could not have been ignorant. Sirius also didn't believe Li Feng's words, and looked at Li Feng with unkind eyes, and said, Your false lie is too bad, or do you think I've been tortured by Dementor into a fool, and just making up a lie can deceive me? Li Feng sighed and said, Have you forgotten Peter's anima? What's the horse? After thinking about it, Li Feng said that he really didn't remember what the ultimate shape-shifting technique in Harry's world was called, and said, It's your shape-shifting technique. Peter can become a field mouse. You think Dumbledore will notice that there is an extra one in the school? Vol. Animagus, Lupin said thoughtfully. Plus Peter is familiar with the secret passages in the school. Maybe Dumbledore really can't find Peter's traces easily. Similarly, even if we find a reason to enter the school, there is no trace of a rat. After all, the school is too big. Sirius didn't believe Li Feng's words. Nunu said, What is the difference between what you said and what you didn't say? I have to take advantage of the precious magic of the Black family. Unless you find out Peter Pettigrew, the transaction will be cancelled. It's not impossible for me to go to school to find a little dwarf, but now there's a basilisk haunting Hogwarts. Is there a little less code to copy books? Li Feng scratched his eyebrows and said, Little dwarf is now Ron Weasley's pet, a pet mouse without a finger. It is said that little dwarf is a graduate of Gryffindor College. He just became a field mouse. Weasley's family has been hiding for 12 years, and this courage and perseverance is nowhere to be seen. Anyway, I can't turn myself into a mouse, so I think it's 12 years. Ron Weasley. Lack of fingers, 12 years. Li Feng's introduction to Pettigrew made the two believe that Pettigrew was in school. At the same time, the two suddenly realized something. After a glance at each other, they said in unison, Harry is at school. He is in danger. The flustered Sirius bared his teeth and said, We will go to school right away. You protect Harry, and I will kill Peter. The calmer Lupin grabbed Sirius and looked at Li Feng and asked, Did you see Peter hurt Harry? Afraid that Li Feng didn't know who Harry was, Lupin added, Harry has a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. The little boy is also a second-year student at Hogwarts. I definitely know Harry. After all, that guy's the protagonist. Li Feng shook his head slightly to signal that Harry was safe, and looked at Sirius and said, If you kill Peter like this, you should be charged with that. It is better to discuss how to capture the opponent alive and hand the opponent to the Ministry of Magic in exchange for yours. Free. Lupin, who has the same idea, nodded and said, When you are free, in addition to wandering on the street, you can also buy a magic wand that is handy. It will also have a better guarantee for your safety in life. Li Feng scratched his head suspiciously. He remembered that everyone in the movie had a magic wand. Even the wanted criminal Sirius had a magic wand next to him. How can you listen to Lupin's meaning? You could buy a magic wand if you want to. Excuse me, do you have any requirements for buying a wand? Definitely. Lupin was taken aback for a moment. Isn't this common sense that everyone knows? Then I realized that Li Feng is not a local person, and he did not know this common sense, so he casually explained to Li Feng, Only people who are innocent can buy magic wands. Wanted criminals like Sirius can't buy magic wands. After some explanation, Li Feng nodded speechlessly to express his understanding. This is like even in a country where people can legally hold guns, there are still various strict regulations on the purchase of firearms. What can only be purchased for civilian firearms, not automatic rifles. Wait, the ultimate goal is to prevent criminals from randomly acquiring powerful weapons. The wand is not as simple as a civilian firearm for Necromancer. It is a big killer in the hands of Necromancer, so it is necessary to strictly control the wands sold. It's just that Li Feng, who doesn't have any documents on his body, is very depressed. Although he is not a wanted criminal, he also does not have an ID card to prove that he is innocent. The most important thing is that he can't find him who is unfamiliar in life. Ways to make documents. Scratching his slightly headached head, Li Feng recalled what Sirius had said before, and said, Shan, you said before that you can get a certificate. Just help me get a certificate. Sirius grinned and said faintly, "What do you use in exchange? This sounds familiar. Ma Dan, isn't this what I told you?" Li Feng looked at Lu Ping speechlessly and said, "I used the spell to suppress wolf poison to exchange for a legal certificate and materials used to modify the car." After thinking about it, Li Feng felt that he was a bit disadvantaged. After all, there is no spell that can suppress wolf poison in this world. This is regarded as a scorpion shit poison only. He added, "I still need some of Jean Giallo." Lupin looked down at his patched clothes and whispered at the corners of his mouth, "Where do you see that I have the money to buy materials?" Seeing Li Feng's embarrassed face, Sirius seemed as if he had jumped into a pool on a hot summer day. "He told you to talk about transactions at every turn. But if Lupin has no money, it doesn't mean I have no money." Sirius, who owns the entire Black family property, waved his hand like a local tyrant and said while looking at the magic book in Li Feng's hand, "When the transaction is concluded, the certificate will be delivered to you tomorrow morning." Li Feng said that he understood the other person's eyes in seconds, opened the magic book, and handed it to Lupin, pointing to the spell on the book page, and said, "There are actually many spells that can restrain wolf poisoning. If the spell I gave is not satisfied, you can find a suitable spell in the book to suppress wolf poison." After Lupin said thank you to Sirius, he took the magic book and walked to the desk. He picked up the quill on the table and transcribed the spell as he said, "I will transcribe some spells first and wait until Peter's matter is resolved. Come busy with the spell." Sirius on the side nodded, saying that it is indeed more important for the little dwarf now. After all, it is related to Harry's safety. Although the certificate will be given to you tomorrow, it will take some time to collect the materials for the modified car, and I will confirm that these spells are indeed effective. On the premise, after handing you the materials, as for Jean Jialong, they are lying in the basement before, and you want to get them by yourself. Lu Ping finished copying the spell and motioned to Li Feng to open the gap in the mirror space. He was anxious to return to the Black House with Sirius, and when Dumbledore came back, he could discuss how to find Peter and get Sirius acquitted. In the room, Creature stood quietly behind Li Feng, while Li Feng, standing by the window sill, watched the two leave the broken axe bar, anxiously opening the portal to the basement of the Black family. He wanted to take advantage of Sirius's return to the old house and evacuated Jean Jialong from the basement. This was the cost of his purchase of magic materials, and did he not hear what Sirius said? "If you want, you can get yourself." No wonder I emptied. Creature crossed the portal with a look of confusion and surprise, and respectfully said to Li Feng, "Master, what do you want to do when you return to the Black family?" "In the future, I will change my slogan to my boss. In other words, if someone hears you calling me master, it will cause unnecessary trouble." After that, Li Feng pointed to Jean Jialong in the cubicle and said, "Add this to Jean Jialong." Longdu moved into my room. Creature looked at Jean Jialong, then at the portal behind him, nodded and said, "Good boss." While Creature was busy carrying Jean Jialong, Li Feng walked to another compartment, looked at the books on the shelf with greedy eyes, and asked, "Creature, are these books protected by magic?" Creature turned his head and glanced at the books, and said, "The books on the bookshelf are not protected by magic, but some books are originally purely dangerous, such as the first row of the fantasy adventures. Necromancer who does not have enough strength will fall into the illusion at a glance, spending a lifetime in books and eventually dying in the illusion. Only a strong enough necromancer can interpret the illusion in the book, and such books are everywhere on the shelves." Self-awareness Li Feng doesn't think he has great strength. Once he was unlucky enough to be killed by books, he was funny. After thinking about it, Li Feng looked at Creature and said, "What if you help me copy and translate these books? You? Can you deal with the magic in the book?" Creature nodded, looked at the bookshelf and said, "I can ignore some magic, but only some, and I also need a special quill for translation, otherwise I can't complete the task of translating so many books in a short time." Looking at the evacuated Jean Jialong, Li Feng took out the magic book and handed it to Creature, saying, "Now help me translate some. We are leaving the basement when Sirius returns." "Yes, boss." After speaking, Creature's old problem was committed again, and while walking to the bookshelf to pick up a magic book, he whispered, "Damn, the boss? Inflicted on Jean Jialong from the Black family? No, I want to get involved in the precious magic book." Li Feng scratched his eyebrows. He is still unable to treat Creature's problems, but that doesn't mean that he won't have a chance in the future. This is why he dares to ask Creature. Otherwise, a little elf who always scolds himself in his ears will cause Li Feng to be caught in his head. Only ask for it if you pass it. Ignoring Creature's muttering, Li Feng seemed to talk to himself and ask Creature, "Is there any way to improve his strength?" Creature first glanced at Li Feng, whose mana was scarce, with contempt. Then he remembered that Li Feng is now his master, and said with his head down, "Boss, you could buy a potion of mana boosting. This potion can increase your total mana, but it should the potion is very scarce and precious, and it's hard to find. Or you can go to Hogwarts to practice for a period of time, but the problem is that the school has strict security, and you may not be able to get in with your strength. I can understand the magic boost potion. After all, there are many stories in movies and TV series about drinking medicine to increase the upper limit of magic power." Li Feng frowned and said, "But what does it mean to go to Hogwarts to practice? What's special in Hogwarts is it?" Under Creature's explanation, Li Feng slapped his forehead annoyedly. Reality is reality, and movies are movies. Although I have reminded myself that this is the real world, I still subconsciously forget many untold things in the movie. Just like Hogwarts, the movie only tells that every necromancer will go to school. But why do those families that have a rich family background and many resources still insist that their children go to Hogwarts to go to school? Is it not good to hire some private professors at home to provide elite education to children? It's not that I can't afford it. In fact, there's an environmental problem here. The environment here does not mean that the family is afraid of children being lonely and causes loneliness when they grow up, but the geographical environment of Hogwarts is so good. First of all, the school's feng shui is too good. The Forbidden Forest with a lower concentration is home to a large number of magical creatures, and there are as many magical plants on the ground as weeds on the roadside. As for Hogwarts, which was built in the area with the highest concentration of magic power, its magic concentration is not known how many times it exceeds the outside world. Originally, this was nothing. After all, many well-established families have magic circles that gather magic power, which makes the magic power of the family more concentrated. The offspring have better magical abilities as soon as they are born, but you can't stand the creation of Hogwarts School. For people are too good. Not only did they choose a good school site, they also built a super magical array for the school. After thousands of years of operation of these magic circles, how strong is the magic in the school? Look at the stairs that like to move around in front of the Gryffindor dormitory. No one maintains the magic for these stairs. Where's the magic that they have moved for 100 years? It is not provided by the school. Even if the concentration is high, these magical powers converted by the magic circle are easy to be absorbed by others. Just like the school's freshman is an 11-year-old boy, how can the magic power be absorbed and transformed by the new students? The black magic defense professor's seat, coveted by the mysterious people, is the same. I don't want to stay in school to enjoy the happiness of soaring strength. Otherwise, curse a professor's seat or a powerful curse that can last for decades. Does he panic when he is idle? It's not that he's not getting it or letting others get it. As for cursing the positions of other professors, look at the strength of the teachers in the school. Dumbledore will not say anything. Who is the boss of the 4 colleges? Mysterious people want to curse and have that ability. If it is a later mystery, it may be possible to curse, but the mysterious person before can't afford to provoke it. There is also the black magic defense professor that Dumbledore finds every year. How many necromancers are there in Britain? At the rate of changing a professor a year, coupled with the necromancer's fear of mysterious people, no one wants to be a professor of black magic defense in a few years. The reason why the school can find professors every year is not because the school environment is so good. As long as you stay in school, you can improve your own strength. Even if you can only stay for 1 year, it is good. If it is not for fear of mysterious people, I guess these cameo professors fought for the position of professor every year. For a long time, Leong was speechless and muttered to himself, "This is really a plan. No matter how good it is better to change." After talking for a long time, "I have to go to school if I don't want to participate in the plot." Basilisk, when are you? Are you hung up?" Creature, who was really immersed in transcribing books, suddenly put down the books in his hands, looked up to the ceiling, and said, "Boss, Sirius is back." "Back?" Leong waved his hand, put away the magic book, and said, "Then leave and wait for the next time you buy all the props and come back to copy." In the early morning of the next day, Leong, who was still asleep, smelled the sweetness of butter bread, and Leong, who was rolling his eyelids after using a lot of energy, heard Creature say, "Boss, I don't know you like it yet. What to eat? I made bread and milk for you myself, and if you don't like it, I'll change it right away." Leong waved his hand. Regarding food, Leong, who was used to wandering, said that he is not picky about food as long as he eats it. I haven't seen what he used to eat, compressed biscuits and canned food. After washing, Leong bit the bread and drank a glass of milk. Not to mention, Creature's craftsmanship is really good. The bread is soft and delicious. Thinking about how he will taste Creature's craftsmanship in the future, Leong said that he wouldn't be able to switch to Creature. Deficit. During the mealtime, Leong turned his head to look at the full house of Jean Jialong, frowning, and said, "Creature, before going out, buy a suitcase with enough space for me. As for the cost, you take it yourself." When Leong was full of hiccups, Creature was holding a package and dragging a man's luggage. "Come to Leong." "Boss, this is a package from Sirius." Leong took the package and opened it, and glanced at the ID inside the package. This is a temporary certificate issued by the Ministry of Magic. It tells that Leong was a necromancer who was traveling, but his hapless luggage was stolen. He applied for a temporary certificate at the Ministry of Magic for unnecessary trouble. As for the authenticity of the document with nose and eyes, Leong said he couldn't tell, but for Leong, who wanted to buy magical items such as magic wands, this document was enough. After putting the ID with him, Leong looked at the suitcase in front of him speechlessly, saying it was a suitcase, but in Leong's eyes, what kind of suitcase was it? It was just a coffin standing upright. Look at the way the suitcase is opened. Especially after erecting, the box cover is open like the coffin board. The only relief is that the space in the box is really large enough. It is estimated that after installing 2 baskets, you can come to a basketball game. After ordering Creature to load Jean Jialong into the suitcase, Leong, who was in a good mood, whistled and pushed open the door. He had planned for a long time for today's purchase. Originally, Leong planned to replace all Jean Jialong with materials today. If it weren't for a change in the plan, he now had to find an opportunity to sneak into the Hogwarts practice and postpone his return to the Marvel world. He really wanted to see what to buy. Led by the familiar Creature, Leong walked to the trash can in the back alley of Broken Axe Bar. With a glance, Creature knocked on the bricks on the trash can to open the entrance to Diagon Alley. "Creature, do you know any store that can customize clothes?" Leong, who was tired of going into battle in a vacuum every time he traversed, lowered his head and asked, "Including underwear and socks, as well as those that could be enchanted on clothes." Creature said without thinking about it, "Tufan Garment Shop, where there are clothes requested by the boss, but enchanting is a slow job and takes time to complete." Leong nodded and motioned to Creature to lead the way. After a while, Leong, who walked into the clothing store, glanced at the clothes hanging on the wall and said, "Boss, how long does it take for you to make custom-made enchanted clothes?" The boss glanced at Leong and then at the house elves who followed Leong. He knew that none of the house elves could be able to stay with him and wait on him because he was short of money. The boss smiled, "Look at what magic you need." Leong, who has long thought about this, said, "Automatic cleaning and shape-shifting, but I want 4 sets, 1 set for spring, summer, autumn, and winter. It includes socks and underwear." Automatic cleaning is easy to understand. That is, Leong is too lazy to wash clothes, and the ability to change clothes is also Leong considering that he can melt into the local area faster after crossing. Otherwise, you can ask Leong to make some suits and then cross to the timeline. The medieval world? People will know that you are a different kind at first glance. The boss was a little confused. He still heard the request that underwear and underwear should be enchanted at the same time. What is the operation of enchanting socks as well? But who is the rich man? Since the client makes a request, he definitely tries his best to satisfy him. Anyway, he makes money without biting others. The boss thought for a while and estimated the required time and said, 3 days, but if you add money, I will have finished the work before dark. As Leong emptied the basement of the Black family, he said that he is not short of money. As long as he gets the items he needs, he will not bring the little money that he will not bring with him. It is not worth mentioning. After the boss took some measurements, Leong paid the full fee before seeing the clothes. As soon as he walked out of the shop, Leong couldn't wait to beckon Creature to bring himself to buy a magic wand. Ollivander Wand Shop. The owner Ollivander is the best wand casting maker in the world. Many foreigners come to London only to buy a wand made by him instead of buying it locally. At the same time, all hogs he sold all the wands used by Watt students. Ollivander left Leong the most impressive memory in the movie. This guy can only eat tofu regardless of the old one, but he can remember all the wands and holders he has sold. Leong walked to the entrance of the Ollivander store and looked up at the peeled gold sign on the door, saying, Ollivander, a well-made wand has been made since 382 BC. This is an old house with a historical charm. Shop. Walking into the store, the dust was Leong's first impression of the Ollivander store. At the same time, there were many wand boxes piled on the ceiling. Leong reckons that Ollivander usually relies on making magic wands for entertainment. Otherwise, there are so many magic wands. Inside the counter, a gray-haired Ollivander looked at the strange Leong with a pair of silver eyes, smiled, and asked, This stranger, welcome to the Ollivander Wand Shop. If you are here to buy a wand, please show your ID. Leong smiled and took out his identity certificate, which he did not know the authenticity of, and said, Except for the suitcase that was too big to be stolen, my ID and wand were stolen by the Muggles. This is a temporary certificate that I handled at the Ministry of Magic. I hope this allows me to buy a handy wand from you. It's the magic wand that chooses the owner. Ollivander took over the certificate and checked Leong's notion and said, So it's not that you feel that the wand won't take advantage of it, but that it will naturally make you feel that the wand chooses you. Satisfied. After a while, Ollivander handed back his credentials to Leong while looking at Leong up and down and asked, Mr. Austin, which hand are you used to using the magic wand? Leong shook his right hand and said, I am used to using this hand. By the way, I still need to maintain the wand items. A necromancer who knows how to cherish wands. Ollivander turned and walked to the cargo rack, picked up a measuring tape, and said, I'm glad that another wand is about to find its owner. Holding a measuring tape to measure Leong's arm length, height, and head circumference, Ollivander turned around and took out a magic wand box and handed it to Leong, saying, Try it. Leong looked at the black and shiny wand. His first feeling was that this wand was too ugly, but who made Ollivander insist on choosing the owner of the wand? Leong could only pinch his nose and pick up the wand. Just before Leong tried to wave his wand, Ollivander grabbed the wand and whispered, This is not right. Please wait a moment. After speaking, Ollivander put down his wand, turned around, and picked it up again. Leong felt a little inexplicable. Did you know that it wasn't suitable even if I didn't even try? Soon, Ollivander took the second wand and walked to Leong. Leong, who took the magic wand, didn't rush to wave it, but waited for Ollivander to say inappropriate or appropriate. Ollivander looked at Leong speechlessly and said, Mr. Austin, don't you try? Want me to try again now? Leong lowered his mouth slightly and gently waved the magic wand in his hand to release the fire summoning technique. This time, Leong clearly felt his mana gathered at the top of the magic wand and released huge amounts of flame under the traction of the magic wand. Leong swears that at first he only wanted to summon a small flame to light a cigarette, but he really didn't want to summon a fire that was about to reach the ceiling. Leong put down his magic wand in a hurry, looked up at the slightly blackened ceiling, and said apologetically, Sorry, I will compensate. Ollivander shook his head slightly, raised a magic wand in his hand to release recover as before to the ceiling, and said, "It's okay. I think I know which magic wand you should use." After speaking, Ollivander drew a wand box from the corner of the counter and said, "This wand was made with some accidents. I thought it would be difficult to find a master for him." While talking, Ollivander opened the box and handed a light gray magic wand with a dark gray pattern to Leong, and said, "The stick wood is a sycamore wood, and the center of the stick is Yi cheese, Linago." Leong said that Wutongmu knows himself, but he hasn't heard of Yechi or anything. But is it important to be a stick? As long as it is suitable for his own use. Leong doesn't mind even if the rod is the fly's leg hair. With a wave of his magic wand, Leong released a fire-calling technique once, and saw a group of dove egg file-size orange-red flames floating steadily on the top of the magic wand and wandering along with Li Feng's command. Leong extinguished the flame with satisfaction and said sincerely to Ollivander, "Thank you." With a slightly complicated expression, Ollivander took out the props for Leong to maintain his magic wand, and said, "The wood will survive for a while after the tree is felled, just like grafting plants. Only those active branches can be grafted successfully. The wood needed to make the wand must be alive, or the wand must be active, but your wand is different. It loses its vitality a second before I put the wand. It can be said that this is a dead one." Sycamore wood. The legend says that the phoenix is not a phoenix tree does not dwell. In the eyes of some people, the phoenix tree has the same meaning of rebirth from the fire, but the stick wood that originally represented life now represents death, and Ollivander paused, handed over the props for maintaining the wand to Leong, and continued, "The creatures like Ichi are very unlucky in the eyes of some people. They think it will bring terrible disasters to those who see them. This kind of creature can only be seen by those who have witnessed death with their own eyes, but this does not prevent them from representing death when they reach adulthood. But the heart of your rod, it is the Lenugo that represents a life coming into this world when a Yi Chi was born. The most important thing is that when I thought the magic wand failed to make and I didn't give up on putting the core of the wand on the stick, the two were perfectly integrated." Listening to Ollivander's inexplicable remarks, Leong scratched his eyebrows and said, "The stick wood that originally represented life now represents death, and the stick that originally represented death now represents life?" Ollivander nodded and said with some confusion, "I'm very curious about what kind of person Mr. Austin is and why a wand of life and death would choose you. I also want to know why, except for the feeling that it feels good, I can't see how the wand chooses its owner." Leong leaned slightly and said, "Maybe it's because I like to take risks, and I'm used to life and death." Adventure. Li Feng's words opened Ollivander's memories like a key, and with some nostalgic thoughts, he said, "When I was young, I also thought about taking risks, but later, I thought it was more suitable for me to become a magic wand maker. Life, maybe after a few years, when I retire, I will travel everywhere, just travel. After all, I can't stand the adventure with my old bones." Leong motioned a creature to pay and said, "I think you are the most suitable wand maker. Otherwise, how can I get such a good wand? Such a good wand crafter is hard to find. Thank you for your compliment." Ollivander took over Jean Jialong and smiled. "It is also my duty to find the owner for the wand. Goodbye, Mr. Austin." Leaving the Ollivander wand shop, Leong ran to the Lihan bookstore nonstop, and poor creature followed Leong with a suitcase much taller than him. From a distance, it looks like a suitcase with huge amounts of walking around. Lihan bookstore mainly sells necromancer books of elementary level. Isn't Leong missing the elementary level books? Therefore, Leong, who entered the bookstore, didn't even look at the price list. He went straight for a while and said proudly, "Give me a set of textbooks from Hogwarts age, including the textbooks from previous years." The clerk was a little stunned, glanced at creature and the huge suitcase behind Leong, and said in an uncertain tone, "Sir, are you sure you include the books from previous years?" Leong nodded. In fact, Leong felt helpless. The ordinary textbooks are fine. Generally, one book is enough for Hogwarts for several years. But Hogwarts changes the black magic defense class professor every year, which makes this textbook for defense black magic not a system at all. It is always the necromancer who is the professor who designates the textbook. Like this year's black magic defense professor at Hogwarts is Gidro Lockhart. The clerk took out a thick stack of Gidro Lockhart's own textbooks. Li Feng still has an impression of this Gildero Lockhart, who is good at memory magic. Although this professor is not really capable, he is very good at his mouth and memory magic. He can be said to be the first person to be able to play at Hogwarts the professor who is cheating on food and drink. It's just, Li Feng's eyes twitched and looked at books such as Break with the Female Ghost. Ma Dan, the female ghost? I'm not afraid of the devil, but also afraid of the female ghost? Why are you afraid of female ghosts? She has long, straight, and flowing hair, and her big, cute eyes. Her figure is even more graceful. And the most important thing is that the female ghost skin is very white. Otherwise, imagine a big fat man with messy hair, mung bean eyes, a height of less than 1 meter and a waist circumference of 200, and a female ghost with the skin color and black briquettes floating in front of you. You will never be scared. If you die, you will only be laughed to death. Is this a female ghost? Probably the unlucky ghost who was just struck by thunder. While complaining about the book written by Gidro Loha, Li Feng picked up the next one and saw that it was swimming with ghouls, traveling on the same boat with vampires, and wandering with werewolves. Li Feng casually treated these to himself useless books are placed aside. Although his Jin Jialong is similar to the wind blowing, it can't be wasted casually. What Ghoul Vampire, a book of Solomon's Key, allows Lao Tzu to deal with these creatures many ways to make the other person doubt life. After a long time, the clerk felt that he was almost tired and got down before he moved all the books in a Li Feng suitcase. Li Feng glanced at Jin Jialong in the suitcase, waved to Creature, and said, "Remember to remind me to leave some living expenses, and the rest will be used to buy some materials. Like the crucible for boiling potions, the luxurious tents with no traces, the fragmentary magic props, such as a special feather pen for translation. Li Feng only chooses the expensive ones and not the right ones. These props are related to the subtle manipulation of Lupin's subsequent teaching of magic. Li Feng dare not carelessly. As for the tent, Li Feng definitely used it after sneaking into Hogwarts through the secret path. After that, Li Feng bought some medicines and medicinal materials on a large scale. If it weren't for Jin Jialong's bottoming out, Li Feng was going to empty all the materials in the medicinal store. In the end, Li Feng walked into the Yule Owl store under the leadership of Creature. Originally, the owl was not on Li Feng's shopping list, but he couldn't stand Li Feng and stayed in this world for as long as possible in order to improve his strength. Considering that he was planning to hide in Hogwarts, he had to learn magic from Lupin during the day, and the magical world had no means of communication such as telephones. Li Feng had to buy an owl as a correspondent. As for why Hogwarts, who is staying forbidden from apparition, suddenly appeared in front of Lupin, Li Feng didn't bother to think about it. Knowing that Kamataj's portal could be open across planes, Li Feng would still be afraid that he would not be able to get out of Hogwarts. Here, the only trouble is that Li Feng hasn't thought of where to hide. The original Basilisk Den is pretty good. The place is wide and hidden, but the Basilisk is not yet known whether it has been killed. Li Feng can only exclude the Basilisk's Den, waiting for Harry to settle down at the Basilisk's Den after the summer vacation. Walking into the dark owl shop, Li Feng knows that the dim light in the shop is to match the owl's daily life habits, but the dark one can't see what the owl looks like. Is it necessary to be so dark? Smelling the scent of bird droppings around, Li Feng hurriedly bought an owl with big-eared bat blood and gray-yellow feathers, clutching his nose and mouth, and then turned and left the shop. Li Feng, who walked out of the shop and took a deep breath of roar, feeling the fresh air, curiously looked at the owl he bought and asked Creature on the side, "Creature, bats and owls are not the same species. How did they crossbreed this one?" "Owls," Creature replied silently. "Boss, just use enchanting potions for owls. Ordinary owls don't have the ability to send letters. Only after using enchanting potions, they can become messengers." Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Looking at the few Jin Jialong left in the suitcase, Li Feng looked at the various magic materials piled up in the suitcase with satisfaction. Jean Jialong brought back to the Marvel world is just a material, so it is not as cost-effective to replace it with materials. I'm saying that Jean Jialong was originally not mine, so it feels really so refreshing. After thinking about not forgetting what to buy, Li Feng signaled Creature to go back to the Broken Axe Bar, while he was holding a few Jean Jialong and preparing to stroll down Diagon Alley. If Li Feng has enough strength, then it would be nice to stroll around Knockdown Alley to find some black magic items. But now, Li Feng, who has just left the rookie ranks, said that he should look at the flying scanner to satisfy his curiosity. As for buying the flying broom, Li Feng thinks it's forgotten because it is unnecessary and cost-effective. He really has no interest in riding the broom in the radar-ravaged world. What should I do if he is beaten down by someone? And they fly in the sky without wearing a thick anti-freeze suit, and be careful to be inhumane by being frozen. Approaching the evening, Li Feng tasted the food cooked with magic in Diagon Alley, tasted a few mouthfuls with a look of disgust, then got up and went back to the Bro Cauldron Bar. Creature made delicious. As soon as Li Feng returned to the room, Creature took out 4 sets of brand-new clothes eagerly and said, "Boss, the owner of the Tufan garment store has already sent your customized clothes. Do you want to try them on?" "Definitely, but before trying it on," Li Feng said as he took off his jacket, "I wandered Diagon Alley for a day, and I was so sweaty. Creature, prepare some hot water for me, and I want to take a bath." Creature, who prepared hot water in a bathtub after he was busy, immediately turned into a scrubber after Li Feng comfortably soaked in the tub, rubbing Li Feng up and down cleanly. After a long time, Li Feng, who had been washed for nothing, put on a fitted suit and had a stinky meal in front of the mirror. Aside, Creature looked up at Li Feng and asked curiously, "Boss, why do you want to buy 4 sets of clothes? Isn't it enough to buy 2 sets of clothes with thermostat magic?" Li Feng's eyes jumped slightly and looked down at Creature. "I forgot. You can't say it earlier? Saving money for 2 sets of clothes and allowing me to buy more medicinal materials." In the evening, while Li Feng was still soaking in the tub, Dumbledore returned from Azkaban to Black House. After Dumbledore rang the doorbell, Lupin opened the door, turned sideways to open the passage to signal Dumbledore to enter the old house, and asked, "Professor, how did you check?" Dumbledore shook his head slightly and said, "Austin's method of controlling the Dementor is more troublesome than I thought. I only know that this is a black magic, and the Dementor is not Austin's pet. It's a slave whose life and death are controlled by Austin. As for cracking the spell, I don't have any ideas yet. Maybe I need to talk to some old friends or ask Austin directly." While talking to Dumbledore in a restaurant, he saw Sirius with a gloomy expression at the table, ignoring the scorched food on the table and pouring wine into his mouth, blinking and asking Lupin next to him, "What's wrong with him?" Lupin sighed and said, "In a bad mood. Plus, when Creature was still in the old house, we didn't feel his importance. But after losing Creature, we discovered that even the most basic, I can't cook food well. Maybe I should find time to learn how to cook." Creature. Dumbledore fiddled with the unknown food on the table. He was hungry and instantly put his appetite behind him and said, "Food can make people happy. I like to taste some pudding when I am in a bad mood." "What happened to that house elf?" Sirius freed him. The slightly drunk Sirius looked at Dumbledore with a wry smile and said, "I gave him away." Dumbledore was stunned, but he knew what a house elf represented to these long-established families. It can be said that the absence of house elf represented the complete loneliness of the Black family. Dumbledore pulled out a chair and asked curiously, "It seems that many things happened during the time I was away?" Lupin leaned back against the wall and said bitterly, "A lot. Too many you can't imagine. We not only know that the locket taken by Austin is one of the mysterious man's Horcruxes, but also that the dwarf Star Peter has changed. Adult pets are hiding in Hogwarts." With a surprised expression, Dumbledore motioned to Lupin to narrate the matter in detail. After listening to Lupin's account, Dumbledore, who had been thinking about it for a long time, asked, "Can you be sure that Austin is not from this world?" Lupin shook his head and said, "It is because we don't know the truth or not That's why I circulated the portrait of Austin in the circle of friends. But no one is said to know Austin or even claim to have seen him. No one from Ding. We guess Austin is telling the truth, and Lupin glanced at the slightly ruined Sirius and said, "We learned that after the dwarf descended, Sirius deliberately investigated the Weasley's voles with Sirius. Although we did not see the shadow of the voles, we also learned that the voles were alive. After 12 years, this is very abnormal. It is impossible for a common vole to live for more than 12 years, even with a potion, and it is still a vole that just lacks a finger." On the side, Sirius took a sip of wine and said, "If Lupin hadn't stopped me desperately, I would really like to sneak into the school and kill Dwarfstar now." Dumbledore smiled and looked at Lupin and said, "You did a good job. As far as I know, Mr. Ron Weasley does have a vole as a pet, but I never suspected that there was a problem with that vole. The most important thing. Ron was still in the same bedroom as Harry. Hearing Peter and Harry live in the same dormitory, Sirius immediately thought that Harry was in danger and stood up with horror on his face and said, 'No, I'm going to Hogwarts now.'" Lupin walked quickly to Sirius with a flustered look, pushed Sirius back on the chair vigorously, and said, "Calm down. You need to be calm. Don't you understand what the professor means? Ron and Harry are in the same college, even in the same bedroom for more than a year. Peter obviously knew Harry's existence, but he never hurt Harry, so we can't rule out that it was the mysterious man who let the dwarf star watch Harry until the mysterious man regained his strength and attacked Harry. But before that, Harry was safe." Seeing Sirius struggling fiercely and still wanting to go to Hogwarts to kill Pettigrew, Lupin almost roared and said, "But once your figure appears in the school, it's different, except for attracting the attention of the Ministry of Magic and making it unnecessary. In addition to the troubles, it will also alarm the originally peaceful dwarf. You are telling him that you escaped from Azkaban and killed him. Perhaps your appearance will force the dwarf to hurt Harry in a hurry." Lupin's roar finally brought Sirius back to his senses, and at the same time, he understood that he, who was carrying the identity of a wanted criminal, could not easily appear in front of the public. Otherwise, it would not be a question of whether he could kill Dwarf for revenge, but whether Harry had a safe life. Question: Harry is the only child of Sirius' good friend James, and he doesn't want to extinct the Potter family because of his impulse. When Lupin let go of his big hand on his shoulder, Sirius picked up the wine bottle on the table and took a few sips, hoping to extinguish the anxiety in his heart, or simply get drunk, so that his brain could have after a short rest. It's a pity that the alcohol content of these wines is obviously not up to Sirius's wishes. With some helplessness and entanglement, Sirius put down the bottle, looked at Dumbledore, and said, "Professor, what should I do? At the moment, we don't understand anything. Only doing nothing can guarantee Harry's safety." After finishing speaking, Dumbledore looked at Lupin and said, "Can you arrange a meeting with Mr. Austin for me? Since he's claiming to be able to see many things we don't understand through time, I think I can ask him for many of my doubts, such as how many Horcruxes of mysterious people are, and where are they hidden." "This is not a good idea," Lupin said, rubbing his eyebrows. "Austin likes trading. You want to know the answer from his mouth. You'd better bring enough Jean Giallo." And this, Sirius stood up and gave Dumbledore the time converter and a piece of information in his pocket, and said, "I stole this from the Ministry of Magic today." Austin pointed out to exchange the locket. You can only use time converters and materials, and let Lupin teach Austin magic. Lupin spread his hands and said, "I don't care, I just spent some time," and Austin asked to teach the basics. "This is not difficult for me. I only worry about whether stealing the time converter will cause the Ministry of Magic. Attention! I don't think the Ministry of Magic has time to take care of the thief right now," Dumbledore said with a clearly worried expression on his face, touching his white beard that grew to his waist subconsciously. "They have learned of Hogwarts. A student was attacked by a monster in Zine, and he is now busy negotiating with the school manager and shutting down Hogwarts when necessary to prevent another student being attacked." Lupin touched his chin and said thoughtfully, "Maybe we can ask Austin? See if he knows the true identity of a monster. As long as we know the specific origin of the monster, we can always think of a solution. Isn't it?" "Good idea," Dumbledore said with a smile. "I can't wait to see this pseudo-prophet, Lupin. Please get in touch with him as soon as possible." Lupin nodded, picked up a side of pen and paper, and walked out of the old house with a letter paper and said to Dumbledore and the two of them, "I'm using the locket tonight as an excuse to ask him to come to the old house to trade. I hope he came to our world with kindness. Otherwise—" "No." Dumbledore shook his head slightly and said, "If Austin comes to our world only with the purpose of learning, I don't mind teaching him for a while and checking his character by the way." Then Dumbledore was playful. Blinking an eye, faintly said, "If he is evil, Merlin will forgive my decision. After all, I am an elderly man, and I really don't have the energy to deal with the next mysterious person." Although Dumbledore's words did not contain killing intent, Lupin already knew that Dumbledore, who was a white necromancer and opposed to killing, sometimes used killing methods as well. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. When Leong was still complaining about Creature about the clothes, he saw an owl with a certain sign in doubt, stopped outside the window of his room with a letter in his mouth, and politely tapped the window with his mouth. Creature now knows that Leong is not a person in this world. It is estimated that Leong does not know what the logo on the owl represents, and whispered, "Boss, the logo on the owl is from the post office. It is for you." Leong scratched his eyebrows, slightly surprised, and guessed, "I know Sirius and Lupin in this world. Did they get the time converter and data so quickly? The efficiency is fast enough." Creature opened the window, and while receiving the letter, he fed some food scraps to the owl. Perhaps the owl at the post office was well trained. He just glanced at the food in Creature's hand and flew his wings away from the broken cauldron bar. However, the owl's refusal of food also convinced Creature, the boss, it is indeed an owl raised by the post office. Only their owls will refuse to feed from people other than the breeder. He glanced at the envelope that said Lupin. Creature handed the letter to Leong and said, "Boss, your guess is correct. This is a letter from Lupin, the dirty werewolf." Leong, who took the letter, felt that it was amazing to get used to this thing. In just one day, he felt that he had been a little used to Creature, who was smashing his mouth all day. Leong ignored Creature, who was still cursing Lupin in a low voice, opened the letter and only glanced at it, and handed it to Creature with a helpless expression. "Mudun, forgot that I am not familiar with English writing. I roughly understand the content of the letter and the time converter, but I don't understand the specifics. Creature, please translate." With contempt in his eyes, Creature glanced at Leong vaguely, still muttering words such as illiterate in his mouth. After the meeting, Creature respectfully said, "Boss, mister. Lupin invites you to the old Black House tonight. The letter says that they have obtained the time converter and related materials. Considering that you need a lot of time to learn magic, I want to cooperate with you. You talk about trading the locket first." After speaking, Creature looked at Leong with expectant eyes and said in hesitation, "Boss, when shall we return to Black House?" "Back." Leong frowned. Although he knows the loyalty of the House Elves in Creature's mind is a bit old-fashioned, but I am still loyal to me now. What does it mean to go back to Black's old house? People are unhappy. Leong squatted in front of Creature and said in a stern tone, "Creature, Sirius has transferred you to me, so you're no longer the elves of the Black family, but my house elves, you understand." Creature lowered his head and nodded with a hint of grievance and horror. "Yes, boss." Definitely. Leong also knew that there were some things in a hurry. At least it was difficult for Creature to completely forget the Black family before he cured Creature's neurosis. So Leong just gave a warning and didn't say much. "Creature, take the locket," Leong said as he opened the portal to Black's old house. "We will go and complete the transaction now." When Leong crossed the portal and came to Black's old house, his face suddenly became a little embarrassed when he saw the people who greeted him. Leong looked at Sirius with a big drink, and then at Dumbledore, who looked at the portal with a smile. Leong couldn't help but vomit. "When I was locked in a basement before, I thought Lupin was the reinforcement you called. Now it seems that Dumbledore is the reinforcement you called. Or after Sirius knew that I was not a member of this world, He specifically notified Dumbledore and asked this big man to check my details. Do you count as anti-aircraft guns for mosquitoes? As soon as I walked out of the novice village, I had to face the big boss Lao Dang. It will take me a long time to explain the fact that someone ingests the god's telekinesis. Dumbledore seemed to see that Li Feng was a little nervous when facing himself, and said with a smile, "It looks like you know me, but please allow me to introduce myself. I am a first-class Merlin Medal winner, Abian Dumbledore. Nice to meet you, Mr. Austen. By the way, your clothes are beautiful." "Me too. I'm glad to meet you." Li Feng reached out and shook hands with Dumbledore, looked down at the clothes that changed into a casual suit, and said, "I like this suit too. But is your self-introduction too good? Are you humble? As far as I know, your title is more than just a Merlin Medal winner." Dumbledore raised his eyebrows, and while observing Li Feng's manner carefully, he put on a proud expression on his face and said, "Really? Has my name passed to multi-universe?" Sure enough, old comrade Dang already knew that I was not from this world. And Dumbledore knew multi-universe? Li Feng glanced at Lupin and Sirius, turned his head, and said to Dumbledore, "How do you know about multi-universe? It seems that your magical world is a relatively closed world." Dumbledore smiled mysteriously. His friend and elder Nicolame said that death is just the beginning of another adventure, and Dumbledore doesn't know Muggle necromancer at all. So he started from here. Many facts were guessed in the words. It's just that Dumbledore didn't explain anything to Li Feng. Sometimes maintaining a sense of mystery is also an invisible deterrent. Dumbledore took out the time converter and a pile of materials and put them in front of Li Feng and said, "Can you tell me about Horcrux and Pettigrew?" There is nothing to say about the little dwarf. Li Feng just said what he had said to Lupin before, but Li Feng was a little blinded about the Horcrux. He only remembered the general plot of the movie and forgot all the details, like a Horcrux. He only remembered that it was related to Voldemort's resurrection, and he didn't remember the specific point. After thinking about it, Li Feng said honestly, "I don't even know what Horcrux is. I only know that Voldemort has made 7 of them. One of them is a locket." After recalling the plot, Li Feng, who had other plans, signaled Creature to pass the locket to Dumbledore, adding, "I didn't know this was a Horcrux until I saw the locket. Can you see that this is a Horcrux?" Dumbledore turned the locket with his wand in a little surprise and said, "If you hadn't told me that this was a Horcrux, I wouldn't pay attention if I was careless. This ordinary-looking locket, I am curious, how do you see it?" Hooked, Li Feng took out his own Matchbox file-size magic book and restored to its original appearance in Dumbledore's very interested eyes. Li Feng turned the magic book to the page that introduced spiritual spells, indicating that Dumbledore could check the principles of the magic at will, including Li Feng's improved eye, and said, "It's up to this." Dumbledore glanced at Li Feng. He was curious, because Lupin and Sirius had previously said that Li Feng was a stingy master and liked trading everything. But now? Why did it suddenly become magnificent, so that even this unique spell could be viewed at will? But Dumbledore was even more curious about what kind of magic could make people see the Horcrux at a glance, so any doubts could only be held in his heart. For a long time, Dumbledore, who closed his eyes and pondered after watching the spirit technique, suddenly opened his eyes and said with interest, "It is very interesting magic. The ability of the Eye of Dharma can not only see through the Horcrux, as long as the soul does not happen. All external changes can be seen through the Dharma eye, such as the use of the compound decoction that can change the appearance of people in the face, and when an animal is transformed into an animal using animagus, the Dharma eye can see the other person. The truth face." After speaking, Dumbledore said thoughtfully, "Mr. Austen, you deliberately showed me the magic of the Eye of Dharma. As long as I learn the Eye of Dharma, I can naturally see at a glance whether Ron's pet is Peter, the dwarf, right?" Li Feng squeezed his nose awkwardly, nodded slightly, and said, "Yes." On the side, seeing Li Feng nodding his head without shame, Lu Ping said with contempt, "The idea is good. Then this time, Mr. Austen, what are you going to do with the spell?" Li Feng didn't care about Lu Ping's contempt. as long as he could improve his strength and knowledge storage. How could he be despised? And he would neither be pregnant nor lose a piece of meat. And how can the opportunity to exchange benefits from the well-known Dumbledore be discarded at will? Li Feng shrugged and said, I want to enter Hogwarts practice. If Dumbledore can agree to this condition, Li Feng feels that his previous plan to sneak into the school can be invalidated, and he can enter the school with integrity. Why should he enter the school carefully? On the one hand, he was trembling to improve his strength. On the other hand, he appeared directly at the Hogwarts table to eat and drink, and by the way, he could also attend a magic lesson. How cool. Pity. Dumbledore was stunned. He understood that Li Feng wanted to use the school environment to quickly improve his strength, but let alone that he is not the principal now. Even if he is still the principal, he can't let people in and out of Hogwarts freely. He is the principal, but there is still the board of directors pressed by him, and Hogwarts is not the place where he is just what he says. I'm afraid I can't agree to your request. Dumbledore looked at the thick magic book and shook his head. But we can change to a more reasonable condition. You teach me magic, and I teach you magic. How about? Dumbledore, who plays shape-shifting like a fire and innocent, teaches himself? Li Feng only felt that this happiness came suddenly. Let alone how Lupin's strength compares to Dumbledore. He said that Dumbledore has been a professor for a lifetime, and his teaching experience alone is a few blocks away from Lupin. A fool would refuse. With a little embarrassment, Li Feng, who nodded his head like a chicken suckling rice, asked, If I sneak into Hogwarts, can you treat it as if you haven't seen it? Lupin on the side just wanted to refuse. Dumbledore smiled and nodded and said, Yes, but I need you to do something for me. Li Feng asked with a confused look. What's the matter? Dumbledore, watch Peter the Dwarf. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. When Li Feng heard Dumbledore's request, he was a little flabbergasted. He was a little confused. He could say that the people who can monitor the petty dwarfs can be said to have a lot of people at Hogwarts, just like the few trusted by Dumbledore. The heads of the colleges and universities all have special skills. Minerva McGonagall may be able to say that she is powerful, but she has no experience in monitoring people. But what about Professor Severus Snape, who didn't know if it was facial paralysis or was born with a gloomy face? This guy is not only extraordinary, but also relies on his excellent acting skills to mix into the small group of mysterious people. It is not like playing Severus Snape to monitor Peter. Could it be that Dumbledore was worried that Professor Snape knew that his beloved Lily Potter was actually killed by Pettigrew, afraid that Snape could not help but shoot Pettigrew to death? Witness who delayed Sirius's charge. After all, Snape and Sirius couldn't deal with each other, and he was also proficient in making various potions. It was quite easy to kill people without knowing it. Speaking of this, Li Feng had to give a thumbs up to Snape's view of love, looked at others, and watched his beloved woman become another's wife and give birth to a baby, especially this other, or someone he hates. After so many years, let's not say that Snape still didn't put Ms. Lily Potter down. It's enough to see Harry Potter wandering around him all day long, especially for the magical world. The future has to protect him. Feelings for Snape, Li Feng expressed his admiration, but he believed that he would never be able to do it. If Li Feng were Snape, once Lily chose to leave and throw into the arms of his opponent, Li Feng would only choose to forget Lily. I really felt puzzled. It was great to wait for Harry's father to belch and quietly dig out the grave and whip the corpse. As for protecting each other's children, why, it's not his own kind. It's good to be able to treat it with a normal heart. Harry dared to bark his teeth. Father and son still don't understand. A violent beating is inevitable. Li Feng frowned and thought about it. Although he was consciously confident of sneaking into Hogwarts, he must hide in hiding after entering the school because of strength problems. There is no strength to face a few professors. At that time, a professor turned him into a uniform and sent him to the Ministry of Magic for trial, and he was sentenced to squatting in a sycamore. After all, the Dementors are his servants. A sycamore can be said to be in Li Feng's domain, and he is afraid of birds. But before the Ministry of Magic threw Li Feng into the sycamore, It would be bad to come and take a few spells to ingest the god's telekinesis or seal memories. In case Leong forgets to return to the Marvel world, he will be in the world of Harry Potter all his life. Old and dead? Why? Before figuring out the reason, Leong didn't want to risk himself easily. You can see my strength. Even if the spells I master are different from yours, you will be a little rushed after confronting me for the first time. But what happens next? Once you are familiar with my spells, I have not been hanged by you, so the conditions for monitoring the dwarfs are too dangerous for me to come. Pointing to the shape of his mouth, Leong said quietly, "Listen clearly, I tell you straightforwardly, I don't have any ambitious goals or ideals to change the world. I am just greedy for life and fear of death, and possess extraordinary powers. Ordinary people." Finally, Leong looked at Dumbledore and said seriously, "Aren't you the principal of Hogwarts? It's not enough to monitor the little dwarf yourself, not to mention the fake mouse of little dwarf. Even if the mouse becomes a sperm, it will punch holes. It's impossible to slip away from you." Faced with Leong, who dared to say that he was greedy and afraid of death, Lupin glanced at the Horcrux on the dining table with his eyes twitching, and silently recalled that Leong said that he would use a locket to trade with a mysterious person. "Before you, where's your courage? Or is it just to scare me into playing?" Dumbledore said with a smile, "The problem is that I can't go back to Hogwarts now." Leong frowned and scratched his head, feeling like Dumbledore was telling a joke. Even if you're always busy, the time for writing the letter can still be squeezed out. It's great to write a letter back to school and let Snape take care of dwarfs' affairs. At the same time, let Minerva McGonagall supervise Snape. Leong stretched out his hand and motioned to Dumbledore to explain what is meant by unable to return to Hogwarts. "Dumbledore, it looks like you haven't seen what happened in the school recently. See? Did I install surveillance equipment at Hogwarts? What did I see? Or did Dumbledore know something?" Leong glanced at Lupin in wonder. It's not this guy who told Dumbledore that I could see everything through time. Leong spread out his hands silently and said, "I checked the timeline all day when I was full. I'm talking about it. Once people know what will happen in the future, what fun is there in life? What surprises and surprises are there? You can't stir your heartstrings anymore." Perhaps you are right. Dumbledore thought for a while and felt that Leong's words made some sense. If someone knew from the beginning what kind of person he would become in the future, perhaps the effort and motivation to work now would diminish. For the most part, this is like expecting a sumptuous dinner at home after work every day. Once you know what to eat for dinner, will you still have that kind of anticipation? I know that one day and 2 days are fine, but every day I know that what I eat for dinner is different. After all, Leong doesn't look like an old man. He likes the ordinary days like water. Touching his gray beard, Dumbledore told Leong what had happened in the school, looked at Leong expectantly, and asked, "Do you know what the monster in the secret room is?" Leong, who had no impression of the details of the movie before, heard Dumbledore say this, vaguely recalled something. "I said how Hagrid squatted in a Azkaban. This kid was also unlucky. He was framed 50 years ago. What a monster that released the secret room, but was forced to drop out of school under Dumbledore's maintenance and became a school forest guard. Now the students in the school are being attacked by monsters in the secret room again, causing the old things to be brought up again. Hagrid, the backpotter, is directly detained in a Azkaban, and the suspension of Dumbledore." Leong nodded slightly and said, "I know what it is." Before Leong could say basilisk, Dumbledore interrupted, "Did you see any students who died because of monsters?" Seeing Leong stunned and shook his head denying that someone had died, Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief and said, "If you tell the true identity of the monster, what do I need to do?" "So, are you interrupting me just to prevent my lion from opening his mouth?" Leong thought for a while and said, "If possible, can the school open the restricted book area of the library to me? I want to copy some magic. I need to think about it." Dumbledore handed the time converter and information to Leong and signaled the end of the transaction, and you can get out. Leong, who understood Dumbledore's consciousness, chuckled, got up and looked at Lupin and asked, "When will I teach me magic?" "Tomorrow night," Dumbledore smiled. "Tonight will be a busy night." Hearing that it was Dumbledore who answered him, Leong scratched his eyebrows. How can you listen to Dumbledore's tone and teach the basics of magic? Lupin looked at Dumbledore with a puzzled look on the side. Professor. Dumbledore, who stretched out his hand to signal that Lupin would ask again, got up and walked in front of Leong and said, Yes, I will teach you magic for a period of time. As for the dwarf, you can monitor it, even if you feel it is dangerous. N.S. Leong was a little fascinated by Dumbledore's behavior. He didn't understand. After he sneaked into Hogwarts, did Dumbledore think he hadn't seen him, or would he pick him out? Also, in Dumbledore's words, he seemed to agree with him using spiritual spells in exchange for teaching himself magic. With a little uncertainty, Leong patted the magic book in his pocket and asked ambiguously, When will you learn the spells related to the spirit body? If Dumbledore said nothing to learn, there was nothing to say, and the transaction failed. If Dumbledore explained the specific time when he learned spiritual spells, the transaction would naturally succeed. Tomorrow night, I teach you magic, and you also teach me magic. Dumbledore blinked and said curiously, Now let me see your portal spells that are different from our world. With a confused face, Leong nodded slightly, and after saying goodbye to a few people, he reached out to open the portal and said to Creature, who looked nostalgic, Creature, we're leaving. When the portal disappeared, Lupin couldn't wait to ask, Professor. Dumbledore stretched out his hand to signal Lupin to keep quiet, while squinting to perceive the magical fluctuation caused by the portal. For a long time, Dumbledore, who had gained a little bit, sat back in his seat with satisfaction and said, Lupin, I know what you want to ask. Actually, Leong's answer has already told us a lot. Lupin, stunned, squinted his eyes and reminisced for a while and said, Austin said that no one was killed by a monster, and asking you if you can enter Hogwarts practice, it shows a lot of problems, such as the monster will eventually killed or driven away, and you will definitely return to school. After thinking for a while, Lupin continued. When he talked about the monster in the secret room, there was no expression of fear or other expressions on his face. I only saw his troublesome consciousness. Considering Austin's strength, maybe the monster's strength is not ours before. Think so strong. Not only that, but I can also hear and see more things, but there is no evidence to prove it, such as calling Rora Professor, and I perceive the magic of darkness against the FA. Dumbledore shook his head slightly and said, Also consider his methods of restraining monsters, just as he can restrain werewolves and Dementors. Perhaps the monsters will only become weak in front of him. But there is one thing you are right. Dumbledore took out a pen and paper to write to Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape in the school, said, Austin is indeed not as strong as I thought. After all, he didn't have the courage to break into Hogwarts. I was just wondering how he sneaked into the school, relying on his portal. On the side, Sirius, who hadn't spoken for a long time, looked at Lupin and said quietly, Since Austin can see my past, maybe he can also see Lupin's past, such as the passage of the Smasher Willow. Maybe, coupled with his portal, maybe he can really learn magic with you while ignoring Hogwarts defenses. Leaving Black's old house and returning to the Broken Cauldron bar, Leong leaned against the window with a cup of tea, looked up at the crescent moon hanging in the sky, thinking in his heart, I will start learning the magic of this world tomorrow night. There was no time to go to Hogwarts for a few days at night, and although it was free during the day, it was too difficult to sneak into Hogwarts. So I'd better go to Hogwarts to explore the way at night. If I'm lucky enough to find the House of Request, even if I don't find it, I have to find the entrance to some secret rooms, such as the crawling passage of the Basilisk, as long as after finding the passage, I can hide in Hogwarts underground practice magic. As long as I use a more concealed portal when I enter and exit, it is estimated that no one will find me. After thinking about it for a long time, Leong, who was sure to act tonight, turned his head and asked, Creature, do you know the Screaming Shack? Creature thought for a while and asked, Boss, are you asking about the haunted house in the Hogsmeade village of Necromancer? I know where it is. Very well, I still worry about where and how Hogsmeade is. Now that Creature knows the Screaming Shed, it's fine to show up directly in the shed. Doesn't a shed mean a simple house? But how do I watch the screaming sheds in a movie are in the shape of villas? Is there any misunderstanding in it? The director thinks that the funds are a bit too much and the sheds are built into villas for fun. Or the translators are doing it. Is the villa translated as a shed? It will never be a British villa with an alias. It's called a stilt house. I read less, but it's not good to deceive. Hearing creature calling roars screaming shed a haunted house, Leong couldn't help but curl his mouth slightly and said, "It's that one, but it's not a haunted house, but a secret path to Hogwarts." Road. Creature blinked and looked at Leong curiously, his eyes full of inquiries, an expression that wanted to ask but was afraid of Leong's scolding. Leong thought for a while. He didn't need creature's help to explore the road this time, but he might need creature's help to get in and out of Hogwarts. Che, let him know about the screaming shack, at least so that creature doesn't have to be afraid of the so-called haunted house. After sorting out the plot, Leong said, "Speaking of screaming shack, we have to say Lupin. He was bitten by a werewolf since he was a child, but later he was not seen through when he was at Hogwarts school. What do you think is the identity of a werewolf?" Leong reminded him that it was related to Lupin's identity as a werewolf. So why? Creature leaned his head and counted his fingers, calculating what. And after a while, Creature, with a cute expression, opened his eyes and whispered, "The time when the screaming shack appeared was exactly when Lupin appeared in Hog. Was time?" "Yes," Leong said with a grin. "That was the place where Dumbledore took Lupin to transform him while studying at Hogwarts, and at the same time used a beating willow on the campus to protect the entrance and exit. The villagers in Hogsmeade heard the noise and screams, and thought it was the sound of a ferocious ghost. In addition, Dumbledore specifically encouraged people to spread such rumors, making the villagers subconsciously fear and stay away from the Screaming Hut, which is conservative. Lupin's secret also protects the safety of the villagers from being bitten by Lupin, who has turned into a werewolf. But now it's just cheap for us to let us sneak into Hogwarts through the Screaming Hut. Creature blinked and asked, "Boss, are you taking me there?" "Definitely." Leong glanced at the room and said, "The daily cost of living in the Broken Cauldron Bar is not a small expense. When we settle down at Hogwarts, we will hide in the school in the future, but sometimes you still have to go out of school and buy some materials for me, so you still have to get familiar with and master some channels as soon as possible." After speaking, Leong took out the magic book and the time converter information and gave it to Creature, and signaled that Creature was optimistic about a suitcase full of supplies at home. That was all of Leong's belongings. He didn't want to be stolen by a thief. Lee Summit was crying in the toilet. "Creature, after taking me to the Screaming Shack, you will return to the Broken Cauldron Bar and translate the information about the time converter into Wuxia characters and copy it into the magic book. The teleportation of the House Elves is different from the Necromancer's apparition, but Leong still feels uncomfortable, and he is squeezed out of space just like passing through the door. So when Creature brought Leong to the Screaming Shed, Leong's first reaction is his hands on his knees, breathing heavily. "Mudun, isn't there a more comfortable way to teleport? Or are space spells all virtuous? Or don't say that teleport is related to space. Just change the name to Milking Spell." After a while, Creature saw that Leong had been relieved from the side effects of the teleport spell, and said, "Boss, I'm going back to copy the information." After speaking, Creature put down some torches and other tools, and instantly disappeared in front of Leong. Leong scratched his head, and while stomping the wooden floor with his feet on the side of the stairs, he amused himself. "I only remember that the entrance of the passage is under the floor next to the stairs, but I don't know where it is, just in case. It's not easy to find the entrance. The small shack, don't blame me for buying a few era known as the experts of house demolition and keeping it with you." Before Leong finished muttering, Leong felt that the sound of the floor under his feet was a little abnormal, and there was a hollow echo. "Is this found? Does the house in the magical world have spirituality? Are you afraid of the demolition creature like Era? Otherwise, how come I discovered the entrance just as I was talking about Era?" Leong licked his lips without saying anything. He raised his hand and gave a magical shock to the floor. The floor that had long been decayed could not stand Li Feng's toss, and suddenly a dark hole appeared under the impact of magical power. Flicking his eyes with one hand, Li Feng, who opened the Dharma eye, lit a torch, jumped into the dark passage, and walked to the exit of the beating Lu. Li Feng carefully poked his head out of the hole and glanced at the beating willow, who twisted himself into a twist and rested quietly. Not sure about the sleeping quality of the beating willow plant, and not wanting to disturb this plant that likes to beating people, Li Feng carefully probed around, crept out of the passage, and ran into the school along a small path under the cover of night. I don't know whether to say Hogwarts is old enough, or it's too late now. The students and teachers have already gone to bed to rest. Li Feng, who entered the school with the Dharma eye open, did not run into any figure after he walked for half an hour. However, the ghosts met a few people. You must know that Hogwarts really have ghosts, or the kind that can serve as a night guard. Fortunately, through the eye of the law, Li Feng can avoid it in advance. For a long time, Li Feng, who had not found any hidden spots, stayed in a dark corner, silently watching a fast-moving snake-shaped spirit appear in the wall. Don't bother to guess. Li Feng understands that the guy with such a large body volume and able to swim in the water pipe is the monster in the secret room. That is, the snake staring at who is pregnant. No, it's the snake staring at who is pregnant. Strange. Mr. Basilisk, be dumbfounded. Your staring ability can't penetrate the wall. So now you find that I can't stare at me, but I can see you clearly. I remember that petrified student incidents happened in corridors and other places, so this basilisk must be able to crawl out of the water pipe. Li Feng scratched his head. How about following this basilisk to find the entrance to the underground secret room, or to see where his den is? After all, that is my future home. It's not good if I don't understand a little bit. As for this basilisk, why don't I find some steel and a welding machine when he is back to the snake's nest? Let me, an elementary level welder, show his hand and weld his door to death so that I don't need to give it to him. I messed up. In terms of when the welding machine was invented, is there a welding machine in this world? The power supply is also a problem. Should I open a portal to the power plant and borrow some electricity directly? Li Feng relaxed his mind with self-entertainment, while watching the basilisk's spirit body vigilantly, in case the basilisk suddenly got out of the water pipe and belched himself. After a while, the basilisk really crawled out of a door that seemed to be painted on the wall, as Li Feng had imagined. When the snake's head was just exposed, Li Feng quickly opened the mirror space to isolate himself from the real world. Li Feng didn't believe it. As a mirror space that could isolate the devil from hell, the basilisk could still stare him to death through the mirror space. If the basilisk really has such a powerful ability, Li Feng will open the door and go home without saying a word, and then look for roosters that can lay eggs all over the world, and then look for some toads, let them help hatch the basilisk, and then bring a group of basilisks with Li Feng. Let alone such a small scene as the Battle of New York, Li Feng dared to directly face Thanos without Infinity Gauntlet. Even if Thanos' magic resistance is high, he can't be surrounded by a group of basilisks and still jump around. Until the basilisk figure disappeared in front of him, Li Feng grinned and opened the portal to leave the mirrored space and quickly got into the water pipe. After turning around the water pipe for a while, Li Feng, who had been walking down, came to a hole full of bones on the ground. Looking around at several passageways, Li Feng rubbed his brows to recall the direction of the basilisk's nest. For a long time, Li Feng, who could not remember anything, picked up a section of bones on the ground that seemed to be a mouse and threw it into the sky. Looking at a passage pointed by the mouse's skull, Li Feng raised his foot and walked into the passage. After a while, Li Feng looked at an iron gate with a snake relief. I just gave up the idea of looking for a secret room. Appeared in front of me, so suddenly? Also, I forgot that the entrance of the secret room needs to be opened in snake language, and I can't get in even if I find the secret room, unless I find some TNT to blow you up. Since the door couldn't get in, what else could leave Feng hesitation? He rubbed his eyes that were a little sour because he kept his Dharma eye open all the time, then turned around and searched for other more open places. After a long time, Li Feng finally found a satisfactory open space. But before portraying the magic ring of Merlin, Li Feng must first determine whether the concentration of magic power in the tunnel at Hogwarts this time is the same as that on the campus. If it is different from the campus, Li Feng would venture to practice near the basilisk's den if he was stupid. A quarter of an hour later, Li Feng, who was sitting cross-legged on a rock meditating, opened his eyes fortunately. This magic concentration is strong enough. There is nothing to say, since Hogwarts' underground magic concentration is still very high. Li Feng immediately drew Merlin's magic ring on the ground. After a while, Li Feng stood in the middle of the magic ring of Merlin and took a deep breath to calm his mind. After that, the physical body sat cross-legged, while the spiritual body came out of the body and floated in mid-air to meditate. At the moment the magic power poured in, Li Feng obviously felt that his magic power was soaring and couldn't help grinning his mouth to reveal his posterior molars. If the magic power of gathering is usually 1, the value of gathering at Hogwarts is 3, and turning on Merlin the magic ring and the spirit body, don't know how many times it has been doubled. The most important thing is that the magic here is mild, and there is no side effect of indigestion. Maybe let me stay at Hogwarts for a few years, and when I return to Marval, I can't play except Ancient One. The remaining Holy Place magician will not be my opponent, even if it's Mordor. Opponent, this feeling of strength, cool. I don't know how long it took. Li Feng, who was meditating with his saliva, only felt that his stomach was starting to noisy, and he made hungry cocks, as if to remind Li Feng that it was time for supper. Li Feng, who stopped meditating, rubbed his stomach, got up and destroyed Merlin's magic ring, followed the water pipe, and prepared to climb into Hogwarts. In a certain potions classroom in Hogwarts, Li Feng remembered that somewhere in the cupboard or the bookcase, there was a potion textbook that Snape called himself a half-blood prince when he was a student and made various potions on it. Enough to make Li Feng greedy. With no one in Hogwarts at night, Li Feng wanted to take the opportunity to find this notebook. It doesn't matter if he is too lucky to find it. The big deal is that after Hogwarts summer vacation, let Creature put all the potions in the classroom. Turn over and find it again. Li Feng crawled out of the water pipe and came to a utility room. Just before he opened the door to observe the surroundings, Li Feng heard a male questioning sound from behind him. "Who are you? I wonder if I haven't seen you." Li Feng's expression froze, and his heart bitterly said, "Would you like to be so moldy? I'm like eating a Hogwarts midnight snack, judging how the school's elf craftsmanship compares with Creature, and then just looking for a book by the way. Did you meet the professor?" Li Feng, who slowly turned around with his hands, saw a burning bag in a slightly pink suit. "Professor?" Li Feng said in an uncertain tone. "Professor Gidra Lockhart, good evening." Lockhart nodded slightly, glanced at the utility room, and said suspiciously, "Good evening, sir, you are." Sure enough, it is this stuff. Other professors are necromancer gowns that have not been changed for thousands of years. Only the professor who wrote the book can wear such fancy. Li Feng glanced at Lockhart's empty hands, looked behind Lockhart with a grin, and said, "Principal Dumbledore, good evening." Lockhart watched Li Feng beckon roar behind him, and he still beckoned roar with the principal. He subconsciously turned his head and looked behind him, but there was no Dumbledore behind Lockhart. Just as Lockhart turned his head in doubt and was about to ask Li Feng what's the situation, Li Feng had already raised his casserole-sized fist close to Lockhart. Before Lockhart could react, Li Feng punched Lockhart, fainted on the ground. Li Feng probed the quiet surroundings and dragged Lockhart into the utility room neatly. In the utility room, Li Feng looked at Lockhart lying on the ground and couldn't help touching his chin. He said to himself, "The appearance of the body is always not good when seen by outsiders, and it is easy to be wanted by the Ministry of Magic and the school. I'm sorry, Professor Lockhart. Let me use your little face." When Li Feng thought about it, although he learned the shape-shifting spell from the world of Magician Apprentice, his mastery is not perfect, and there are many flaws in the daytime, but in Hogwarts at night, the only goalkeeper and manager who can't use magic. Member Mr. Argus Filch will show up in the corridor with his cat. Oh, I almost forgot. That cat was the first creature to be petrified by a basilisk this semester. So there is only Filch now. People are patrolling the night in the corridor. Li Feng felt that he had become Lockhart, using the night to cover it up. As long as Filch was not allowed to come in front of him for investigation, he should still be able to fool him. And with Lockhart's identity, Leong was able to furiously search for the Half-Blood Prince notebook and kitchen in every classroom. It's just that Leong's wishful thinking was too ideal. He just changed his clothes into Lockhart and walked out of the utility room against the other's face. Leong turned his head and saw Filch bowing his head and looking at him curiously. Before Leong could speak, Filch grabbed Leong and said as he walked, "Did you not listen to what Professor McGonagall said?" All the professors gathered in the corridor on the second floor. Gather? Leong was a little dazed. He didn't sleep in the middle of the night, and all the professors gathered to F***K. Hogwarts is not a military academy. I didn't hear that there was a night gathering. Just when Leong was thinking about whether to feint Filch had pulled Leong through a corner and came to the corridor with bright torches on both sides of the wall. More importantly, Leong saw a large group of people in the distance. People whispering while looking at a wall. Yes, now I can stun Filch and I can't run. Leong drooped his face, regretting that his brain was twitching just now. Why did he bother about why Hogwarts gathered at night, causing him to miss the shot? The best chance to dizzy Filch is all right now. With a group of professors around, Leong just feels panicked. In order to avoid being discovered that he is a fake Lockhart, Leong stood listlessly at the back of the crowd, praying that everyone would not see him. Unfortunately, Leong's luck today was so bad that he was taken far away as soon as he arrived. Snape took a fancy. Lockhart has been a professor at school for so many days. Snape knew that the other party was a liar who ran a train with his mouth full. In addition, Lockhart had repeatedly provoked Snape unconsciously. Snape had long seen Lockhart not pleasing to the eye. Snape wouldn't miss the opportunity if he had a chance to rectify the opponent. Just seeing Lockhart hiding behind the crowd uncharacteristically, Snape, who felt something was wrong, frowned, thinking, with this guy's past style, shouldn't he run to himself and open his mouth to show off his wealth of knowledge? Why did you hide so far today? Isn't this Lockhart fake? After thinking about it, Snape said to Leong, "Professor Lockhart, a student was taken away by a monster. Your chance to act has come." Leong subconsciously stared and said, "Performance?" "Yes," said Snape, who looked expressionless but was actually observing Leong carefully. "Last night, didn't you say that you always knew where the entrance to the secret room was?" McGonagall on the side was also full of disgust at Lockhart, who the blind man saw as a liar, and said quietly, "It's just right. I trouble you to deal with monsters alone. After all, we have never seen you show off. No problem." "Professor Lockhart, don't talk nonsense. It's not what I said. I just find something to eat. Just look for a book, by the way." Leong, who was almost crying, took a long time to remember that this was the end of Harry II's plot. The basilisk took Harry's future wife, Ginny Weasley, to the secret room and finally committed himself to death. "You said that it's not good for you to kidnap the ticket. The wife of the protagonist. Isn't this boring?" Don't know if the protagonist will kneel down under the aura of the protagonist. But for now, let's fool Snape and the others, especially Snape. What hatred you and Lockhart are, no matter how you look at me, they don't look good. The problem is that I'm not the real one. "Lockhart," Leong Shan whispered, "it's okay to take you to the entrance of the secret room, but I need to prepare something. Anyway, Leong has decided to fool a few people and find a chance to leave. Whether he is a basilisk or not, this is something Harry, the protagonist, should worry about. He is a soy saucer. As for the notebook, definitely I'll look for it later." It's a pity that Snape, who began to doubt Leong, would obviously not let Leong go easily. Seeing that Leong was evasive, the corner of Snape's mouth raised slightly and said, "What do I need to prepare? I'll help you." After that, Snape walked up to Leong in a posture afraid of you running. Leong took a step back subconsciously, and Shan said, "No, I can do it myself." Leong's retreat made Snape feel that the other party was in a guilty conscience and reluctantly said, "It's a pity to miss such a good performance opportunity, and with this experience, you can write a best-selling novel, can't you?" Looking at your Snape's posture, Leong felt that he could not run away without a big move. After recalling the plot, Li Feng said quietly. Do you know the bathroom where the gold rusher is? The entrance to the secret room is there, but let me in the face of that basilisk. I can only say that I was able to protect myself and would kill the enemy, but lack the strength, unless you can destroy the eyes of the basilisk. Aside, Professor McGonagall heard Li Feng's words and couldn't help covering his mouth and said, Basilisk? Are you sure there is a basilisk in the school? Li Feng shrugged and said, There are many reasons. I remember Harry told me one day that he heard someone talking nearby, but I didn't hear it all. At first I thought it was Harry who was too tired to have auditory hallucinations, but then we all know that Harry can speak snakes. So can we imagine that Harry did hear something talking about a creature nearby, but the creature was a snake, so we couldn't hear it? Remember the spiders running around in the school? The spider's natural enemy is the basilisk, and in the end Hagrid's rooster will eventually die inexplicably. I don't think I need to say anything. The basilisk is afraid of roosters crowing, so the rooster is the owner of the basilisk, which is killed by the descendants of Slytherin. After thinking about it, Professor McGonagall retorted, If it is really a basilisk, then how many you explain to the petrochemical students? Snape thoughtfully said, Only when you look at the basilisk will you be killed, and several students see the basilisk either through the camera or through the mirror, so they escape death by chance. It's just petrified. Li Feng gave Snape a thumbs up, indicating that the other party was right, but Snape obviously didn't eat this set, and said, Since you know that monsters are basilisks, you should be allowed to deal with them. By the way, let me witness how you killed the snake. Ma Dan, after a long time I said why I should go, and what does it mean to witness me killing a basilisk? In Snape's eyes, the real Lockhart's brain is filled with scum. He could do nothing but show off his feathers like a peacock. It can be said that he does not match his face and body higher than the monster. It was suspected that Lockhart was the offspring of a certain troll, but the one in front of him knew how to use reasoning to figure out that the monster was a basilisk. This was very unreasonable, so Snape was certain that Lockhart in front of him was the one. Counterfeit goods. Since the opponent is not the real Lockhart, will Snape let Li Feng leave alone before he can figure out the identity and purpose of the opponent? This is obviously impossible. Professor McGonagall is just the difference. Lockhart has changed differently, but he didn't care about these changes and asked, Then do you know who is the true descendant of Slytherin? Knowing is knowing, but what do you say when you let me be in the public? Saying that everything was caused by Harry's wife? I don't know that Harry has the protagonist's aura. Can't ordinary people not afford it? Let's wait for my superior strength to speak in front of the crowd someday. Now, I'm still obscenely developed, not wavering. Li Feng looked around and saw that everyone was looking at him curiously. He could only shake his head with a little helplessness and said, I don't know. There are too few clues. Professor McGonagall said regretfully, Well, if you don't know, you know. The situation is urgent. Please save the student who was captured by the basilisk first to discuss who is the descendant of Slytherin. Aunt McGonagall, sister, did I provoke you? Why did you also let me kill the basilisk? Li Feng stared and said, I can't beat the basilisk. Professor McGonagall looked at Li Feng with uncertain eyes. Now she doesn't know if Lockhart in front of her can handle the basilisk. If it is the liar in memory, Professor McGonagall will only frighten him and let him go. Leaving, but now, it seems that Lockhart is not as weak as he thought. Aside, Snape sneered, Don't be humble. You are almost as good as Dumbledore. Does it make any difference whether a blind basilisk is or not? After that, Snape took Li Feng to the bathroom where the gold digger was located, slandering inside. If the basilisk is blind, it is your turn to show the limelight, and any professor present can play the blind basilisk. It's just an excuse to pull you on a deal with the basilisk. By the way, just see who you are. Professor McGonagall saw that the two of them were going to destroy the basilisk now. After thinking about it, he turned to Mrs. Pomfrey, who was in charge of the school doctor, and said, Please prepare some antidote. The basilisk can kill people with its eyes. Don't underestimate the toxins you've made, and send it to the secret room as soon as possible after it's made to prevent someone from being poisoned. After speaking, Professor McGonagall hurriedly followed Snape's footsteps. Just as Leong was about to break free from Snape's big hand and escape, Snape pushed Leong's jaw with his wand and whispered in his ear, "Tell me your true identity, or become my bait to deal with the basilisk." Leong froze. Seeing that I was a copycat so quickly, I know that the shape-shifting technique is not well mastered, and there are too many flaws. Leong signaled Snape to let go of himself, and while preparing the spell secretly, he said, "Austin, Dumbledore knows me. We are not enemies." McGonagall, who had just walked in front of Leong, looked at Leong in surprise, took out a letter from his pocket, and handed it to Snape, motioning for Snape to read it for himself, and said, "You are Austin? Dumbledore tonight wrote a letter to me and said a lot about you, especially telling me that you're going to sneak into the school. I didn't expect you to enter the school that night. How did you get into the school?" Leong raised his brows. Now that the two professors knew his specific identities, he still maintained the shape-shifting technique. For Leong, who had little magic power, wasting magic power was a shameful behavior. While restoring his original appearance, Leong said, "I just walked in like this. I hope Comrade Dang will praise me as a very good person in his letter. It's a pity that I didn't see the word good guy." Snape, who read the letter at a glance, said with his magic wand, "The letter says you are a traitor. What trade is you pretending to be Lockhart? Show off with your mouth cannon. Do you use your strength to cover his mouth cannon?" "Oh, yes," asked Professor McGonagall, who was worried about Leong's treatment of Lockhart, causing the school's reputation loss. "What about Lockhart? What did you do to him?" Leong scratched his head. What Lockhart said was necromancer, and his physique is different from ordinary people, so when Leong started, he only knew how to stun the opponent with all his strength. As for how long the opponent would be in a coma, Leong said he didn't know. In a utility room, sleeping, Snape understood the consciousness in Leong's words, and said, "Just talk about fainting." After that, Snape looked at McGonagall and said, "Lockhart's affairs will be discussed. The most important thing is right now. The thing is to rescue the hapless student first." In this regard, McGonagall agreed, and while reaching out to signal Snape to lead the way, he asked Leong, "Mr. Austin, you said before that you can protect yourself from the basilisk. Can you protect us while protecting yourself? Let us do the killing of the basilisk. Just let me be an assistant. It's easy." Leong nodded and said, "I can protect you from any harm, but can your magic kill the basilisk?" Snape, who walked to the front of the snake killer group, said, "Then you won't worry about it. But Dumbledore said you like trading, so let you help kill the basilisk. What do you want?" Leong licked his lips and said greedily, "I want a lot of things. Your potions notebook, your knowledge of potions, and Professor McGonagall's knowledge of shape-shifting. I won't be treated as if I met him in school in the future." Saw me? Before Leong could finish, Snape turned around and sneered at Leong. "Do you think I can't kill the basilisk without you? If you dare to make so many demands, you are not afraid that I will turn you to the Ministry of Magic and let you stay in a Sykaban? That's my place. What is the difference between going to a Sykaban and going home? Why go back to school? It's just a portal thing." Leong glanced at McGonagall and thought to himself, "It seems that Dumbledore doesn't write everything in the letter. You can choose one of the conditions I put forward, and I didn't say that you would replace all the options with the conditions that protect you." McGonagall nodded slightly and said for Snape, "Then choose a condition in exchange." Snape glanced at McGonagall, agreed, and turned to lead the way. After a while, the three people came to the second floor in an abandoned female washing room. Leong pointed to the serpentine faucet on the round washing table and said, "The entrance can be opened with snake language." After speaking, Leong looked at how the two professors opened the entrance to the secret room with an expression ready to watch the play, but Snape opened the entrance in a different way than Leong thought. Originally, Leong thought that Snape would let Harry come to help, but this guy didn't know if he wanted to show off his strength in front of Leong or simply didn't want to see Harry's face, so he blasted the vanity table into pieces with his magic wand. Expose the hidden channel. Snape jumped into the channel without thinking, but Leong could only helplessly jump into the channel under Professor McGonagall's eyes. It's not that Leong, who jumped into the passage, never thought of running away, but Li Feng felt that since he had talked with both of them about trading, he was a bit of a waste of the opportunity to gain magic knowledge after leaving. After all, whether it was learning Snape's potion skills or McGonagall's knowledge of shape-shifting, which is an uncompromising trade for Li Feng. Li Feng, who already knew where the secret room was, returned to the pothole full of skeletons, and the two people who were familiar with the door and the road came to the round door with the embossed snake and said, "Agree to open the door," in snake language, or blow him up. Li Feng secretly used magic power with bewitching power and said, "2. I will make sure again." The basilisk is inside. In a corner of the secret room, Tom Marval Riddle, hiding in a dark corner, found himself depressed when Snape found out. His plan was not like this. Shouldn't his opponent Harry Potter come? Why are 3 professors here? One of them is totally unknown to Ginny. What does this mean? Is there any professor at Hogwarts that the student hasn't seen? As a Horcrux made during Voldemort's youth, Tom said that he had been honestly staying in his notebook and never expected that he would return to Hogwarts one day. Originally, he would come back just to find a physical body to resurrect, and Tom even planned how to show his hands and feet for his ideals after the resurrection. But when he returned to school to plan his resurrection, when Tom learned that his future self was killed by a kid, he suddenly became calm. Why? I am young and more golden. He looks more handsome than Harry. And why he's still a baby, can Harry kill his future self? So this time Tom captured Ginny to the secret room, not just to resurrect himself, but also wanted to meet the impulsive Harry. And by the way, see if there's a chance to let the basilisk kill the opponent, so as to save trouble in the future. It's just that Harry didn't see it, but saw 3 professors. The most important thing is that he is just a memory and has not been fully resurrected. Tom said that he has everything except controlling the basilisk to kill. How can he fight? After thinking about it, Tom simply summoned the basilisk and wanted to use the power of the basilisk to destroy the 3 people who had destroyed his resurrection. Snape saw that he was clearly called the hidden person, but the other party was still deceiving himself as if he was bluffing the other party. He suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. He was about to raise his wand to attack, and suddenly heard a sound of glass breaking, and he was wrapped in himself, in a strange space. Snape and McGonagall thought it was the descendants of Slytherin attacking them. When they were about to cast a spell to break through the mirrored space, they opened their eyes to see the basilisk about to haunt Li Feng, and said quietly, "2. This is me." The means of self-preservation in this mirrored space, let alone the basilisk, cannot stare at us. It may not even find it now. After speaking, Li Feng looked in the direction of Tom, who had suddenly disappeared in wonder. What happened? I just found out that there was a broken spirit body. Why, suddenly ran away. Looking at the basilisk who appeared on the scene, looking around with a confused face, Snape frowned, raised his hand, and shot a small, powerful magic shot onto the space wall at the edge of the mirrored space, and said, "Your protection is very good. The basilisk really can't kill us, but don't you think we can attack the basilisk, even if we hide in a different space?" Can attack? How could it be possible? Li Feng wondered where Tom was going, and stretched out his hand to open the portal close to the back of the basilisk, and said, "This is called a portal." At the moment when the portal opened, Li Feng suddenly saw Tom's spirit appearing in the distance. He was shocked. Li Feng continued, "You can bombard the back of the basilisk with magic through the portal. If you're not afraid of being stunned, you can also directly open the portal to the eyes of the basilisk." McGonagall raised his hand and let out a powerful split-to-pieces curse and said, "No, that's great. I'm very satisfied with your protection." Snape glanced at Li Feng, then looked at the white mark on the back of the basilisk that was blown up by the split-to-pieces curse, and sighed that the basilisk's thick skin also shot out magic while holding his wand. Although the basilisk's skin has high magic resistance, it will also feel pain under endless magical attacks, especially after McGonagall and Snape are sure that the basilisk is indeed unable to handle themselves. They raise their hands to use all kinds of powerful magic. Li Feng glanced at the magic of the two inadvertently, only to feel that his saliva was about to flood the skirts of his clothes. Li Feng, who maintained the portal spell, carefully watched the basilisk's actions, and as soon as the basilisk showed signs of turning around, he closed the portal and quickly reopened the portal close to the back of the basilisk. At the moment when the portal was closed, Leong found that Tom, who watched the professor violently abuse the basilisk in the distance, disappeared at the same time. Looking at Ginny, who was lying on the ground dying, Leong felt that he already understood what was going on. The mirror space not only protected Snape and McGonagall, he also isolated Tom from appearing in the real world. It's not impossible for Tom to show up after the portal is closed, but he can only appear in the mirrored space, and Tom, who has no power to bind the chicken, dare to appear in the mirrored space rashly? When Leong closed the portal, Snape and McGonagall had some ways to concoct him. Leong squatted in front of Ginny, looked at the notebook on the other's waist. A thought suddenly popped in his mind. Maybe I can get this notebook, but I don't know if the slave contract has any effect on the Horcrux. Which means I have one more teacher who is good at all kinds of black magic. Leong remembers that Tom can be resurrected by his life contact with Ginny. The weaker Ginny's life aura is, the stronger Tom will be. But before he is fully resurrected, Tom's connection with the notebook is stronger. This is also Harry's use of snake teeth. Tom will die when wearing a notebook. The two could be said to be one. In addition, as soon as the portal was closed, Tom's spirit body disappeared. This gave Leong an opportunity to operate, such as throwing the notebook out of the mirror space to isolate the connection between Tom and Ginny. Can go back to the notebook. Definitely, if Ginny's safety can be guaranteed, Leong doesn't mind throwing Ginny out of the mirror space. He has a good chat with Tom in the mirror space, such as reviving the other party to teach him black magic. Whoever makes Tom most want is to resurrect, and Leong has the technology of resurrection. Although it is a technological method, it is also resurrected. I believe Tom will agree to exchange it. Thinking of this, Leong picked up his notebook and thought, I don't know if Fury has gone to resurrect the corpse. They return a shield. Snape was able to eat under the hands of mysterious people because he was cautious and cautious enough by nature. Now, he can be more assured of knowing Leong for less than an hour. So when he can attack the basilisk with confidence, Snape always put a guard on Leong. Seeing that Leong smirked as if he had picked up a huge sum of money and picked up the notebook from Ginny's chest, Snape subconsciously felt that something was wrong. While casting magic on the basilisk, he asked, Mr. Austin, secretly take the little girl. My notebook is not a gentleman's behavior. Can you explain it? Leong held up the notebook with a grin and shook it, throwing it into the portal without paying attention, and said, I think this notebook is too ugly and it doesn't go with this pretty girl, so I helped throw it away. It's a big deal. After the blame was stewed in a snake soup, I bought a stack of beautiful notebooks for the little girl as a plea. What do you think of this explanation? Not very good. Snape frowned, looked at the notebook outside of the spectacle space, and said, I seem to hear someone yelling hoarsely just now. On the side, seeing the portal closing again, McGonagall put down his wand and looked at Snape and said, I heard it too. I thought it was an illusion. After speaking, McGonagall looked at Leong, who still hadn't opened the portal, and asked, Mr. Austin, do you know the reason, and why didn't you open the portal? Yes, I know who is yelling, but I think it will be better to talk to Dumbledore on this matter, Leong said with a shy expression while rubbing his wrists. As for the portal, you don't think opening the door requires magic. Maintain? I don't have as much magic power as you guys, so let me rest for a while. In fact, Leong just wants to see if his speculation is correct. If Ginny can wake up, it means that the mirror space can indeed isolate Tom from ingesting vitality. This allows Leong to pry out magic from Tom's mouth. Pseudo-angel feather restrains Tom, and there is the temptation of resurrection. With a mirror space that isolates everything as punishment, Leong really doesn't believe that he can't pry out black magic from Tom's mouth. If Ginny didn't wake up, Leong should consider using the notebook in exchange for Dumbledore. After all, if he destroyed the notebook, he won't get any benefits, so why not use it as a waste? The good news is that after the notebook was thrown out of the mirror space, Leong's Dharma eye had already seen that Ginny's vitality was not dissipating, but there were signs of recovery. Leong nodded slightly and reached out his hand to release physical recovery, to Ginny to speed up Ginny's recovery. After a while, Ginny, who had recovered some strength, opened her confused eyes and looked at Professor McGonagall with a worried look. "Professor, what's wrong with me?" McGonagall seems to treat the 4 colleges equally. Even if the students of his college violate the school regulations, he will be severely punished. He is a tutor who likes to treat students fairly. But if he cares about the students, look at Ginny's face when she was taken away. Professor McGonagall knows. Seeing that Ginny was awakened under Li Feng's spell, and her face continued to return to Ruddy, McGonagall gratefully said thank you to Li Feng, lowered his head and hugged Ginny, and said, "Thank you for Merlin's beard. It's great that you're fine." On the side, Snape looked at the ruby ring on Li Feng's finger with a vigilant look. He noticed that whether it was the mirror space or the portal, and the final spell for Ginny, Li Feng was casting the spell empty-handed. Had it not been for the ruby ring on Li Feng's finger that the magic power fluctuated during the cast, he would have thought that Li Feng was casting the spell without a wand. Seeing Snape staring at his ring, Li Feng shrugged and said, "It's not the time to celebrate the victory. There's a huge amount of snake soup outside waiting for you to cook." After speaking, Li Feng stretched out his hand to open the portal and signaled the 2 to continue to cheer, while he was watching the big show. Outside of the mirror space, Tom, who had lost his vitality to ingest the object, honestly hid back into his notebook. The basilisk was a little confused after failing to perceive Tom. It didn't know whether to go back to the snake's den to sleep or continue to execute Tom's order to kill the invisible professor. Just when the basilisk decided to go home to take a rest, it felt that the previous aperture appeared against its back again, followed by a brilliant magic blow on the body. Even if the basilisk's magic resistance is high, it can't handle this kind of rubbing that can only be fancy slammed, but can't make an effective counterattack. In the end, it can only stare miserably and lie down in a deadly posture with hatred. In the secret room, it became a pile of magical materials in Li Feng's eyes. Seeing the motionless basilisk, Li Feng scratched his head and asked, "Are you going out now, or roasting the basilisk body before going out?" Snape glanced at Li Feng and sneered. "Don't you know that snakes can live for a while even if their heads are cut off? McGonagall and I are not afraid to look at the basilisk when we go out now. But can you live even if your head is cut off? Are you a flies or xiaoqiang as a snake? Can you continue to mate and reproduce offspring without your head?" Li Feng, who felt speechless, wanted to tell Snape whether it was a question of whether it was alive or not, but that the snake's nerves are like this, will react naturally. "What are we doing now?" Continue to admire the enchanting corpse of the basilisk. Spreading his hands, Li Feng said, "I don't have this hobby." McGonagall, who comforted Ginny, glanced at the basilisk and said, "When the basilisk's eyes lose their magic, we can leave the mirror space." Seeing that Li Feng didn't understand how to see that the eyes of the basilisk had lost its magic, McGonagall added, "Just look at the luster of the eyes of the basilisk. As long as the eyes of the snake are dim, it means that it has lost its petrifying effect on you and Ginny. Then we can leave the secret room." Li Feng nodded, indicating that he understood it. This is like when a doctor in a hospital initially judges whether a patient is dead. He only needs to open his eyelids and check the patient's eyes to understand. If it is other creatures, Li Feng said that he has a better way to judge whether the opponent is dead. Only this kind of basilisk with super long neural reflexes, he said that his eyes can't see it. Who knows that when he unintentionally appreciates snake pupils, will the basilisk's nervous system suddenly convulsions and petrify him? For a long time, McGonagall saw that the snake pupil had lost its luster and glanced at Snape vaguely. Seeing Snape nodded slightly, McGonagall motioned to Li Feng to open the portal and led Ginny, who was relatively stable, out of the mirror space. After Li Feng left the mirror space, he picked up Tom's notebook for the first time. Then he chirped his mouth and surrounded the basilisk with interest. He kept asking Snape behind him, "Dude, you said snake blamed the texture of the snake's skin? Poor ghost." Snape raised his mouth slightly and sneered. "Not very good. Let's not talk about how troublesome it is to deal with a rough snake skin like Toad. Just the color of the snake skin. You're sure you want to make a leather jacket, what? And I have to remind you that there's a kind of clothing in the world called dragon skin coat, which is much better than snake skin, and after years of research, dragon skin is easy to handle and has a variety of styles. Li Feng's movement of stroking the snake skin became stiff. Ma Dan, I have forgotten that there are dragons in this world. No wonder Harry didn't pay attention to this fat snake after killing the basilisk. Harry is a rich, second-generation rich family. Skin. As for snake meat, I dare not eat it anyway. Snake blood and snake venom are still good materials, Snape said while taking out a glass test tube from his pocket. If you have props, you can collect some like me to make some potions. Li Feng saw that Snape was holding a file-sized test tube with only his thumb in one hand, while using a magic wand to guide the blood of the basilisk to fly into the test tube, but the glass test tube seemed like a bottomless pit, and no snake blood was spilled. As expected to be an expert in refining medicine, and carrying a test tube of the traceless curse with him, seeing Snape's stance of not letting go of the snake's blood, Li Feng said with a little speechlessness, "Excuse me, please keep some snakes. Give me blood, I still want materials." Snape glanced at Li Feng, nodded, and put away the test tube, and when he walked toward Snake Tooth to collect some snake venom, he seemed to remember what was going on. The corner of his mouth turned up and smiled. "Dumbledore said that you took a batch of small Jean Jialong of Sirius. Has to leave the house elves that symbolize the nobility?" Li Feng frowned. Although he knew that Snape and Sirius were not dealing with each other, Snape's happiest thing was to see Sirius and others deflated, but now there is neither a cafe for us to sit down and chat, nor time to talk. I also want to wait for you to leave and ask Creature to come and save the freshly baked basilisk in slices and have a good chat with Tom. Creature is indeed my servant now, Li Feng said while thinking about Snape's purpose of staying in the secret room. But that's the reward I deserve. As for Jean Jialong, Sirius had said to move it depends a lot on my own ability. Since I have emptied my ability again, Jean Jialong definitely counts mine. After collecting the snake venom in the test tube, Snape smiled and put the test tube in his pocket. It's just that Snape had the attribute of facial paralysis. In Li Feng's eyes, his smile was like a skinny smile. No matter how you look at it, I feel. Evil? Evacuation? Dumbledore didn't tell me this. Didn't you tell me? Or after Austin quietly returned to Sirius's house with his weird portal to vacate Jean Jialong, causing Dumbledore to now don't know? Maybe I'll have to contact Dumbledore personally later. It's best to see Sirius with my own eyes what it will look like when he knows his Jean Jialong is evacuated. Snape thoughtfully said, "Why do you only move Jean Jialong? You should empty his basement." Li Feng spread his hands and said, "I think too, but I don't have that ability, especially those magic books. With my strength, I can't touch them easily." Wanting to determine if Li Feng has ability, Snape, who entered and exited Black's old house at any time, pointed to himself and said, "Need help? If you want to empty Sirius' basement, I'll be happy to help you empty it. What's the use of evacuation? You won't help me analyze the magic." Li Feng shook his head and said, "Forget it. Let Sirius help me keep it for a while, and I will get it when I have enough strength." After talking to Snape for a while, an owl with a letter in its mouth flew in front of Snape, put it down, and turned and flew away. Snape opened the letter and glanced at it, then burned it casually. After glancing at the notebook in Li Feng's hand, he walked out of the secret room and said, "Dumbledore wrote back. Although he chose to believe you, I will still stare at you. This attitude has changed a bit quickly, and I had a good conversation just now." Li Feng picked up his notebook and glanced at it, and said, "Talking to me for a long time is just a delay waiting for Dumbledore to reply to you?" Snape neither nodded nor said a word, and left the secret room on his own, with a slight pause under his feet, already telling Li Feng, "You guessed it." Feeling a little speechless, Li Feng shrugged, stretched out his hand to open the portal to the broken cauldron bar, and at the other end of the portal, Creature had already transcribed the time converter data and was lying on the desk to check whether the transcript was correct. Creature said, "Come here and help." Although Snape said that dragon skin is better than snake skin, Li Feng said that he didn't have Jin Jialong to buy dragon skin clothes now, and he was too sorry to use the materials left by the basilisk. Don't look at the back flesh and blood of the basilisk being blown up with magic by McGonagall and Snape, but there are still a lot of good materials left, such as poisonous things like snake teeth, which can be exchanged for sale. Shout Jin Jialongs. There is also snake gall, but Li Feng doesn't know if the basilisk has this stuff. If it does, it's probably worth a lot of money, especially the basilisk in front of me. Is it the basilisk with complete eyeballs, or both? The basilisk's ability is mostly in the snake pupil, which is also valuable for the snake pupil. It's just that Li Feng thought he didn't have the craftsmanship for collecting, and if it was damaged, he would suffer a big loss. So after Creature crossed the portal, Li Feng asked for the first time, "Creature, can you dismantle the basilisk?" Creature was a little stunned when he saw the huge amounts of basilisk. He clearly remembered that Li Feng told him at the beginning that there were basilisks in this world, but he didn't expect to see the basilisk so soon. It was still a freshly slaughtered basilisk. Basilisk. Creature heard Li Feng's question and hesitation, said, "Boss, I'm not very good with alchemy decomposition techniques. If you just treat the basilisk as food for me to decompose, I'm sure to try break it down. After all, my cooking skills are still good." Li Feng thought for a while and asked, "You can cook basilisks?" Creature shook his head and said, "No, I can only cook snakes and grilled snakes, but this basilisk looks like a big snake. I don't mind trying it." "So, I mind. This thing is called a basilisk, but it's not a snake." Li Feng silently rejected Creature's suggestion and said, "Can you keep the basilisk? For example, freezing what? Wait until we find a buyer to unfreeze." Creature said that this is simple. It is the same as buying a broiler home and finding that he can't eat the whole one and refrigerating half of the broiler. Li Feng, whose eyes twitched slightly, looked at Creature, always treating the basilisk as a kind of food. He always felt a little weird. "It seems I want to ban Creature from cooking me some messy food." At Li Feng's sign, Creature froze the basilisk into an ice sculpture and left it in the secret room. It's not that Li Feng didn't want to take it away, but that he had such a big basilisk, he had no place to hide, unless he emptied his coffin-like suitcase. As for the shrinking curse unique to this world, don't look at the basilisk already belching, but Creature said that the basilisk is a basilisk, and a magic resistance will weaken a lot after death, but he still has no rules. And what about Li Feng? His old man hasn't learned the magic of Harry's world seriously until now. Where's the technique of shrinking the basilisk? After the two were busy, they saved the body of the basilisk, and Li Feng opened the portal to return to the Broken Cauldron bar. Shrinking the magic book on the desk into a matchbox file size and putting it in his pocket, Li Feng asked Creature to bring a snake tooth certificate as evidence, and said, "Can you contact a buyer who is willing to buy a basilisk?" Seeing Creature nodded and took the snake's tooth, saying that he could do it, Li Feng returned to the secret room with the tent and food. Looking at the overly dark secret room, Li Feng struggled to hang some magic lights around. Li Feng, who got into the mirrored space, put the wooden box containing the fake angel feathers aside. After thinking for a while, he felt that Tom had absorbed Ginny's vitality. It is estimated that there is a ability who turned out to be out of the notebook and portrayed it on the ground. Some magic circles to restrain ghost. After that, Li Feng held the fangs of a basilisk in his left hand and writhed in his notebook with a quill in his right hand. Is there any power to come out and talk? Tom, hiding in the notebook, was a little dazed. Li Feng wrote in American English, which was somewhat different from Tom's familiar words. If Tom had not learned a little bit, he really didn't understand what Li Feng wrote, but he understood what he wrote. Understand, Tom still has some hesitation. Should he chat with Li Feng rashly? After all, he still understands the reason for the bad guys. Seeing that the notebook had no response after writing the text, Li Feng put the wooden box on the notebook without thinking, opened a thin slit, and said, "Check the water meter. I will pay for the water. Otherwise, don't blame me for poking you with snake teeth." After speaking, Li Feng gently cut a page with sharp snake teeth. Inside the notebook, when Li Feng opened the wooden box, Tom felt that someone had stripped himself clean and threw it into the boiling water to cook. Unfortunately, he was just a ray of remnant soul, and he still couldn't leave the notebook. There was nowhere to escape. You can enjoy the ability radiation of the pseudo-angel feather. When Li Feng cut through the notebook with snake teeth, Tom endured the pain in his soul and showed the words on the notebook. Take the damn box away. Li Feng glanced at the text, curled his lips, and wrote, Come out to chat, mainly because your chat software is too useless and you don't even have a voice function. You have to rely on ancient typing to chat. Be careful I give you a bad chat. Comment, besides, don't you know that Lousy didn't take a pen after graduating from high school? I can only recognize words, but write them. Some words really forgot how to write for a while, and seeing Li Feng writing a lot of nonsense, don't know why, Tom suddenly felt that he had the courage to face death, at least not to read such ugly words after death, and to be able to clean up. When Li Feng was about to wait impatiently and was about to tidy up and leave the mirrored space, twists and turns of text appeared on the notebook again. Who are you? Li Feng looked at his own writing and then at Tom's writing. He was inexplicably proud to see who else said my writing was ugly. Isn't there another guy who wants to write with me uglier? Li Feng also didn't want to think. Tom is still being scorched by the fake angel's feathers, and his hands are shaking. It's strange that he can write beautiful words. However, what Li Feng wanted was not a text chat. Since people didn't bother to show up and chat, Li Feng didn't know what politeness meant. He picked up the snake's teeth and tore a page of notes and said, Either come out for a chat, or I'll give you the dang. Blitto, I'll give you the opportunity. It's up to you whether you can grasp it. By the way, I remind you, I have the means to resurrect the corpse. Before Li Feng finished speaking, a transparent remnant with only the upper body appeared in the notebook. Looking at the young man who seemed to have his lower body stuck in his notebook, Li Feng smiled and said, The other Voldemorts are all lying on the ground to avoid the enemy's sight. You're good to hide the lower body in the notebook. After illuminating the secret room, Li Feng opened the mirror space while gnawing on the bread and threw Tom's notebook into the mirror space, turning around to draw a picture on the ground. Merlin magic ring in order to restore mana as soon as possible. After a long time, Li Feng, who had recovered his mana, took a quill and got into the mirror space. This hidden effort, shouldn't I? As expected to be Voldemort. Tom didn't know Voldemort's stock, and now he has no time to ask about it. After looking at the pseudo-angel feather that made him miserable, his lips trembled and said, Who are you? What do you want from me? Li Feng closed the wooden box with a grin and said, Spells. Teach me the spell. Fierce fire is a flame with cursing power. It is a kind of magic fire that becomes stronger and stronger during the burning process. If the caster is strong enough, these flames can even be mimicked into the form of some monsters and have stronger attacks. Force. The disadvantage is that Li Hua is difficult to control. Once out of control, Li Hua will chase down all objects that can burn, including the caster, regardless of the enemy and us. However, no matter how many shortcomings there are, Li Feng's yearning cannot be stopped. In the final analysis, all of this is the mana reason of Li Feng's preference for darkness and flame attributes. Looking at Li Feng's current spells, they can basically be classified as white magic. There are only a few black magic pried from the devil, and these black magic Li Feng is still half knowledgeable, and he doesn't dare to use it easily. Magic that is powerful and suitable for itself. And the fierceness of Harry's world is simply tailor-made for Li Feng, which is both a flame attribute and a dark side magic. Tom closed the wooden box to stop shaking. Li Hua is one of the few magic that can destroy Horcruxes. The person in front of him directly asks for Li Hua curse. He subconsciously goes to the point where the person in front of him wants to destroy himself. Thought, but glanced at a page of paper in Li Feng's hand. Tom understood that the other party had other means to kill himself. Considering that Li Feng hadn't killed his heart for the time being, Tom nodded slightly and said in a magical voice, Yes, but how do you make me believe that you won't kill me afterwards? Li Feng, who perceives that Tom is using some means to confuse himself, is a bit speechless. You are a bit more tender than temptation than me. Shrugging his shoulders, Li Feng ignored Tom's little tricks and said, That's your business. The big deal is that I will find someone to learn the Fierce Fire Curse. You're not the only one who can do the Fierce Fire Curse. I think most necromancer families who have passed on for many years have this kind of magic. Right, like the Black family. After speaking, Li Feng looked at Tom in thought with interest and smiled. Remind you, I have many methods to kill you and torture you. For example, this space is actually attached to a different space in reality without mine. Aloud, your parasitic notebook cannot be supplemented by external magic. So even if I do nothing, as long as you stay here, you can taste the taste of being obliterated by time. This kind of knowing will die, but there is nothing the taste of resistance. Throwing away the wooden box in his hand, Li Feng continued. There's also the wooden box in my hand. I think you should understand what power it contains. Just leaking a little ability will be enough for you to feel comfortable. N.S. Li Feng ignores his bewitching behavior, coupled with the constant intimidation of the other party, which makes Tom gloomy. He has a stronger method of bewitching, but that requires a magic wand or prolonged contact with Li Feng. As for now, he admits that he cannot shake Li Feng. At the same time, Tom also guessed that Li Feng's goal is not just as simple as Li Hua. After all, Li Feng has said that there are many ways to learn Li Hua. He is not bad about himself, and since the other party is chatting with himself in a hidden and different space, it means that you have something that the other party needs or something that cannot be discovered by others. But what else is there besides knowledge now? Does the other party want a remnant soul to be a servant? Or is it a remnant soul that can't even pour tea or water? It's not that the other party is idle and bored, and it's as simple as trying to find someone to chat in the middle of the night to relieve boredom. After thinking about it, Tom said hoarsely with a little guess, "The magic I know is not just fierce. Is this guessing my purpose?" Li Feng scratched his head, lamenting that this kind of tricky speech is really not suitable for him. After he took out the magic book and enlarged it and opened it, Li Feng held a quill in one hand and said, "Let's talk about the spell first, and talk about the details of the spell." Li Feng, who was afraid that Tom would set himself up, said half intimidated and half seduced, "When the spell is recorded, I will show it to Dumbledore. By the way, do you want to see the technique of resurrection? I can let you see half of it first. I'll show you the next half when I learn how to be fierce." Tom's face stiffened when he heard that he was resurrected. Tom knew a lot of ways to talk about resurrection, but he wouldn't mind knowing more about one way of resurrection. Originally, he was still considering whether to use Li Hua's non-discriminatory characteristics to destroy Li Feng, but now, Tom feels that he should first teach Li Hua Curse to the opponent and wait for the opponent's resurrection skills to be discussed. For a long time, Tom, who had become more transparent without a source of magic power, finally taught Li Feng the magic and precautions of Li Hua. Li Feng did not break his words. After recording the Li Hua Curse, he quickly turned the magic book to the page of the resurrected corpse. Hand it to Tom to check. Tom's eyes jumped slightly to watch Li Feng cover the left half of the page with his big hand, only revealing the revival technique of the right half of the book. If it weren't for the means to deal with Li Feng, he really wanted to step on Li Feng's face and ask, "This is your mouth. Half of it. Half of the sentence that you can't see, even a complete sentence?" Li Feng didn't care what Tom thought. Anyway, this was half of his mouth, or half of Tom's rebuttal could not be tolerated. Li Feng looked at the resentful Tom with an expression of love to see and said, "No? Then you go back to your notebook and I will take you out of the mirror space." Had it not been for Li Feng's persecution, Tom would never have thought of showing up and chatting with Li Feng with his mouth. After all, hiding in a notebook and using writing means to chat is completely different from the magic consumed by getting out of the notebook. So when he heard that he could leave the mirror space to replenish his magic power, Tom could no longer care about only half of the resurrection technology, and he went back to his notebook without thinking about it. Anyway, he saw half of it for nothing, so he might as well go back to the notebook and rest. After crossing the portal, Li Feng simply moved his hands and feet to open the portal to the Broken Cauldron Bar. This night can be very busy for him, first inexplicably involved in the killing of the snake, then the busy basilisk, and finally asked Tom for advice on how to cast a fire curse. Now, when Li Feng returned to the room, he could finally relax his mind. He was too tired to take off his clothes, and fell asleep directly under the quilt roar. This sleep was the next afternoon, until Li Feng's stomach couldn't bear that his owner didn't eat for a day, and his indifferent stomach began to be boring, and Li Feng had to open his sleepy eyes, rubbing his stomach, and said, "Clee cut, give me something to eat. I feel like I can eat a dragon." "Yes, boss." Creature, who had already prepared a table of abundant food, quickly placed the food on the desk and said, "Boss, the money you gave me to buy ingredients has been exhausted." The evil spirit reborn Li Feng's mouth was filled with food, and he said slurredly, "I'll give you some more later. When we sell the basilisk, we will have enough money to support our lives." Creature returned Snake's tooth to Li Feng and said, "Boss, I have contacted several buyers for you, but they don't want people to know that they bought the basilisk corpse. I want to talk to you privately, and let me pass it on. In one sentence, when will you take the basilisk away from Hogwarts for them to see?" Li Feng thought for a while. "I will confirm the buyer first. Then I will use the portal to deliver the goods directly to the designated location, so that no one knows who the buyer is." As night came, Li Feng, wearing an all-black cloak, took a cup and a golden wildflower on his chest, opening the portal to Hogsmeade Village. After crossing the portal, Li Feng, led by Creature, walked into the Pig's Head Bar, a conversation place designated by the buyer with the highest bid for the basilisk. At first, Li Feng wondered why he was still talking in a crowded place like a bar, because he was clearly asking for a secret transaction. Until Creature told Li Feng that hiding his face in a Pig's Head Bar was a very fashionable thing. Where most of the guests were with a hood or a veil, it could be said that as long as you dress yourself up, no one will recognize anyone. In this regard, Li Feng said that he couldn't understand some weird behaviors in this world, and he had to hide his identity after drinking some alcohol. Is this afraid of his wife going into the bar in the middle of the night and pulling her ears? At the same time, Li Feng thought for a long time and couldn't understand why Creature asked him to bring his own cup. "I never heard that he would bring his own cup when he went to a bar to drink. What's the difference between having a meal in a restaurant and being asked to bring his own seasoning? How do you drip if there is no salt in your house?" Walking into the narrow and dirty bar, Li Feng's first impression of the environment inside the bar was not good. There was only one small and dirty room in the entire bar, and the air was full of a strong smell of sheep, if it weren't for Li Feng likes to eat it. Lamb, accustomed to this kind of lamb smell, I guess I had to kneel and vomit when I entered the bar. Frowning, Li Feng looked at a few rough wooden tables. Although there were some candles on the table, the light was still dim. Li Feng guessed sitting at such a dim wine table. It is estimated that the person sitting opposite and drinking with him is a man. Women can't see clearly. There is also a thick layer of ash on the floor and bar counter, especially the cup on the wine cabinet. Li Feng even saw a thick ash accumulated in the cup. It is no exaggeration to say that the original one was 400 milliliters. My cup can only be filled with 300 milliliters of wine now, because the remaining volume is occupied by dust. This is not drinking. Drinking dust is almost the same. Li Feng touched his cup and said silently to Creature, "You asked me to bring my own cup because I was afraid that I might drink too much dust and cause indigestion?" Creature blinked his eyes and nodded silently. This is one of the reasons. Perhaps Li Feng came a little early, and there was still some time before the agreed time. Creature walked into the bar and looked around and said, "Boss, Mr. Horace Slughorn has not come yet." Li Feng frowned, reluctantly found a dusty corner to sit down, ordered a glass of butterbeer, and waited for the buyer to attend the appointment. If Li Feng remembers correctly, Horace Slughorn is a bald old man in the fat world. He is greedy for pleasure and vanity in character. He likes to associate with successful and important people, but he is not a bad person in his bones. The reason why Li Feng had an impression of Horace Slughorn was that this guy was Harry Potter's potions teacher in the 6th grade, and he was able to independently make the elixir of fortune, and he didn't care about it. The Fu Ling Ji is a potion maker and local tyrant given to students as a reward. The Fulling potion is a kind of peculiar little potion, and one sip will bring good luck to the user, so the alias is also called Lucky Potion. In fact, the Fulling agent can only greatly increase the user's ability in all aspects within 12 hours, and ultimately feel that everything goes well, not really bringing luck. But this effect alone is enough for Li Feng's eyes. So when Li Feng squandered Hawking Gallon in Diagon Alley, it was not that he never thought of buying a bottle of filling potion, but the production process of this thing was too cumbersome, which led to the market. The filling agent is too scarce, or was snapped up as soon as it appeared. Like this kind of potion that is priceless and marketless, Li Feng may not buy it when he has a lot of Jin Jialong. Unless Li Feng squats in front of the magic drugstore with his heart, he may one day be able to buy it. Fu Ling Agent. In view of Slughorn's potion production level and the collection of potions, Li Feng still values this transaction. It is mainly that Li Feng wants to ask Slughorn, in his private collection of potions, there is no magic augmentation potion. If the other party has this potion, Li Feng doesn't mind using the basilisk to exchange it. Even if he adds some weight, he has to change to the potion, such as writing spells such as portal or mirror space on the exchange list. After all, compared with your own strength, what are these things? As long as he has the strength, Li Feng dares to rob some gods in the world. After taking a sip of inferior butterbeer, Li Feng said that this thing is called wine. It's obviously a sweet and hot drink. After hardly swallowing the butterbeer in his mouth, Li Feng ordered Creature to pour the butterbeer and replace it with a glass of vodka or other spirits. When Li Feng noticed that a person who was also wearing a black cloak came in at the entrance of the bar, he couldn't see his face. Wearing a golden wildflower necromancer on his chest, Li Feng lowered his head and asked in a low voice, "Creature, is that the one we are waiting for at the door?" Creature looked up and nodded. Slughorn also noticed the golden yellow wildflowers on Li Feng's chest when Li Feng paid attention to himself. He walked quickly to Li Feng, looked at Creature, and said to Li Feng with his throat, "Hello, or OSS. Mr. Ding." Li Feng nodded and motioned to the other person to sit down, and said in a low voice, "Yes, it's nice to meet you, Mr. Slughorn." Slughorn glanced at the dusty seat, looked around nervously, then patted his wallet to indicate that he had brought the money, shook his head slightly, and said, "No, let me see the basilisk's body. If satisfied, we will trade on the spot." Li Feng shrugged and stood up and said, "I can't carry such a big basilisk with me." Pointing to the door of the bar, Li Feng continued, "I will take you to the place where the basilisk is stored now." Slughorn frowned and thought about it. This was different from what he thought. Originally, he thought that the two of them completed the transaction in the bar, and then went back to each house to find their own mothers. He didn't expect that Li Feng could not carry it with him. Basilisk. However, Slughorn thought he still had some strength, and he was not afraid of Li Feng's tricks just in case he was still carrying some potions. He nodded and said, "Is the basilisk in Hogsmeade Village?" Li Feng smiled mysteriously as he walked out of the bar, and said vaguely, No, you will understand when you come with me." After a while, Li Feng led Slughorn to a corner and opened the portal to the basilisk's secret room. Through the aperture of the portal, Slughorn looked at the huge and fresh basilisk in the portal with surprise, but considering the strange portal magic, Slughorn motioned Li Feng to cross the portal first. Knowing that Slughorn was worried about his disadvantage, he shook his head slightly and crossed the portal and said, "Mr. Slughorn, you don't have to worry." Before Li Feng's words were finished, Dumbledore's voice came from the secret room. "Good evening, Mr. Austen and Slughorn." Hearing Dumbledore's voice, he stepped across the portal Slughorn and opened his cloak first, and said with a little surprise and confusion, "Dumbledore, did you also come to buy the basilisk corpse?" Li Feng was a little embarrassed when he saw Dumbledore. After all, he was neither a Hogwarts student nor a professor. He was strictly speaking an alien intruder. If Dumbledore cruelly knocked him down on the spot, Li Feng would really have nowhere to complain. The most important thing is that Dumbledore hadn't made it clear at the beginning that when he saw him at Hogwarts, he would treat him as if he hadn't seen him, which made Li Feng somewhat square. While maintaining the mana of the portal so that Li Feng could escape at any time, he smiled awkwardly and politely again and said, "Good evening, Professor. Why are you going out for a walk in the middle of the night?" Dumbledore smiled at Li Feng and said, "Snape told me about how you protected him and Professor McGonagall last night so that they could let go of their restraints and kill the basilisk. Deng said. Blitto looked at the body of the basilisk and continued. Please forgive the curiosity of an old man. I have only seen basilisk creatures in books. I have never seen them in reality. When I learned that Hogwarts was had the basilisk, I was even more curious and unable to fall asleep because I had a poor sleep quality, so on the first night, when I resumed my position as principal, I couldn't help but come to see the basilisk. After speaking, Dumbledore looked at Slughorn and said, Old friend, the consciousness that listened to you just now, did you come to buy the basilisk? Slughorn frowned and nodded, and said, The news I got was that a house elf was telling his owner that he wanted to sell the basilisk. Considering that those who can have house elf are all aristocrats with status, Noah would be a liar, so I thought the basilisk belonged to this Mr. Austen. Speaking of this, Slughorn looked at Dumbledore and said, But listening to your consciousness just now, this basilisk seems to belong to Hogwarts. Dumbledore turned his head and thought. Saying that the basilisk belongs to Hogwarts is not a wise choice. After all, Hogwarts is a school, and what does a very dangerous basilisk want to raise on a campus? The Ministry of Magic has long wanted to intervene in Hogwarts. Once it publicly says that the basilisk belongs to Hogwarts, doesn't this mean that the Ministry has an excuse to be stationed in Hogwarts? Who knows if there are basilisks or other dangerous creatures in Hogwarts? Thinking of this, Dumbledore blinked at Li Feng and said, No, it's an intruder, but this is Austen, Snape, and McGonagall's trophy. Snape has taken his share, but McGonagall didn't take her share of the trophy, so. Dumbledore pointed to Li Feng and said, This Mr. Austen is only half the owner of the basilisk. Li Feng, Ma Dan, Lao Deng, this is the rhythm of using McGonagall as an excuse to ask me to benefit. Seeing the goodness of the hand fly away halfway, Li Feng, feeling heartbroken, motioned to Dumbledore to come to the side for a few words with his eyes. Dumbledore, who understood what Li Feng wanted to express, nodded slightly, signaled that Slughorn could carefully observe the goods he wanted to buy, and walked to the portal with Li Feng. Before Dumbledore could speak, Li Feng pointed to the portal and said quietly, I used the portal to exchange the ownership of the basilisk with Professor McGonagall. Dumbledore, who was silent, looked at Li Feng quietly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. As for what Dumbledore wanted, Li Feng could probably guess something in his heart. One is the safe and comfortable mirror space that Professor McGonagall has personally experienced, and the other is Snape telling Dumbledore about Tom's notebook and seeing Tom appear and disappear for a while. Dumbledore, who already knew the existence of Horcruxes, would inevitably think about his notebooks, especially Ginny, the victim who was controlled by Tom for a period of time. As the principal, Dumbledore would definitely take care of Ginny's mental health. By the way, ask some information. Dumbledore would most likely know that the former owner of that notebook was Tom, who was also Voldemort in his school days. Knowing Dumbledore's dissatisfaction with the transaction, Li Feng thought for a while and said, Don't go too far. I will teach McGonagall too. As soon as Li Feng's words fell, Dumbledore hesitation, who saw that this was Li Feng's bottom line, said with a smile, I have no right to call the shots for McGonagall, but I will pass your transaction to McGonagall. Hearing that Dumbledore did not continue to ask for his notebook, Li Feng was relieved in his heart and couldn't help but roll his eyes and said with contempt, Why don't you say that you can't be the master of McGonagall? You don't want my spell. I exchanged it with you before. F.A.Yin, are you not satisfied enough? That thing is the boss of your help. Dumbledore did not deny the effect of the magic eye. He thought he could find hidden magic items in a pile of debris, but he wanted to find out which item was a Horcrux in the pile of magic items, which embarrassed him. So, let's not talk about the other effects of the Dharma eye. Just seeing the Horcrux is enough for Dumbledore to feel comfortable. This is like in the original book Voldemort hides the locket of one of the Horcruxes in a cave on an isolated island, and puts the locket into the bottom of a container, and then uses a spell to pour some into the container and let people drink it. It's not as good as the potion that feels like death. You can only get the locket after drinking the potion. Later, Regulus, who decided to change his evil, brought Creature to the cave, drank the potion by himself, and asked Creature to take the locket and leave, while he put the fake locket in the container and said goodbye to the world. It's a pity that Dumbledore didn't know what Regulus did. Later, Dumbledore took Harry to the cave with him. After drinking the potion, he discovered that it was a fake. It can be seen that Dumbledore is indeed unable to determine which magical item is a Horcrux, but with the magic eye, it is different. It is estimated that Dumbledore will leave without looking up after looking at the fake locket. Everyone knows that this stuff is fake. Who would drink any potions, get a nervous convulsion, or would just do nothing? Want to know if the potion that Voldemort configures is salty or bland. But then again, the locket was in Dumbledore's hands, and the fool went into the cave to find some Horcrux. Seeing that Dumbledore didn't mention the notebook, Leong, who had just put his heart back in his stomach, suddenly heard Dumbledore say quietly, "Then what do you want to say about the notebook?" "Leong, notebook? You really don't care about it." Without waiting for Leong to figure out how to answer, Dumbledore continued with a smile. "I learned something from Ginny's mouth, so let's make it clear. Who are you going to exchange with the mysterious man's Horcrux? Or mean, what do you want?" If Leong thinks he can't defeat Snape, he is sure to escape from the joint hands of Snape and Professor McGonagall by relying on the mirror space and the portal. It's just that now standing in front of him sternly is Deng Wu, who is more powerful than Snape, especially since the distance between the two standing close enough to ignore. Leong doesn't think he has a chance to escape. With a helpless face, Leong glanced at the portal close to him and closed the portal helplessly to show that he didn't want to run away. He said, "To be honest, I'm not thinking about changing my laptop for the time being, but you don't worry, I'm not interested in returning this stuff to Voldemort. In my eyes, that guy is a patient who has been deeply infected with the rabies virus and has serious mania." Dumbledore shook his head slightly and said, "But I don't worry about leaving the notebook with you. After all, your strength. Maybe you don't know that the mysterious man's Horcrux has the ability to confuse the soul, and you..." Before Dumbledore had finished speaking, Leong took out a wooden box from his pocket and threw it to himself, and motioned to open it. Dumbledore glanced at Leong and slowly opened the wooden box. In an instant, Dumbledore perceived that a majestic magic power radiated from the fake angel feathers. What is more important is that these majestic magic powers give people a feeling of comfort and tranquility. Dumbledore, who understood what Leong wanted to express, closed the wooden box and returned it to Leong, saying, "Perhaps you can rely on it to resist the enchantment of mysterious people for a short time, but for a long time, you still want to talk about what you want. It also allows me to find what you all desire in advance." Seeing that Dumbledore was determined to ask Tom's notebook, Leong scratched his head, glanced at Slughorn in the distance, and said in an uncertain tone, "I originally discussed with Slughorn. Can you use the basilisk and my spells to exchange some magic boost potions that can increase your magic power, even if you have some clues, but now that you insist on a notebook, then I will use the notebook to replace it with you?" Dumbledore was stunned, as if looking at Leong with a bit of contempt, and said, "Do you know how precious the magic boosting potion is? Even those big families that have passed on for thousands of years may not be able to come up with a bottle, even if there is a combination. I agree to exchange with you. A basilisk that is alive and obediently obedient can't be exchanged for half a bottle, let alone a dead basilisk, but..." Looking at Slughorn, who was spinning around the basilisk, Dumbledore turned his head and looked at Leong with a look of luck, and said, "Slughorn does have a magic booster potion in his hand. Regarding the importance of the notebook, let me get you a bottle from Slughorn, but the basilisk must belong to Slughorn. As for your spells, Slughorn is fascinated by it. It's not a spell, so you should keep the spell, and I will come out with the rest of the supplies, which is considered a trading notebook with you." After speaking, Dumbledore turned to Slughorn and said to Leong behind him, "You avoid it first. I have some personal matters to talk to Slughorn, and I will officially start teaching you magic later." Leong nodded, turned, and opened the portal back to the Broken Cauldron bar, ready to pack Creature and his luggage back to the secret room. As for what Dumbledore asked Slughorn to talk about, Leong guessed that Dumbledore just wanted to know, where did Tom learn how to make Horcruxes? After a long time, Leong, who had finished checking out and packed his luggage, felt that Dumbledore should also finish talking with Slughorn, stretched out his hand to open the portal to the secret room, and took Creature to prepare to settle in the secret room. After entering the secret room, Leong found that the bodies of Slughorn and the Basilisk had disappeared. Even Dumbledore, who was supposed to be waiting for Leong in the secret room, disappeared. To be honest, Dumbledore's hardline attitude towards the notebook bankrupted many of Leong's plans. The most direct one was the plan to learn magic from Tom. The only relief was that the most aspiring curse was already in hand, and what was lacking was encountered in the actual casting. Who should I ask for advice? Seeing that there was no Dumbledore in the secret room, Leong thought for a while, and said to Creature, who was busy tidying up the secret room, "Creature, help me get to a certain potions classroom in Hogwarts, from the bookcase or the cabinet. Look for this textbook signed by the Half-Blood Prince, a textbook on how to make potions." After thinking about it, Leong added, "I remember this textbook is a bit old. If you really don't know which one I'm looking for, then bring back all the textbooks about potions." After speaking, Leong opened the mirror space, ready to squeeze Tom once while the notebook was still in his hands. As soon as he entered the mirror space, Leong hurriedly held the wooden box and wrote in his notebook, "Come out." Tom, who had recovered a bit of magic power, felt the energy radiation of the pseudo-angel feather speechlessly and helplessly always exposed ahead from his notebook. No way. Tom's magic power is only so little left. It would be good to be able to fan him ahead. It is estimated that next time Leong summons him in such a hurry, he can only phantom his upper lip and lower lip for communication. Tom squatted his innocent face and said quietly, "What's the matter?" Leong rubbed his hands, pretending to open the wooden box, and threatened, "What kind of magic are you most proud of? Give it to me." Tom was stunned, feeling that Leong was a little anxious about the question this time. He squinted and asked, "Did something happen?" Which so much nonsense. Leong opened most of the wooden box, letting the pseudo-angel feather weaken Tom's willpower as much as possible, and said in a tone containing strange mana fluctuations, "Answer my question." Knowing that Leong is casting spells on him, but his own magic is not much, and he didn't see Leong holding a magic wand to relax his vigilance. It was too late and unable to make an effective means of resistance. When he regained consciousness from the trance, he had already seen it. Leong grinned and quickly recorded something in a magic book. With little magic left, Tom, whose head was almost transparent, looked tremblingly at the magic book, and the pupils in his eyes shrank. I saw that what Leong recorded was the kind of magic he was most proud of, and that was also the dark mark magic he used to control and restrict Death Eaters. In the movie, when Voldemort touches the dark mark, other Death Eaters' dark mark will also feel it. At this time, they will immediately appear next to Voldemort and obey the instructions. When a Death Eater touches and burns on himself with the dark mark on his left arm, Voldemort could also feel the call and apparate to his side. Leong did not expect that Voldemort during his student days would actually have the black mark, and through Tom's elaboration, Leong understood that the role of the dark mark is not just a function like a telephone in the movie, it is more like a slave contract. It can firmly control the Death Eaters when Voldemort is strong, definitely. If Voldemort is weak, the effect of the dark mark will also be greatly reduced. However, Leong doesn't care about these shortcomings. He still has the devil's slave contract in his hand. As long as Leong spends a period of time researching and integrating the dark mark and the slave contract, it is not impossible to create unique control methods. Possible. In a mirrored space, Tom seemed to understand his own destiny. Just as Leong was about to release the seduction spell on him again, he hid in his notebook and refused to show up. In this regard, Leong was also helpless. If he killed Tom, Leong said that it was okay and that it was easy to do. However, after killing Tom, how could Dumbledore believe that the notebook is a Horcrux? Leong expressed his uncertainty. Maybe Dumbledore. Leto would also suspect that Leong used a shabby notebook to fool him. No way. Leong can only form a stalemate with Tom in the notebook. When Dumbledore reappeared in the secret room, Leong, who had not recorded a few magic, returned to reality with a grieved expression. He reluctantly handed the notebook to Dumbledore and said, I feel like I've lost a lot of money. Long. Dumbledore took the notebook and handed Leong a bottle of baby fist file-sized glass gourd and said, But I think you have made a lot of money, if it weren't for Slughorn's recent obsession with using basilisks to make potions. To enhance his reputation, he would not exchange the magic-boosting potion to me so easily. Leong took the glass gourd and placed it in front of him by the light of the fire, watching the dreamlike scene in the potion. I saw that the small gourd seemed to contain a Milky Way galaxy, and the light blue potion was shining with little lights, and these light spots slowly revolved around the brightest star in the center. Leong vaguely glanced at the notebook in Dumbledore's hand, and then looked at such a beautiful magic-boosting potion. He felt a little reluctant to drink it. After appreciating it for a while, he reluctantly asked, Professor, is there an instruction manual for this thing? How can I use the potion just for me? Drink it directly, or use it in the bath, or eat it with the dipping sauce and bread? Hearing Leong's nonsense, Dumbledore, who was studying the notebook with his magic wand, almost staggered and patted the notebook in his hand to Leong. Dumbledore looked at Leong thoughtfully. After recalling Leong's message, he suddenly understood what he said. Why nonsense is your way to divert my attention and ease my mood? Leong, who had a hippie smile, looked stiff. Seeing this, Dumbledore raised his notebook with a smile and asked in a gentle voice, It looks like you have communicated with Tom. Tell me about the deal you made with Tom. I'm very surprised. Curious, what kind of common language a necromancer from outside and the Dark Lord of our world have in common? The expression gradually solidified on Leong's face, knowing that Dumbledore didn't have a smile on his face now, and he was gentle, but he knew that if he didn't say it clearly, it might be possible that Dumbledore could imprison him. Leong understands why Dumbledore treats him differently when he comes into contact with Tom. If ordinary people contact Tom, the consequence is nothing more than being bewitched and obeying Tom's orders. It's amazing that there are more Death Eaters in this world, an ordinary Death Eater. Dumbledore could not take it seriously. But Leong is different. First of all, Leong comes from other civilizations. Unfortunately, in the eyes of Dumbledore, he is a guy who likes magic trading, who knows that Leong will not use any special spells to trade with Tom. When Dumbledore faced the familiar Tom, he did not have full confidence in destroying the opponent. Once Tom mastered a new and unknown spell, he didn't think he could immediately come up with a cracking spell when facing these spells, or even whether he could crack it. The existence of curses is always a problem. So for the sake of peace in a magical world, why not be charged with murder? Is it true that Dumbledore can't kill? Thinking of this, Leong thought silently. I hope that old Dang is really as in the original work. Let me be lenient in confession and strict in resistance. While preparing the spell secretly, Leong took a deep breath and slowly exhaled it. With a bitter expression on his face, he took out the magic book from his pocket, turned to the page where the spell was recorded, and said, I don't know if you perceive mine. Magic is biased towards darkness, but the magic that I have been learning is biased towards white magic. It is not that I don't want to learn black magic, but there is no source to learn. Dumbledore looked at the curse, frowned, and said, What kind of magic did you use to exchange the curse with Tom? Leong shook his head and smiled. Remember my evaluation of Voldemort? Mad dogs and maniacs. Although Dumbledore felt that Leong's description was not very appropriate, it still made him amused to describe Voldemort in this way. I remember you said you wouldn't trade with him. Yes, Leong said with a shrug. So I threatened Tom with that feather and asked him to teach me magic, but with some regrets. Leong said quietly, But you insist on returning the behavior of the notebook gave me no time to learn more magic. Dumbledore looked at Leong earnestly, trying to make sure whether Leong told himself the truth. After a meeting, he took the notebook back into his arms and said, Let's start our magic journey. By the way, just drink the potion to increase the increase. Potion, your magic power will increase rapidly in the near future. As for how much you increase, it depends on your original aptitude. Leong shook the potion in his hand, took out the stopper, and poured it into his mouth. After drinking, he said, Drink too fast. I didn't taste the salty taste. Can I have some more? I feel that the amount is too little, not enough. Quench your thirst. Dumbledore ignored Li Feng's babble, took out a book of Introduction to Magic he had compiled, and said, I don't have much time to teach you. I temporarily set it at the after-dinner time every Saturday. Passing the textbook to Li Feng, Dumbledore continued, although you have never learned magic in our world, I think magic is magic. Some places are connected, so my teaching speed will be a bit faster. I hope you take notes. If you don't understand, you can ask me every Saturday night. With a smile, Li Feng took the Introduction to Magic with both hands and said respectfully, Thank you. I hope I'm a student with the fastest learning speed since your teaching career. Dumbledore nodded and smiled. He is also the only one who has become my student in adulthood. From the origin of magic to the development of magic in modern times, Dumbledore explained in detail the principle of releasing magic while demonstrating magic. Until the early morning, Dumbledore couldn't help but breathe and said, I'll be here today. After all, is getting older, but you can stay up late without the energy you have. Hearing the end of today's magic teaching, Li Feng still bowed to Dumbledore and said, Thank you. Dumbledore received Li Feng's gift with peace of mind and smiled and said, Yes, Lupin's letter asked me to ask. He has already prepared some materials for rebuilding locomotives. When will you learn from him the technology of rebuilding locomotives? Li Feng thought for a while and felt that it was a pity to leave Hogwarts, a treasure of feng shui. In addition, he had already used the magic power boosting potion, which made him want to stay in an environment with high magic power to improve his strength. He said, After resting tonight, tomorrow during the day, I will take Lupin to the secret room to teach me. Dumbledore heard what Li Feng meant that he did not want to leave Hogwarts, but he had no objection. He nodded and said, Yes, tomorrow I will pick up Lupin by the way and help me convey a word to Sirius so that he will pay attention to safety in the near future. Li Feng was stunned. And then he thought that the basilisk thing had come to the ground, and it was time for Azkaban's back Potter Hagrid to be released. And those Ministry of Magic staff who went to Azkaban with the release certificate will most likely find that Sirius has escaped from prison. It is estimated that the portrait of the wanted Sirius will soon be plastered in the streets and alleys. At this time, Sirius will go out and look for death. After Li Feng nodded and signaled that he would convey the words, he breathed out and pretended to sleep and watched Dumbledore leave the secret room with his own eyes. After a while, Li Feng, who was certain that Dumbledore would not return, ordered Creature to seal the entrance to the chamber, grinning and portraying Merlin's magic ring with his big mouth exposing his posterior molars. When the spirit body came out of the orifice to meditate, Li Feng had already analyzed the principle of the magic booster potion. Magic or energy is like food. How much you can eat depends on how much food your stomach can hold. You can only continue to eat after digesting and converting the food into energy and storing it in your body. Normally, 3 meals a day are basically dead. Anyway, unless it is a big stomach king with outstanding qualifications who can eat a lot of food at one time, allowing the body to absorb more energy. The magic booster potion is like a digestive tablet, which can speed up digestion and convert food into energy faster, allowing you to accelerate the speed of food intake from the side and have the ability of a big stomach king for a period of time. Li Feng, who had eaten energy for a night, was Li Feng who meditated for a night. He had to stop practicing until he felt that the meditation would not only increase the magic power, but would damage the foundation. After the spirit body returned to the body, Li Feng immediately hid the magic ring of Merlin. Describing Merlin's magic ring is simple and quick for Li Feng now, but again, with Dumbledore's insight, I can understand the principle after just a few glances. Li Feng doesn't want Dumbledore to be cheap, as the other party thinks. It's not impossible to learn. Just use resources in exchange. He is now a poor ghost who is about to cut off food and lacks any supplies. After hiding the magic ring of Merlin, Li Feng asked Creature to prepare food while closing his eyes to perceive his own soaring magic power. After a while, although Li Feng sitting at the dining table forcibly resisted the yelling desire, The smile on his face couldn't help, and the corners of his mouth were straight and grinned like a convulsion from time to time. Creature on the side saw that Li Feng laughed when he was chewing food. He had to guess. Look at the same symptoms as when a sheep has a seizure. It is estimated that the owner is sick, and the illness is not mild. To be honest, this is Li Feng's happiest day since crossing. Think about the fact that Li Feng can only traverse the magical otherworld before, although he has obtained the traversal plugin. As a low-powered rookie, how much is the difference between Otherworld and the dangerous Marvel world? It's not that he was run over to death by someone passing by at any time. Therefore, Li Feng's mentality has always been to be cautious. But now Angel uses the magic boosting potion. Li Feng has personally experienced what is the speed of strength improvement visible to the naked eye, and what is a hard night is equal to the achievement that can only be achieved in the past month. After breakfast, Li Feng sat slumped at the dining table and burped, rubbing his cramped cheeks with a smile, and ordered Creature to prepare a quill for translation. Worried about what nerves Creature would make when he returned to Black House, Li Feng warned, "Creature, remember who you are now." Creature froze, lowered his head, and said, "Creature understands that Creature is a house elf belonging to the boss, and it is my duty to serve the boss." Seeing Creature understood his consciousness, Li Feng got up and opened the portal. After crossing the portal to the restaurant in Black's old house, Li Feng silently watched Sirius and Lu Pingyuan sitting across from each other. As if looking in a mirror while holding up a glass of water to drink, the other simultaneously sent the bread to stuffed in the mouth. I don't know why. Watching the two sitting opposite each other like a couple, with expressions and simultaneous eating movements, a question popped up in Li Feng's mind. One can become a wolf, and the other can become a dog. These are the two. Dude, if a man and a woman who love each other, what should their offspring be called? When Sirius saw the portal, he knew that it was Li Feng was coming. He hurriedly stuffed the last bite of bread into his mouth, and spitting at Li Feng with excitement. "You despicable thief, you dare to step into my house." Li Feng glanced at each other, and subconsciously stepped back a few steps to avoid the saliva sticking to his clothes. After confirming that Sirius did not have a magic wand in his hand, Li Feng scratched his head and asked Lupin, who was about to watch the show, "What's wrong with him?" "Rabies." Lu Ping's eyes twitched, pointed to the floor at Li Feng, and walked to Sirius, who was getting more emotional, in case Sirius couldn't stand the stimulus, and rushed towards Li Feng. Li Feng first glanced at the floor in confusion, and suddenly said, "Jean Jialong, in the basement?" After spreading his hands, Li Feng looked at Sirius with innocent eyes and said, "No wonder I am. You said that I can take as much as I can. Since I have the ability to empty it, you can't blame me." Sirius heard Li Feng speak to him in an as-it-should tone, and pointed to Li Feng's nose angrily and shouted, "Duel, I want to fight you." A man who doesn't even have a necromancer with a wand. Is Li Feng in his eyes? Li Feng immediately held a basketball file-size fireball with his right hand and hooked his finger to Sirius with his left hand, arrogantly returning, "Come on, who is afraid of anyone? Since you don't even have a magic wand, to be fair, let's come. A duel without a wand." Sirius, Lupin. The two silently looked at each other, and then looked at the fireball on Li Feng's palm. What's special? Now who doesn't know who's old? Li Feng is not a person in this world originally. It makes no difference to him whether he has a magic wand, and Sirius, without a magic wand. What is the difference between ordinary people? This is called a duel? This is looking for abuse. Although he knew that the two would not really fight. After all, Li Feng knew that Sirius had Dumbledore as his backer, and Sirius also knew that he did not have a magic wand in his hand to defeat Li Feng, but Lu Ping still felt his brain aches while holding his forehead. Lupin, who was afraid that the two would continue to quarrel, pressed Sirius on the chair and turned to Li Feng and said, "Mr. Austin, I have prepared the materials for remodeling the locomotive, but you need to solve the problem of the venue." Originally, Lupin thought of teaching Li Feng in Black's old house, but now that Sirius and Li Feng's posture, it would be nice to have a quiet rest in the old house. As for teaching, let's save the time. Fortunately, Li Feng didn't want to stay in the old house of Black to practice locomotive modification skills, and said, "The sight problem is easy to solve. The place I live in now is very good, spacious, and quiet enough. Looking at Sirius, Li Feng Shanshan said, "When will you ask me to copy books from the Black family collection?" When Li Feng was still thinking about the books in the basement, Sirius said angrily, "Aren't you free to go in and out of my basement? Ask me why these are, and let Creature copy it by himself." After finishing speaking, Sirius turned around like a pity, not looking at Li Feng. Think about it. Although he promised that Li Feng would let the other party copy books after confirming Dwarf's information, but he hasn't confirmed it yet. He has already sneaked into the basement and made a copy. Anyone would be upset. As far as the information given by Li Feng is correct, if it is false information, Sirius said that he is not the one who can suffer. It's good to be able to copy the book. As for Sirius' attitude, Li Feng shrugged indifferently, turned around and handed the magic book to Creature, and said, "Copy everything as soon as possible, those materials that cannot be copied temporarily. Make a mark and continue to copy when I am strong enough in the future." After finishing the order, Li Feng took a suitcase depicting the non-marking stretch curse from Lupin. For some reason, Li Feng suddenly thought that some great god in this world had a suitcase that looked like the one in front of him. The difference was that, guys, the suitcase is a zoo, and the space in the suitcase is large enough to park the aircraft carrier. I don't know if I can expand my carriage to park a sky mothership after I learn how to modify the car. After thinking about it, Li Feng patted the bulging box and said, "How many cars are these materials enough for me to rebuild?" "How many?" Lu Ping said silently. "Only enough for one. After all, according to your requirements, the material cost is not a small amount. Plus you have emptied Sirius Jean Jialong. He doesn't have much money to come. By these materials, the non-marking expansion curse that expands the interior space of the car takes up most of the box space, and the remaining flight and stealth materials are just..." Lupin glanced at Sirius and laughed. "Friend, I can teach you how to modify a few things, only the most important engine part of flying car. I don't understand the operating principle of the engine, so I can transform the engine into a magic drive. I can't do anything." Sirius studied. He was an expert in this field. As soon as Lu Ping's words fell, Li Feng saw Sirius look provocatively at him, his eyes full of meaning. "Come and beg me." Li Feng turned his head and thought for a while, then smiled. "Dumbledore asked me to tell you that the Ministry of Magic will find that you have escaped from Azkaban in the near future, so you still stay at home." Li Feng stretched out his hand to open the portal with a mysterious smile and said to Sirius, "You said that after the Ministry of Magic knew you had escaped, would you guess that you escaped to kill Harry? And for the safety of Harry, the Savior, you guess what radical methods the Ministry of Magic will use to hunt you down. Want me to ask Sirius to teach me how to transform a car? Don't even think about it. It's not like Dumbledore, who is afraid of whom." After the defamation, Li Feng ignored the silly Sirius and returned to the secret room with Lupin, who was thinking with squinting eyes. Across the portal, Lu Ping had been guessing what Li Feng meant by extreme and asked thoughtfully, "What did you mean by just now? Do you see what will happen in the future?" Li Feng opened the suitcase, took the pieces of materials in his hands, and said, "It's not interesting. You will know at that time, as long as you know that Sirius will beg to teach me how to modify the car. Tell me, what do you plan to do when you know the situation of the little dwarf star?" Lu Ping thought for a while and felt that Li Feng wanted to stay in Hogwarts with peace of mind to practice magic. If he saw Sirius, he would not hide anything. After all, Dumbledore was still watching. The occurrence of the basilisk incident in the school this year has caused many students and parents to panic. If there is a small dwarf incident recently, it is estimated that many students will transfer, so Dumbledore asked us to wait until the summer vacation when the small dwarf leaves school. Or after the basilisk incident subsided, he was working on the Pettigrew. Lu Ping glanced at Li Feng and said faintly, "I remember you called Roar a professor before, so you knew I would come to Hogwarts to be a professor of black magic defense, didn't you? When I enter Hogwarts in the next semester, I will be able to protect Harry better, and I can greatly increase the success rate of the capture based on my understanding of Pettigrews. After all, we are not aiming to kill Pettigrews, but to catch him alive. Only by catching Dwarf alive and handing it over to the Ministry of Magic can Sirius get rid of his guilt and appear on the streets to enjoy the sunshine? When talking about handing Pettigrew to the Ministry of Magic, Lupin's face was obviously helpless and disgusted. Think about it. Back then, Sirius didn't even have an interrogation procedure, and he was thrown directly into a Azkaban. It was still 12 years old. In addition to the Ministry of Magic's attitude towards Dumbledore as Dumbledore's Iron Rod, it's strange that Ping has a good face to the Ministry of Magic. Li Feng scratched his head. After a long time of trouble, is it back to the plot again? Is this a correction of the world? Lu Ping took out a rusty beetle car with no wheels from the suitcase. Li Feng said disgustedly, "Where did you get this scrap car? It was not picked up by the roadside." Lu Ping spread his hands, made a helpless move, and said, "It's not bad to be able to pick up a car. I don't have the money to buy a new car for you to toss." While continuing to take out the materials from the suitcase, Lu Ping pretended to ask unconsciously, "How do you think the Ministry of Magic will treat Pettigrew?" The prerequisite to treat Pettigrew is that Pettigrew does not run, but I think there's something in Lupin's words. Li Feng stroked his chin and asked, "What do you know about mini dwarfs?" "Not little dwarf," Lupin said with a stiff movement, "but the Ministry of Magic. I don't know what the laws of your world are, but in our world, little dwarf is a hero." After Lu Ping's explanation, Li Feng gave the Ministry of Magic a thumbs up speechlessly. "It's really urinary." Obviously, Pettigrew betrayed the Potter family and blamed Sirius on Sirius. At the same time, he fictitiously escaped under the guise of hunting Sirius. In the end, the Ministry of Magic felt that he was a hero and gave Pettigrew a Merlin First-Class Medal. Now, the Ministry of Magic can't do anything about the little dwarf who has the Merlin First-Class Medal, such as Veritaserum, before there is conclusive evidence. The problem is that the little dwarf knows that he can belch when he tells the truth. Truth be told, it's not over for Sirius, who killed the Potter family. So Lupin now sometimes thinks like Sirius. Hand it over to the Ministry of Magic and kill the dwarf directly. Li Feng expressed his inability to do anything about Pettigrew, and he was not a political magnate, so he could allow the Ministry of Magic to throw Pettigrew into a Azkaban directly. Could it be possible that Li Feng, as a magician from other universes, had a business meeting with the Ministry of Magic and asked the Ministry of Magic to punish the little dwarf star? Let's not say whether the Ministry of Magic believes in Li Feng or not. Let's talk about what the other party will do after Li Feng's apparent identity. Either put Li Feng in a lunatic asylum, or reply to Li Feng's question with a large bottle of Veritaserum. If it is determined that Li Feng comes from another world, I guess afterwards there will be a message of forgetting nothing, and then smiling and studying Li Feng's slices, and then announcing to the necromancers that a new world, a new journey, we are here. Lu Ping also knew that Li Feng was incapable of this. He just wanted to know the fate of Pettigrew with a little hope. Seeing Li Feng refuse to answer his own questions, Lu Ping stopped asking more. So he asked himself urgently, and Li Feng again. He started to talk about a deal. He has been poor for several years and hasn't bought new clothes. He needs to live in Sirius's house to spend the day. Where did Jean Xiaolong ask questions? It's better to be careful when catching the dwarf and find out what is strong. The evidence. Since then, Li Feng's hard life has officially started. During the day, he learned from Lupin the craftsmanship of car modification, and at night he learned the basics of magic from Lupin. On Saturday, Lupin was able to pad his but to indicate that he would take a day off, while Li Feng did. It was hard to learn, and asked Dumbledore about the questions accumulated during the week. It can be said that this period of time is both painful and happy for Li Feng. The pain was because Li Feng said that he was a scumbag, and the world was different with different rules. Some theories that were completely nonsense in Li Feng's view were truth in this world, which caused Li Feng to learn crafts and magic faster than he imagined. Happiness is because of the rapid advancement of strength, especially with the help of magic-boosting potions. Li Feng, who has just come to this world with only high-level magic power, waits for the students of Hogwarts to rush to the Hogwarts Express with their luggage. Prepare when enjoying the happy time of the next summer vacation. Li Feng's total magic power has reached the total magic power that a normal necromancer should have. Definitely, after such a long period of time, the effect of the magic boosting potion on how to guard against the sky should also end. The same end is also Dumbledore's teaching. In this regard, Li Feng, who has enjoyed the soaring strength, expressed his dissatisfaction with his desires and was very unhappy, but he was helpless. After all, the magic-boosting potion was scarce than the blessing potion. In the words of Sirius, Li Feng could drink a bottle of magic booster potion in his life. It was his last life who jumped into the blessing potion and drowned. Only in this life will he be so lucky. If he wants to drink a bottle, he must be in Fulling, soaking the agent for hundreds of years. On the first day of the Hogwarts holiday, while Snape had not left school, Li Feng ordered Creature to clean up the secret room and prepare a pot of tea, then let the spirit body float above the magic ring of Merlin. Compared with the past, today's secret room door is open. After a while, Snape's face was as straight as ever, wearing a large bat suit and holding an invitation letter from Li Feng to the secret room. At the moment Snape stepped into the secret room, the spirit-shaped Li Feng and the other party nodded slightly to call roar, indicating that the other party could observe Merlin's magic ring up close, while he continued to meditate. Snape was stunned when he saw Li Feng's spiritual body, and after receiving the teacup handed by Creature, he circled and analyzed Merlin's magic circle with interest, especially to perceive the increase in magic power caused by Li Feng's meditation. The necromancer in this world does not have to say that he is meditating. The improvement of magic power depends on ability and taking various medicines. So compared to Merlin's magic circle, which is suspected to have already existed in this world, Snape is more interested in Li Feng's meditation. For a long time, Li Feng, who ended his meditation early, controlled the spirit body to return to the physical body, pointed to the magic ring of Merlin, and said, "How?" Snape looked at Merlin's magic ring, shook the invitation letter in his hand, and said, "These are the two methods you mentioned in your letter that can quickly improve your strength." Li Feng nodded, beckoned to Snape, and said, "Ming will say it later. Now you can enter the Merlin oculus to feel its charm." Merlin, the magic ring? Merlin was not a fantasy character to Snape, but a real existence, and the other party had studied at Hogwarts. The college he attended was still the Slytherin he manages now. College. In Snape's mind, the magic circle that can be named after Merlin is not a popular commodity. The effect of the magic may be better than he thought, but he doesn't understand. When did the stingy Li Feng, in his impression, become more generous? This level of magic says trade is trade. When did your potions become so valuable? In fact, Li Feng used meditation or Merlin's magic ring to talk about trades. He was forced to do nothing. In addition to the magic knowledge of the world, he also wanted the knowledge of potions. For this reason, when he killed the basilisk, Li Feng even used Snape and McGonagall. After the seduction spell, the two professors were not fuel-efficient lamps, and they nodded in person and agreed to exchange knowledge for Li Feng's support. When the basilisk was killed, they turned their heads, so the two had already awakened from the seduction spell. It's strange that the two professors would admit that it was a deal that was tempted by someone to agree to it. McGonagall's refusal has made Li Feng distressed for a while, and Snape's refusal has made Li Feng regretful. You said he was so stupid at the beginning. After the temptation, you can directly use magic to get the two to sign the contract first, and kill the snake is not perfect. So now he has to pay a higher price to learn the knowledge of potions from Snape. Confused, Snape walked into Merlin's oculus. After a while, Snape, who knew how useful Merlin's oculus was, said sternly, "Why are you looking for me? If I remember correctly, you have been with that stupid the wolf is learning magic, and Dumbledore, his potions are not worse than mine." Li Feng spread his hands and said helplessly, "Dumbledore's teaching is over. After all, people are very busy. As for Lupin, it's not that he doesn't want to teach me, but how does his potions compare to you? Since I want to learn potions, why don't I do it in one step? Isn't it better to learn from a potion master like you?" After speaking, Li Feng snapped his fingers and said, "Creature, bring the Half-Blood Prince's textbook." Hearing Li Feng's words that both complimented himself and looked down on Lupin's potions, Snape said he was very happy. When he heard Li Feng say Half-Blood Prince, the corners of his mouth cocked slightly. The Half-Blood Prince claimed to be acquired by himself when he committed a second crime in his student days. Now he's become a mature old man. He suddenly heard the prince's name, and his face was somewhat embarrassed. Li Feng took the textbook from Creature and threw it to Snape and said, "This is your textbook. It is a wonderful note. This makes me more sure to learn from you the idea of potions every time I see this textbook." Snape looked at Merlin's oculus, and then looked at the textbook in his hand, thought for a while, and said, "Teach you to cook potions from Merlin Oculus or meditation?" Snape already knew the effect of Merlin's magic circle. It definitely wouldn't be foolish to think that a potion would change two ways to improve his strength. Considering that since Li Feng demonstrated the two methods in front of him, he must have other goals. Snape couldn't help but eager for strength and asked, "What else do you want change with another method?" Li Feng scratched his eyebrows, and Shan Shan said, "Do you have a magic booster potion?" Snape couldn't help but twitch his mouth and said angrily, "Be realistic. You might as well ask me if I have a formula." Li Feng blinked. "Although I haven't learned how to make potions, but in the future, when I learn the process of making potions and have the formula in hand, can I configure it myself? At that time, it is okay to drink the magic boosting potion as boiled water." Snape knew what the other person was thinking as soon as he looked at Li Feng's expression and said silently, "I'm very clear to tell you that I have a recipe, but without mentioning the difficulty of boiling the magic potion. It's not something a rookie like you can learn. Just say those. Were you looking for extinct materials?" Li Feng grinned, silently thinking, "It is extinct material for you, but in other worlds, it may be the weeds on the roadside. And listening to your tone, I think you're not using magic. The augmentation potion is a treasure. It just happens to be cheaper for me. Meditation or Merlin's magic ring. Change your teaching and the formula of the magic booster potion." Although Snape was eager to improve his strength, he also knew how large and difficult the contents of potions were. It was not something he could finish teaching if he wanted to. If Li Feng didn't have enough understanding of potions, the teaching time would be even longer. So as a professor at Hogwarts, he thought he didn't have so much time to teach Li Feng. After all, he still had a large group of students to teach and to correct his homework. With a hint of regret, Snape threw the textbook from his school days to Li Feng, turned and left the secret room and said, "Sorry, I don't have time to teach you." Li Feng seemed to understand what Snape was thinking, and he thought for a while and said, "Why?" Compared with Merlin's magic circle, Snape is more inclined to trade meditation ideas. Nep paused, turned around, and looked at Li Feng, and said, "Since you have used temptation spells on me before, unless you teach me the idea of meditation first, I will consider whether to teach you during the summer vacation." The distrust in the other party's words made Li Feng both embarrassed and excited. The reason for the embarrassment didn't need to be said much. The excitement was because Li Feng heard that Snape had actually said that there was still hope for a deal. Immediately, Li Feng Shan said, "Ming thought will be given to you now. After you have confirmed the authenticity, you will come to the secret room to teach me the formula of the magic power amplification potion. How about?" It would not take long for Snape to determine the authenticity of the meditation thoughts. After thinking about it, he took the magic book from Li Feng to look through the meditation thoughts and made a record, while saying, "Prepare the crucible and materials at night. Potions obtained."
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.